everyone, welcome to this exciting course on ETL, Extract, Transformation, Load. Now, if you've ever worked with data, you know that it's not just about collecting information. It's about transforming it into something useful. ETL is at the heart of this process. And in 2026, it's more important than ever. From businesses analyzing vast amounts of data to developers building efficient data pipelines, ETL is a game changer. This course will not only introduce you to the basics of ETL, but also give you the hands-on skills to implement it with powerful tools like Apache, Tailwind, and AWS Glue. So why should you care about this course? Well, understanding ETL helps you manage and process data like a pro. And this year, companies are focusing more than ever on data-driven decision-making. That's where this course comes in. We will guide you through all the essential concepts and tools helping you turn raw data into actionable insights. Let's have a look at the agenda covered in today's course. First, we'll start with the fundamentals of ETL, where you'll get a solid understanding of extraction, transformation, and loading process. Then, we'll dive into the key concepts in data transformation and discuss the ETL tools that can make your life easier, including Apache, Tailwind, AWS Glue. Next, we'll move on to AWS Glue and explore its core features, including the data catalog. We'll also cover some optimization techniques and show you how to set up Amazon S3 and IAM for secure access. Then, we'll talk about the data source identification and access, making sure your data is reliable and accurate, and then discuss strategies for handling different types of data effectively. After that, we will get into data extraction, looking at various approaches and how to use AWS Glue for ETL implementation. You'll also understand how to automate the extraction process in real-world scenario. And finally, we will wrap up with data transformation, where we will go over cleansing and validation techniques, database normalization, and how to visualize ETL process using the visual ETL canvas. Now, if you're interested in data analytics and generative AI, this is the perfect course for you. The Professional Certificate in Data Analytics and Generative AI by Simplilearn, in partnership with Purdue University, is designed to give you hands-on experience in a deep dive into key analytics concepts. Now, as industries evolve and data continues to drive decision-making, this program will equip you with the tools and knowledge to leverage generative AI and advanced analytics techniques to extract valuable insights from data. So whether you're looking to break into the field or elevating your existing skills, this course will guide you step by step, making you job ready with real-world projects and certifications from renowned industry leaders like IBM. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below. Now, before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you guys. What does ETL stand for? Your options are extract, test, load, extract, transform, load, examine, transform, learn, extract, track, link. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So without any further ado, let's get started.
It's ETL, of course, but it is a sub part of your complete data analyst course, right? It is sub part of your complete data analyst course. So you might say what, happens, say why we are learning ETL. We should be clear about this particular aspect of the data. Okay. So I'll be using another PowerPoint presentation as a whiteboard so that you can understand the things. All right. Now, ETL will be getting into the terminologies of it: extract, transform, and load. Whenever we listen to these terms, we might feel like, okay, we are doing something with data, but we must understand each and every aspect of it. Like, what is the aspect of extraction, transformation, and writing data? What is the relevance of each and every point? We should be aware of these things. Okay. So data insights, ETL attention, and all that stuff. So before we proceed, I'll just give you a quick overview of one project where see the way in which project goes on in the industries. Okay. So you'll have a clear idea about it. Let's imagine we are working on an e-commerce website like Amazon. So I'll simply open Amazon.com over here. So if you simply visit Amazon, you see there are, many products. So if you'd like to purchase something, you can purchase it. You can directly search it over here like laptop, and you'll get all the results. All right. So this is one thing. But behind the scenes, like if I click on a certain laptop, then I'm able to see some related products, the comparison, You can see the related products, the comparison as well. Then I'm able to see all the information. All right, this is static. And if you can look at this, this is a use case of sentimental analysis where we are processing all the reviews and coming up with the summary of this particular product. So if you look at the number of reviews, the number of reviews are around 500, and we are extracting this particular thing out of it. So this is how e-commerce website nowadays function. Like you have some I would say static things like the product description information. Then we are going to process the reviews. You can also see one more thing here. We are bunching it together. Like with laptop, you can purchase a mouse, and then you can purchase a I'd say a bag to carry that particular laptop. So this is a use case of market basket analysis, which things are frequently bought together with the laptop. Okay. So these are the things. And how are we supposed to get the products which are frequently bought with the laptop? If it's one product that we are selling, then of course we can manually handle this thing. But if we are dealing with multiple products, it will be really difficult for us to tackle. Okay. Now, on Amazon, if you look at it, you see for just for laptops, there are over 30,000 results. This is just for one product. But there are many products, mobile phones, clothing, then it's a furniture. So there are many things which are available over here. See, our intent is not to understand Amazon today. Try to explain how an e-commerce website functions. Then I guess it will be really easy for us to understand our role, the place of data analyst, or the need for ETL in case of data analysis or data science. So ETL is a prerequisite step for that. If I ask you from which places the Amazon extracts data from, or the data is being generated. So it's in case of Amazon, if you are a seller, you are going to register. You are going to register to Amazon, and then you are going to pass in some products information. Right? If you're a seller, then you will be going with this particular option. Okay. If you are a customer, then you are going to purchase these products, and you're also responsible for reviews and ratings. Okay. So as a seller, you have seller information, like your registered firm, that you're an authorized seller. Okay. So I'd simply say seller information in this case. Okay. And then products and all that stuff. So likewise. Okay. So seller has these two aspects for now. It's not as if there are only these two aspects. There are many aspects to seller, but just for the sake of understanding, I'm cutting it down to just 2 to 3 fields, or 2 to 3, I would say, relations. A customer can have reviews, ratings, or customer can post reviews, ratings, plus the customer is going to have the information like the name of customer, email ID, address, and all that stuff. So I can bunch it together under customer info. Likewise. Okay. And apart from that, there is one thing which is orders. Another entity, I would say, which is orders. So in that we have order timestamp, which product has been purchased, and you have the catalog management, product catalog management. Then there is one more thing called inventory management. These three things are in picture, right? Apart from these two entities which we discussed, these three things are also in the picture. And this is the minimal view of an e-commerce website, or minimal things which are required for an e-commerce website to function. So this is the logical view of it. This is the logical view of how data is being displayed, how the data is being logically categorized. However, if I would like to draw a technical view of it, now that you have walked through SQL, I can say that the information like seller information as well as the customer information, all that associated stuff, you can have it in the RDBMS, like MySQL, SQL Server, RDBMS. So what this RDBMS is going to have, this RDBMS is going to have the information for customer as well as seller. like customer's email ID, then seller information. So these information kind of stuff which are properly structured, or they can be represented in the form of rows and columns, then that sort of information is going to be residing under the RDBMS. The information which needs frequent insert, update, deletes, like customers are constantly registering to your site, sellers are constantly posting some products or making some changes. They might be changing their address or email IDs. So that sort of stuff. Okay. So frequent inserts, updates, and deletes, that information can be residing under RDBMS. Another information, like I can say the customer reviews, which is not structured in its core nature, it is a text form data. So a NoSQL database like MongoDB is a good choice for it. Okay, as well as some product catalog associated stuff. Product catalog, like the availability of different products. Like if I say laptop is one product category, then how many products are being listed under that particular category, what are their details, all that sort of information we can keep it on NoSQL, because it is quite flexible as compared to RDBMS. So you might have also experienced this. If I visit Amazon, if I search for a certain product, or I simply scroll down a bit and I click on a certain product, as you can see, I just viewed laptop, so it is showing me details associated with laptop. Let's imagine if I click on headphones. If I click on headphones and then I look at the specifications, then I say, okay, add to cart or add to wish list. I'll simply say, okay, it's asking me for logging, but okay, that's fine. I looked for the headphones and then I click on the home page. So I might be able to see headphones next time in the very first place. Okay. I might also see headphones and the related stuff over here. Okay. How this thing is made possible, that too so much instantaneously, immediately, almost immediately, how it is being made possible. So whenever a website functions, it is hosted onto a server and we are clients who are accessing that particular website. So let's imagine you have a server for now. We'll imagine there is just one server. So for Amazon, of course, there are going to be n number of servers. So I have a NoSQL database, and then I have this particular thing called server. And Amazon.com is hosted over here. All right. So what happens is there are many clients who are connecting with this server for accessing this particular website. Let's imagine we are happy clients. Okay. We have whole lots of money and we are going to purchase many things today. So we can communicate with the server. We are going to contact to the server. So what happens is we have to track the activity of these clients who are connecting to my server, who are accessing this particular Amazon.com domain. Okay, I have to track activity of each and every user. Okay. So what happens is whatever user is performing, like if I visit Amazon, if I'm scrolling, this is an event. I just scroll up a bit, it's an event. Everything you are doing here, if I click on, let's imagine if I click on air conditions, which are going to be expensive nowadays. So if I click on this particular thing, so I clicked on air conditions. So this is also an event. Okay, whatever I am doing, I'm staying on this particular page for 3 seconds and then scrolling down, then it's a scroll event. I hover over certain product, like I just hover over this particular thing. So this particular thing is also an event. Okay. And these events are logged onto the server or a certain place. These events are logged over here and they are being made available as the log files. Okay. And these logs can be used to detect the pattern of a particular customer. Like initially we looked for few products. So now if I click on Amazon.com and I simply, scroll down a bit, then I'll be able to see many things which I recently searched, like laptops, as well as you're able to see air conditions, then headphones. These are the things which I just walked through right now. Am I the only person who's accessing Amazon.com? No. There are many people, there are many clients who are accessing the Amazon. And each and every activity of yours is been recorded in the form of log files, logs. And these logs can be processed And after processing these logs, if I'm tracking activity of a certain customer, then I can predict the behavior of this customer. I can give him a better user experience. Like, I will be able to predict the personality of this person, and what is the probability of this person to purchase certain things. Like, if this person is now going to visit my website, then what this person is going to purchase. If I just show those products to this particular person, then this person can be my potential customer. Like, if you place some order, like even if you are placing order of $10, still you are my potential customer. So I'll try to do everything so that you get to see the things which you would like to purchase conveniently. This is just one use case. It can be also used for various purposes. But I think now we have a view where we are able to see different sources of data over here. Different sources of data. Like this, these logs are being generated. Then there are some reviews which are being generated in the NoSQL database, customer information, seller information, all that stuff is here. So if I ask you to perform some sort of analysis on the data which is being made available from these three sources, I say, okay, go out and create report, and we would like to boost our sales. Let's do something. Let's focus on a certain target. Like, we would like to earn a certain amount of dollars as in this financial year, and I'd like to create a plan around it. So if I want to perform analysis, do you agree on this point that we are going to need information from all these three sources consolidated in one place? We'll need information from all these three sources.
So yeah, e-commerce portal is one of the examples, but forget about e-commerce portal. Think of any business. Okay. In today's date, every business is digitized, right? In some way or others. Most of them, maybe a little bit of NGOs which are not digitized. Other than that, any profit-making business are digitized. And then what all things that a business have? You can think of any business. They will have a setup. They will have a retail outlet or something. They will have a different centers. If you think of Apollo Hospital, they will have Apollo centers in the different cities. Within city, there may be multiples. If you think of ITC, they will have shops, warehouses, retail centers, and then there is a kind of uh, local head office kind of stuff. If you think of a bank, they will have branches across the city. Then there will be a regional head office. Then there will be a national head office, and so on. So if you look into this entire business structure, forget about the data part. If you see that there are independent operations happening at each of these individual centers. For example, if you think of a bank, every bank is having its operation. Then all of those banks are sending certain information to the regional hub for consolidation purpose or whatever purposes. And then it goes to central hub and like that. Okay. Now, if I am think you as a regional head of a bank, correct? Uh, and all you want is to see the monthly sales of that region, right? Now, when I say monthly sales of the region, sales is of the sales in the sense you can say account opening in this case, if it is a bank. Uh, So when I say monthly account opening, overall account opening for that region, it is the sum of account opened in all the branches for an entire duration. Okay. So now bank, every branch is operating with its own individual entity. So it is storing its own data, customer data, and many things locally at the branch level. And if it is an existing customer, they are fetching the customer information from the core banking system or some central server. But the transaction level, which Sandeep was also showing, that you are clicking something or buying something or just adding it to a cart, every single thing is a transaction. It's basically is an event, right? Well, there are philosophically event and transactions. There are certain differences, but for the time being, you can consider them same. So every account opened in all the branches that needs to be added together and then sent it to the regional hub, and that has to be done for the entire duration of the previous month. Now, Therefore, your local database, every transactions, when it is captured, it is more of a real-time database. But when there is a decision makers, they are not necessarily making all the decisions based on um, transactional data. So transactional data is like sales of a e-commerce platform, which Sandeep was saying, all these things. So decisions are not just made on transactional data, decisions are made on past histories as well as it may be the real-time transactional data. But you have a tiny small databases for capturing the transactional data, but data which has been captured by the small databases, that has to be put into some central servers, which is a static data. They are no more transactional data, so they are live data, a part of it, if not the entire data which is being captured during the transaction. The critical part of it has to be put into some other kind of you can say ledger, or you can say things which is mostly called the data warehouse, or sometime the central database. In today's date, most of the packages, it is more or less same. It has become more or less same, but let's say it is a some data warehouse. So basically it's almost like a rack with all your exercise books that you used to keep at some point of time. And then you have one exercise book which you will go to take class notes and all these things, which is your regular day-to-day thing. So imagine you, for those who are not from hardcore computer science or who are a little bit still shaking in terms of computer science, imagine that you have a rough sheet, you have a fair sheet. So you in the rough sheet, you do take all the details in a runtime basis, come home and extract critical information from the rough sheet to put it in the main sheet. And in your final exam, before your final exam, you refer the fair sheet to study and revise. So ETL is the one job that you do to or rather the write from your rough exercise books to fair exercise books. So you read it, you clean it, whatever is not legible, you make it legible. Whatever is not available, you could not write at that point of time, you write it at the point of time in a full text, in a full sentence, and put it in the fair sheet. The ETL is that job which does the same kind of analogy in the database world. Okay. So the reason I'm saying it that, okay, fine. Most of us, I mean, it was an extremely nice examples which Sandeep was giving e-commerce platform, because all of us in today's date are almost every day using the e-commerce platform. So that's a very much relatable examples. The reason I'm saying the physical or kind of anecdotal evidence or analogy in our day-to-day life, ETL is that kind of job which does this transformation of live data into a kind of static data for my future decision making, or what kind of decision making. For an e-commerce platform, it can be a recommendation systems or recommender. For an e-commerce platform, the decision may be something else, like product recommendations or price recommendations or whatever may be. For a bank, it may be personal loan which is pre-processed, or some other decisions. So you can easily understand the critical role of ETL, but ETL is not something which you will see in the front end. ETL is not something which day-to-day business users will deal with. Okay. So therefore, it is extremely critical to understand, if you would like to be in a data science world, that what is happening or what kind of extraction is required, what kind of transformation is required. If you really would like to understand data, that's why it is extremely important for you to understand, one, criticality of the ETL. Second thing, the technology behind ETL. Third thing is that how you can make an ETL exercise extremely fruitful for your next step, which is your data analysis. Okay. So therefore, now, if you don't want to be in a hardcore technology or database scientist or something like that, maybe you need to understand the fair bit of principles, how it works and all these things. Then there are different engineers who does the ETL in its own on a day-to-day life. Okay, now let us see what is here. Okay, so anyway, I will go through main PPT. So I mean, if required, I'll open up websites and all these things. But by this time, I think you've got a fair bit of idea what you're doing. So it is exactly same thing what I was saying, that this is ETL is the consolidation tool. Okay. So just keep it in your mind. It's a consolidation tool. So for example, suppose you want a 2-day trip across Europe. You can think it e-commerce platform parallels that you want to purchase something, but here in this case, you want a 2 weeks plan across the Europe. One is that you yourself can search for every single websites, blogs, Europe websites from the Europe, websites from the Indian traveler or some other country travelers to Europe, read them and create a knowledge about the entire tour, price, planning, places to visit, places to eat, and all those things. What is happening here? You are running your own ETL. Okay. So which is called heuristic ETL, which is much more efficient than any ETL the world will uh, ever see. But again, it is a little bit of difficult to maintain that trajectory, to maintain that algorithm. But imagine if you have a portal which is consolidating everything and giving you exactly what you need to know. So what happens is that you start different sources, travel blogs, booking confirmation emails, recommendations from friends, social media, and blah, blah, blah. Each source offers valuable information, which you will have to give your effort, your intelligence. Uh, but most importantly, they're all in the different formats, scattered across different platforms. Some will give you text, some will give you exact numbers, some will give you some pointers, key, you can do this, you can do that, blah, blah, blah. Now, you basically has to change the entire format in your own way and create a pattern of the information that you are looking for. Now, question is, how might we combine all these pieces of information into one clear, accessible itinerary that ensures a smooth trip without missing out on any must-see spots or experiences? Now, that's a question most of us have, and you may have noticed it. Some of you are extremely task-oriented. Whenever there is a action they are asked to do, they need exact steps they should be following or exact outcome they are expected to deliver. Then some people can create this imaginary mapping of things that they will create. They might not articulate, but they knows exactly. ETL is the first category, which helps you to get more of a clear, accessible itinerary or clear, accessible representation of information in different formats, in different standards, in different languages, from different machines, desktops, softwares, or anything, in a unified, readable, understandable, and actionable data. Okay. Now that's the philosophy, and whatever you are doing, you must understand that ETL's job might strict to that point. Okay. So if you are how you're as a data scientist, you need to know the ETL is that if there is a fragmented databases, data warehouses, and all these things, and you need to run an insights or you need to create an insights from the data, you know what is the data you are required. So you need to know exactly from where you'll get the data, what kind of transformations are required, and how to get the data in the right format so that your analytics algorithm can run properly. Okay. Now, and that's why exactly you need to understand the fundamentals of the ETA, the basics of the ETL. Obviously, you cannot learn ETL in 2 months in the entire details, because there are people who have spent like years after years to run the ETL. By the end of these lessons, I think it is not about just these lessons, but okay, it's about the end of this subject. But these lessons particularly, at least you will be able to understand where you need to apply ETL processes to streamline data management and enhance analytical capabilities. Compare the features and the functionalities of leading ETL tools, and you will be using some of those ETL tools through the great instructors that you have. And I'm sure you will have, by the end of the entire course, you will have an extremely confident view of the ETL. We will talk about some of the tools here, and then we'll learn what benefits they have and effective utilization of diverse data management scenarios and all these things. Before we jump into the next slide, uh, there are certain things you need to understand in the entire world of data world if you are not already heard about it. there is one kind of data which is easily tabulated or easily put into a table. That kind of data which is called structured data. Okay. Since you have already done SQL and all these things, what kind of database is good for dealing with the structured data? Okay, I will come back to this question. And then there are certain data which are not easily tabulated or it cannot be put into a table easily. Okay, those are called unstructured data. Okay, those are called unstructured data. Which database holds unstructured data or which database is there, exist so that we can work on unstructured data? So most of the cases in the ETL you will see predominantly as of date. Now, understand the characteristics of the joining, interconnections, extraction, everything, all the philosophies are a little bit different between structured data and unstructured data. Many times and possible in this class, you will deal with structured data when you're talking about the ETL, but there are ETL tools for dealing with the unstructured data also. There are some ETL tools which works in both ways. But understanding what kind of data you are dealing with is a critical while you are trying to become a data scientist. Okay. Now, what is ETL? You have heard a lot of things from the Sandeep, and possibly by this time you have already realized. One is that extraction, then the transformation, then the loading. So extraction is you take it from the container. Transformation is you wash it, you clean it, you remove all the dirt in the data, and then you dry it and then put it into another fresh container, right? So extracting data from the source system, transforming data to meet business needs or analytical requirements, loading transform data into a target system. Now, this is the simplest form of the definition of the ETL. Now, each of those uh, activities, separate activities, may have a lot of sub-activities, will definitely have a sort of sub-activities. Predominantly, it is the transformation layer, which is doing majority part of the cleansing of the data and putting it into the right format of your actionable work. So essentially, it helps organizations integrate diverse data sources, enhance data quality, and prepare it for analysis and decision making. Now, how to do, and all these things, all this hands-on will happen soon. What do you do in an extraction? So it is extracting data from diverse sources like database, flat files, and applications. And it is exactly the same example I gave you regarding the bank. Suppose State Bank of India in your respective cities will have 100 to 1,000 branches. Every branch, morning 9 a.m. the bank starts. People comes, they withdraw money, they deposit money, they create account, they apply for a loan, they get the loan, and 1,000 kind of applications. Somebody opens a locker. So can you imagine the volume of transaction that happens in a branch in a day? So now, if you would like to have a broad view of the performance of the bank in a city in a day, that itself is a big task. So the extraction is the first part where you extract all these transactions from all these diverse sources. Somewhere it is a text file, somewhere it is a database file, somewhere it is an Excel, somewhere it is Access, and so many other things. Now, for example, a global retail chain aims to analyze customer behavior. I'll just go through the PPT so that those who are running it later can relate also. To identify candidates for their new loyalty program. The initial step involves extracting transaction data from its stores worldwide, including transaction dates, item purchased, payment methods. Now, it is important to manage variations in the currency, time zones, data formats due to geographic diversity of the stores. Okay, now this is a perfect example, but let us say tomorrow State Bank operates in the respective regional language in all the cities across the world, including, I mean, obviously India also. So obviously State Bank of Maharashtra operation happens in Maratha, State Bank of Tamil Nadu operation happens in Tamil on all this. Imagine the situation. So now I have a branch level diversity, then I have a state level diversity, then I have a language level diversity. Then I will have dates, items, or rather dates, accounts opened, customer information, and so many things. So an extraction engine should be able to extract data of all these formats, okay, that are coming from multiple sources. Sources means types of systems, Excel file or text file or SQL file or any other formats, XML file, HTML, whatever you can think of which carries the information. In the transform layer, it involves cleansing, standardizing, and transforming the extracted data to ensure its consistency and quality. For example, suppose in some branch is capturing currency deposited or INR deposited in a double digit format. Some bank is capturing it in a 4 digit format or some other format. Some bank is also taking or dealing with the dollars and the pounds and euros and all those things, which are basically banks branches which deals with foreign currency. Now, when the extraction happens, it should be first converting all the multiple digit data in a single standardization. Say every single data will be represented with 2 digits. In that case, you might lose some information or you might gain some more information. That's a decision at a high level decision that, okay, I'm fine to convert everything in the 2 digit, or every INR in a two digit format. Okay. Now, some of the system captures time as MMTTYY. Some system captures it YY. You may have faced this conflict while working with certain systems already. In the transform, we change all the dates into a unified format. Okay. Now, it may so happen in some application within a branch is taking your entire name as a string to pass on certain information. Some is just taking first name and customer ID uh, as validation of some transaction, which essentially means while extracting data, you may have done 2 transactions, but your identity in those transactions are of different format. So now, if I have to understand you as a customer, what all things dealing with the bank, I have to understand that these 2 formats, which is captured maybe in the loan application and the account opening, are basically same entity. So that is also some kind of transformation which works. I believe it doesn't mean that it is a faulty typo. Was a Lalit Prasad. So essentially, I mean, just if you can read what is there, all these things is that after extracting the transaction data, the next essential step is standardizing these formats. And the reason is that standardization is required, although this standardization may sound very, that's okay, Lalit. The standardization is extremely essential and there are a lot of works. It may sound very easy or it may sound very naive, very primitive, but there are too many works. So when you will really work in a real business instances, you will realize, and I'll tell you why this is happening. You might be thinking that I am anyway setting up database, sir. Anyway, I am having so much applications in the organization. So then why there is a disparity? Why not I have the same standard? It doesn't work in the organization. It doesn't work in the organization in this way. The reason being simple. Organizations do not create their entire IT landscape and then start building the organizations. The business exists. Then they have embraced databases, they have embraced applications, they have embraced websites, and every time something has being developed, their standards have changed. So essentially, by the time the organizations has grown bigger, it is too much varieties, too much diversity within the organization. Okay. So therefore, you really cannot avoid it. It has happened because it's a law of nature. This is how the organizations has grown. Okay. No, it is not like in today's date, Gen Z or kind of today's organizations who starts with IT. So most of the Fortune 500 organizations or bigger organizations have built their business. Then they have embraced IT or information technology. Then they have taken one database. Then some other practice, some other vertical has taken some other database. Somebody has built an applications for customer onboarding, and then somebody has built an applications for inventory management. When these two applications has built by two different agencies, so they have followed the different standards, different coding standards, different captures and representations and all these things. So therefore, that differences in the standards of capturing data exist. And therefore, it becomes an extremely challenging task as a data analyst to really marry data from two different standards. And if you, once you are really on the field, you will see that 80% of your effort is going towards this data cleaning stuff. Data collection and cleaning is a 80%. Running the algorithm and inferring from the algorithm, as far as time is concerned, is actually not that difficult. In fact, most of your class exercises, you will get a clean data. Mostly you don't have to deal with all these complexities, but when you hit the reality, there they exist. So anyway, I might be deviating a little bit, but I think I may not have opportunities to caution you that you do appreciate that this challenge exists on the real life, and therefore you need to understand and read and study and do whatever coding knowledge or whatever all these things. Okay. So once you have extracted, standardized, which is called transformed, then the next step is obviously you put it in a container or a data container. You can call it data warehouses or central database or core database or whatever. Now this process on the load, the loads transform data into the target data warehouses and destination systems. So data warehouses conceptually mostly deals with static data, database or whatever data mart, and then today's date there are so many other terminologies are coming. They are okay to deal with transactional data, which is a mostly real-time data. Okay. Philosophically, when I say data, it is always dead, means it's a past event. So when you hear this voice, it's a data, and this is actually already happened. But anyway, the load does is that whatever you have transformed, put it into another container, which is a much cleaner, much efficient to have this reporting part, inside development part, or kind of actually in the real world, it is used for MIS or management information system, where all the senior managers strategic decisions are based on how efficiently your data warehouse has been able to capture the data in the varied sources. Let's see what is the example. So once the data is cleansed and standardized, it is loaded onto a centralized data warehouse. This consolidated data enables the generation of comprehensive reports on customer purchasing habits, which is crucial for identifying which customers identify or qualify for the loyalty programs based on their buying pattern. So, I mean, this has given a series of events. So first is that whatever data that will be kind of captured, which is called data capture or information creation, then the transformation, and then your load. So basically to run the loyalty program based on their buying patterns. Now, okay, I'll come back to the, so I am about to, I was thinking of asking some basic data. We'll come back to it a bit later. So ETL in the data management and the analysis, there are different purposes: data integration, data cleansing and transformation, data enrichment and aggregation, incremental data updates, data loading, making the data consistent, and whatever analytics and the reporting. Obviously, ETL will not have a full-fledged analytical capability. It is not meant for that. Also, it will not have a full-fledged reporting capability because ETL always works on the delta data. So it always works on what is there in the data warehouse and what has happened after that. So obviously, its reporting also will depend just based on that delta data. So let's see what are those things, what happens in the ETL in the data management and analysis. Data integration. ETL seamlessly integrates data from multiple sources into unified repository for comprehensive analysis and the management. Now, these are basically expectation from the ETL. So eventually when you will learn the tool, the tools or different tools will have different levels of expertise to these expectations. In the sense, some tool may be extremely high on the terms of data integration, might not be that great data cleansing and transformation. Obviously, the tool which will be efficient in all these characteristic dimensions will be extremely costly. So that itself is a quite bad thing. Okay. So data ETL tools should be able to do integrate data. They should be able to cleanse and transform the data. What is cleansing of the data? They clean and transform raw data, ensuring its accuracy and consistency for reliable analysis and decision making. Okay. So between this duration, the additional knowledge that you have gained about ETL is your delta knowledge. So delta data is exactly same replica, is that what data that was passed from that point of time till now, whatever additional data that has been created. So, I mean, it is used colloquially in the industries or whatever, but it is predominantly for the understanding. Next one is the data enrichment and aggregation. ETL processes enrich data by adding additional information and aggregating it to provide valuable insights and trends. For example, the one which Sandeep was showing you, that you want to recommend products or you want to recommend based on the reviews received from the different customers or review recommendations. So that's called insights or trends. So those are valuable insights and trends. Now for that, you need to aggregate that informations. And then if certain things are not there, you need to add that additional informations. There can be different formats, different types of additional information that would require for a perfect reporting purpose, which will change from context to context. So what I'm trying to say here is that there is not exact one set of examples for additional information. It can be a dollar sign itself, it can be INR sign itself, or it can be breaking the address into smaller chunks like road, state, zip, and all these things, or putting it into a single chunk like the entire address in a single field. Then additional information, if you have city, you are adding state information like that. That is just one of the examples which is easily understandable. There are thousands such examples based on your practical implications, based on the field that you will work on all these things. Then it is incremental data updates. It is precisely what I was saying, the delta data. So ETL enables the incremental update of data, ensuring it processes only new and changed data, thus saving time and the resources. And this is an extremely important characteristics of a good ETL tool. What it means is that I'll give you a more day-to-day example. Suppose you have a hard drive, okay, and then you want to sync your laptop with the hard drive. Okay, now every day you can plug the hard drive to your laptop and copy and paste every single thing in your laptop to the hard drive, or you can have a software which sees or which looks into that whatever has been changed from what you copied in the hard drive than what exists in your laptop, and only copies that much to your hard drive. That will be that much of easier and convenient, because then you don't have to repeat the task. So you are wasting a lot of energy, time, effort, and hard disk space, and obviously processing uh, ROM or a processing capability. So that's exactly the ETL should be able to work on the incremental data updates. It will be faster also, but only challenge is that you need to understand there has to be a marker of what is the incremental data change. So that is that's of ETL coding part, okay, not ETL application part. What I mean is that when the ETL tool is built, that has to be inbuilt within the tool. Now data loading. ETL efficiently loads processed data into target systems or data warehouses, making it accessible for analysis and the reporting. So now when you assess or judge the ETL tool's capabilities, these are some of the dimensions on which we will be able to judge. Data consistency. ETL also ensures data consistency by applying validation rules and error handling mechanisms during the transformation and the loading process. Analytics and the reporting. ETL prepares data for analytics and reporting by structuring it in a format suitable for analysis, enabling organizations to derive insights and make informed decisions. So if you look into this entire characteristics dimensions of the ETL, how ETL helps us, if you see that how your brain's filter works, ETL works exactly almost the same way. Okay. So if you look into this data integration, cleansing and transformation, enrichment and aggregation, incremental data updates, data loading, consistency, analytics, and the reporting. All these characteristics are performed by ETL in a different degrees, and they are equally important. So let's take some scenario analysis of data management. Fresh basket. I mean, I think you can now correlate because Sandeep was anyway talking about Amazon's basket and kind of your cart, shopping cart or whatever. So Fresh Basket, a local grocery store, plans to double its market presence. To make better informed business decisions, they gather a plethora of information from various channels. Feedback from customer surveys on the social media, sales recipients, sales receipts from the cash register, online sales logs, weekly vendor delivery schedules via email, inventory levels from their stock management software and like this. So, okay, fine. Many of you might be confused about many of these terminologies, which are a little bit of business terminologies. So basically, uh, they want to double its market presence, means they want to increase or grow in the market. So they have gathered the information, customer feedback, then sales receipts, how much they have sold, and all these things. So let us see on these dimensions what is expected from the ETL. If it is a matter of data integration, if you look into this, you will have customer survey, then the social media data, then the sales receipts, cash register are extremely like table and a kind of Excel, online sales logs, weekly vendor delivery schedules. They are of a different format. Email, like it may be HTTP, it may be in one number and all these things. So ETL will take customer feedback, sales data, vendor emails, etc. from Fresh Baskets, different formats and locations, and put them in the database. So that's one of the job of data integration. And I'll tell you how is it. Customer feedback may or may not be tied up to or linked to a sales data. Customer feedback just may be how the store looks like or how the entire experiences of getting the product. Means it might not be just about the product, it might be the whole experiences. Again, sales data may or may not be tied up with vendor emails, that from use case to use case that will vary. But data, when I say talk about data integration, ETL will take care of if there is a data coming from multiple sources, it will be able to integrate them so that they can be put into a database or data warehouses. What happens in a cleansing and transformation? In a similar example, the ETL will remove any irrelevant or incorrect information. For example, you capture Mr. XYZ, and in other place you capture XYZ, in other place you capture the email ID. Okay. Now, Mr. XYZ and XYZ, if you cannot have both of them in the data warehouses connected a transaction, so you'll have to remove either Mr. or you'll have to add Mr. where it is not there. Or when the email address is wrong, and there is ampersand and then there is nothing xyz dot abc or whatever, like wrong email address, incomplete customer service. There are 10 questions, they have answered one questions, 9 are not there. Maybe ETL will just simply remove it because it is not adding much value, or may use it for some other purpose. I'm just giving an example. So also here, data enrichment and aggregation. So first I have integrated from different sources, then I have cleansed and transformed, and then I am enriching it. I have not enriched it yet. So enriching is adding something. Okay. ETL will enhance their POS data by aggregating sales figures to show trends and patterns. So it can aggregate multiple similar transactions or similar product details. That will obviously depend whether business want it to happen or not, but it can do that, helping them understand which products are best sellers. Next one is incremental data updates. They will update its database daily with new and modified POS data. POS is a point of sales data, where you do the transactions, means purchase happens, all the counters that you have seen. Uh, a modified POS data instead of reprocessing the past data, saving the company's time and resources. And this is precisely what I was saying, that it should work on the delta data. Data loading. ETL moves the cleansed, enriched data into its business intelligence system, which is basically data warehouse or some form of data warehouses, mm, making it ready to analyze data and build business reports. So you can clearly say that if you are a data scientist and if you don't understand ETL, you will not be able to fulfill the requirement of the analysis, because you will have to live with whatever is there or whatever is given to you. But if you do understand ETL, you can dictate the terms that no, okay, give me this format, add these things, or remove these things, or club these to fields, all these things. So in order to understand what you need for data analytics, you need to understand the ETL fundamentals. Data consistency, where it is written INR, somewhere it is written RS dot, some it is written some other format. So that's about maintaining consistency. Why do you need to maintain consistency? It is the same column which will be aggregated, subtracted, clubbed, multiplied, or all these things. So if you are having different types of notations or different types of formats, it may create a problem. So ETL will ensure data consistency by applying validation rules to remove incomplete survey data and invalid phone numbers to streamline their marketing campaigns. The next one is analytics and reporting. ETL will provide structured data for analytics and reporting, enabling stakeholders to analyze target demographics, plan offers, identify potential customer across various product categories. Okay. So this is how the same example, it does help us in different dimensions. Okay. Sir, in the ETL, we use Excel if we are cleaning and validations. See, ETL is basically an activity. How you do, how you extract, how you transform, and all these things, it really doesn't matter. ETL tools are there, which sits between your database and data warehouse to do this job for you. Some ETL tool supports different types of databases. Some ETL tool might support Access, Excel, or whatever. So ETL itself is an activity. I mean, you can really sit with all this data manually and do the changes and do the XETL. Okay. Excel, if the data size is too high, is a little bit of difficult part. Smaller database is fine. So now we'll talk about a little bit of ETL tools, overview, features, and the functionalities. You may not have to memorize all of those things, but remembering some of these tool names helps when you are talking on the industry, when you're talking to someone else outside. Okay. Or you may be using some of these tools. You will be definitely using some of these tools, might not be all of them. So ETL tools are software solutions designed to handle the process of extracting, transformation, and the loading data. So you have a database, ETL extracting from here and putting it in a data warehouse. So obviously that house, data warehouse comes with a house side. It ensures data accuracy by providing quality management features and connectivity to multiple data sources. Now, as an organization, the reason being is that as an organization, you may have loaded your database or implemented the database in a different ways. Similarly, you may have a data warehouse installed at some point of time, or data warehouses you have purchased. You can continue changing ETL vendors. Okay, today it is this, tomorrow if your data has become complex, then you use some other ETL tool. You would certainly need the integration and connectivity and all these things but that is highly doable. So this work of function of this tool is quite independent of both sides. It may be the same vendor who is giving ETL tool, but that's a bundle offering, like someone who is selling shoes also sells socks, but it exists in its own right. So that is the whole purpose of saying so many words. These are some of the common ETL tools. Open source ETL tools are Nifis, Pentaho, Airbyte. Since these are open source, you may need a little bit of more expertise to customize them and use them. So obviously the user friendliness will not be as good as the enterprise ETL tools or licensed ETL tools. Uh, Talent, on the other hand, these are some of the good ETL tools. IBM's InfoSphere, Data Stage, Oracle's Data Integrator, SAP's Data Services. Microsoft has an SQL Server integration services. Informatica was extremely famous at some point of time. I don't know whether it is now. When data warehouse DWBI was emerging as a concept, Informatica was one of the de facto tools which most of the organizations were using. And then among the cloud-based tool in today's date, AWS Glue and so many other cloud-based tools exist. So many of these tools are extremely user interface based. So it's just mostly about drag and drop and couple of logic rules or business rules you need to establish. Now it provides a visual interface for designing data flows, making it accessible to both technical and non-technical users. So the reason is that ETL does a lot of important tasks. And in today's date, there are data scientists who are not techie in the true sense, but they have to deal with the data. Therefore, it is extremely important that a tool has the ability that anybody, technical or non-technical users, can use it. So that's the reason of many of the new generation ETL tools are coming out with extremely user-friendly interfaces. Netflix, as Netflix expands globally, it faces significant challenges from the vast amounts of data generated by viewer interaction, video streams, customer feedback across diverse regions. These challenges include scalability issue, data integrity concerns, and the need for increased systems flexibility. You don't need to go to Netflix. Can you think of how many transactions is being captured by Amazon portal in maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes duration in a day? So when I say transactions, you may have purchased, or you may have just browsed an item, you may have just opened and chosen or seen the seller, just random surfing and all these things. So imagine the kind of volume of data that is being captured. Now, the key feature that ETL tool poses is to effectively manage the vast and varied data that challenges Netflix faces as it grows. What kind of key features do you think that this kind of uh, operations with extreme huge volume, and today's date we are talking about data, it is mostly a big data, uh, even if it is not termed as a big data, because it has a volume, variety, veracity, and all the kind of 5 characteristics or 10 to 7 characteristics, as they say, of a big data. So it's voluminous, it is of different varieties, it constantly emerges, it means constantly changing. So what should be the characteristics of such kind of things? The tool has to be extremely agile and extremely flexible. Okay, it has to be extremely agile because it need to embrace the changes in the data structure, in the data formats, types of data being captured. Okay, now here is how Apache Nifi supports Netflix in the ETL activities: scalability and the performance, data routing and transformation. It gives him flexibility, it helps it with a security and integrity, it gives a real-time processing. So let's go, each of those items is a little bit just for understanding purpose. It efficiently manages large data volumes across multiple nodes to enhance data handling during peak times. There will be peak hours, for example, Diwali, or it may be Durga Puja, or maybe 25th December, or some kind of festival, even Dhanteras. The volume of transaction in a e-commerce platform in today's date is like anything. Okay. So, and obviously, the delta that ETL deals with is huge, which means it has to have the ability to scale up. Means either ETL tool has to have the ability to scale up to meet the need of the hour. Then go for a data routing and transformation. It streamlines the integration and standardization of the global data sources, improving the accuracy of analytics. NIFI offers an adaptable architecture that easily integrates the diverse data sources. In the case of Netflix, it is a diverse, obviously. It has now have a regional language and so many other things, movies, TV serials, and then so many things. It has got multiple characteristics of the data and all these things. So its system should be flexible to offer an adaptable architectures that easily integrates with a diverse data source and supporting Netflix growth. The next one is the data integrity and security. It should ensure the protection of viewer information with advanced security features and data tracking. Now, this is exactly one important parameter or a dimension or a characteristics you should understand, that ETL should have the ability to understand the classified information which should not go to the database. Okay. I will give you answers if I know, but if it is a classified informations, uh, obviously NIFI is something which has helped Netflix. Right now, if they are changing the tool, they must, it is either available or been announced or not been yet announced. We are going to discuss about which ETL tool. So just type Airbnb in the Google and get to know. For nothing. I mean, you next time when somebody says Airbnb, you don't want to say that I don't know. Uh, and that's a just friendly uh, advice. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you all, if you're correct. So I'm sure all of you may have used it or at least taken the services. So, now just try to imagine the operations of Airbnb. They manages a global inventory of properties, right? Which property, what pricing, which date it is fixed, which date it is not reserved, which reservation has been cancelled, which reservation is discounted reservation because of some promo and all these things. Lot of information. It looks so simple, but information wise, it is just huge. That requiring real-time synchronization to prevent booking. I book from 1 to 3 of the property 1, then there is other person sitting in US also books the same date, same property. Okay. And the property was empty. So there is a conflict. So there has to be a need of synchronization to prevent booking conflict and streamline diverse source data. So they face the challenges of adopting data workflows to regional guest behaviors and legal requirements while scaling into new markets. So obviously, again, every region will have a different region legal requirement. For example, in India, you may have to carry a local identity card, which is a nationally issued. Maybe your other card, maybe your PAN card and all these things, or passport. In some country, you may not only has to have a local identity card, may have to maybe something else, for example, birth certificate. In some country, you don't need anything. The regulatory changes change. So then again, that is something they will have to capture. Ensuring compliance with international data privacy laws and leveraging guest feedback for personalization are critical. Now, I'll make it a simple. So, for example, in India, guest will give the ID card, scanning data, and all these things. The property information has to be synced globally, correct? So they may have some central data warehouse or something where every property's transactions by the end of certain period goes there. So imagine that customer identity details are going to some other country. It may be against the law, against the data privacy laws. So that has to be taken care of. So at ETL, it will be a business rules that any such information coming out should be trimmed out, means it should be cut before loading. Now, what tool might Airbnb use to efficiently synchronize its global inventory and ensure compliance with data privacy laws? So here is how Talent facilitates ETL operations at Airbnb. It goes for a real-time synchronization. It helps data integration, regional customization, obviously, and then compliance. I'll go from the bottom because the criticality or the risk factors are more towards the uh, compliance side. Automating data governance to comply with international privacy laws like GDPR and CCPA, minimizing legal risk. So imagine if it is a multi-country bank, payment process works. But then Swift messages or some kind of interconnections will transfer a lot of this data. They have to maintain their local compliance laws as well as international compliance laws. So that laws or the business rules related to laws can be implemented through ETL. Okay. Now, I'm not saying ETL will take care of the entire compliance activity, but I'm saying is a tool which can help better compliance management. Then there is a regional customization, adopting data workflows to meet regional legal requirements and the guest behaviors efficiently. They help Airbnb for a data integration, simplifying the management of diverse host and guest data from the various sources, ensuring consistency and accessibility. And then obviously real-time synchronization, which is anyway a kind of expectation for most of the entities. I will stop after this AWS Glue. So I want a logical end. So that's the whole purpose. What is AWS Glue? So it is a fully managed. So obviously it is a cloud. You can understand by the name. Fully managed retail service providers by Amazon Web Services. I'm sure many of you have used the Amazon Web Services. If not, please go log in. They have a free credit also. Or if you are going through institution, you may get institutional credit. It simplifies building and managing ETL pipeline, making it easier for organizations to extract insights from their data at scale. It allows data preparation and loading from the analytics using various AWS data sources, data warehouses, and data lakes. Now you will get to know, I mean, you already know the data warehouses, data lakes, and all these things as you are using. Cloud itself has a little bit of other kinds of complexities and benefits. But as far as ETL architecture or ETL working philosophies are concerned, it really does not extensively varies between cloud and non-cloud based ETL tools. Um, Now, this is the AWS Glue interface. Sorry, there is nothing that to teach you here. Just have a look, and then when you will actually access it. Some of the key features of AWS Glue: data cataloging. We can do this using stored procedures in Snowflake. So maybe ETL can be done without the need of external tool, but of course ETL tool provides. You are correct. If you are efficient, you can have your own ETL. So essentially, you need to do this job of extracting, transformation, and the loading. ETL tools comes with these features inbuilt. Okay. So if you as an organization, you can have your own layer, middle layer, to do the job which a ETL tool does. That is as simple as that. Yeah. And it is mostly the case. See, it is just not about ETL, anything. You can have your own database, you can have your own data warehouses, you can have your own wrapper, you can have your own web portal and everything else. And that is precisely where the tools comes. They say that I'm giving you, don't worry, you don't need to make. I have giving you everything. And that's where exactly it all matters. But anyway, key features of AWS Glue: it's a data catalog, um, data transformation, integration with other AWS services. Predominantly, if it is a ETL in the cloud, your main data warehouses and everything, many of the services are actually cloud-based. So you don't really use a cloud ETL tool and deploy it in your on-premises IT architecture. What do I mean by that? Your data warehouses is on premises, that is not on cloud. Your databases are on premises, that is also not in the cloud. You definitely don't go for a cloud-based ETL tools. Okay. So if you are talking, transforming and extracting and loading on the cloud, the source and destination better be in the cloud. ETL jobs creation and execution, it does AWS Glue. Data crawling, it's an extremely important feature nowadays. It is becoming data crawling, looks like. And serverless execution. Serverless execution, it essentially means that it did not has to have a server in reality. What I mean is that server is also virtual. So it's just a kind of virtual replica of the server. Again, anyway, serverless architecture is not the real part. Okay, that's a very important question. What is a data crawling? I'll come back to this question. Give me 2 minutes. Let me see where it ends, and then we'll come back to the data crawling. Keep it with you. The use case of AWS Glue is a Coca-Cola's global operation. Obviously, Coca-Cola's global operation generates a massive flow of data from production, sales, customer interactions across different regions. So, okay, at this moment, understand if it's a big organization, its entire data processing requirement is going to be big. Because big organizations cannot be monolithic. It means that big organizations cannot deal with only one kind of product, one kind of customer, one kind of region. Then it will never be big. Okay. So they will have production, sales, customer interaction across different regions stored in the various cloud and on-premises systems. The need for a real-time data integration and analysis is critical to respond swiftly to the market changes and managing resources efficiently. Okay. Now, the question is, in this case, what could be the primary role of the Coca-Cola's or ETL tool for when the Coca-Cola faces in managing its global data operations? And how can cloud-based data integration solution helps addressing these challenges? Now, one is that if Coca-Cola's architecture is cloud-based, the IT architecture is a cloud-based, it is better to adopt cloud-based tools, ETL tools. Now, my question is that think why Coca-Cola, the operation that Coca-Cola runs, it's better be cloud-based, or at least a major chunk of it has to be cloud-based. I'm not answering this question, but think about it. It is just not because they have money, they have purchased cloud or they have taken the cloud services. Okay. Now, how Coca-Cola leverages AWS Glue for ETL operations? Obviously, it's a cloud-based data integration. It is a streamlined ETL process. It helps scalability and flexibility, cost efficiency. Cloud usually are less costly on a one-year basis. I'll not comment openly whether it is always cost effective in a long term or not, but each year outlay is on an average on a cloud is less than upfront cost you pay for our on-premises softwares. And then obviously enhanced with machine learning. So that's the advantage of cloud-based tools is that AI. Yes, just give me 2 minutes, Tamanna. I mean, I just, I know. Okay, fine. So, okay. So this is typically these things. If you look into this cloud-based data integration particularly in the context of Coca-Cola, they automate data discovery, preparation, and integration from multiple sources. Many of them are actually on cloud, providing unified view of the decision making. So that is precisely the point. It automates complex data workflows, reduce time and technical overload. But you will see many of these capability that these ETL tools are giving to the organizations are actually common for all the tools. But they have used it after studying what kind of database they have, what kind of system they have, what kind of data volume and variety they capture, then taken a decision. And obviously, who has quoted less. Streamlined is, and then scalability and the flexibility, it adapts to data volume changes, ensuring smooth operations across the various functionalities without even manual intervention. Cost efficiency uses pay as you go. That's a benefit of a cloud. It has nothing to do with ETL tools. Uses a pay as you go model, charging only for active ETL jobs to minimize cost. So that is usually the cloud philosophy, that you pay as much as you have used. So in this case, the usage is the ETL. It is enhanced with machine learning. So it integrates machine learning to optimize operations and predict market trends. Okay. We have been talking about ETL tool, and we have given the examples of Netflix. We've given the examples of Airbnb. So it's basically a code which checks all the available internet portals or information available in the open market, in the sense internet, all these things, and it looks for a specific string, which is your objective. For example, tomorrow you would like to see how many of or what kind of discussions going around about IPL, for example, or specific player of an IPL in an IPL matches. So what you will do, I mean, it is practically, you can obviously do a Google search and go to portal by portal and read it. Instead of that, you write a code base which looks for a specific string or specific words about the string, the string. Say, for example, player name, bad performance, time of retirement, or time to retire, those kind of. And then you have the code base run on the internet. So it will do crawling the each page which has got this got that string, see what is there. It can summarize and do all these activities. But this whole activity of surfing the internet or crawling is like creatures which goes from place to place and keep sniffing. It can do that. So that is called data crawl or web crawl, that is called. So basically it is about going through portal to portal and looking for particular specific information and flush that information in a consolidated form, that these are the things which are given here and there. Now let us do a quick comparative studies of the three tools that we have mentioned about Nifi, Talent, and AWS Glue. I mean, we are comparing feature by feature. Interface, Nifi is obviously user-friendly with visual data flows. Talent is a drag and drop. AWS Glue is a visual and code-based interface. Uh, Data processing capabilities, open source Nifi will be strong with large datasets, including joins, unions, and lookups. Talent is a comprehensive data integration and a transformation. AWS Glue is a serverless architecture. It is built on that. It handles ETL workloads efficiently. But many times, if you are comfortable with open source is more efficient because that gives you certain flexibility in terms of uh, whatever processes, business rules, and everything. But again, it depends on what kind of IT infrastructure and IT network and IT architecture you are working with. Performance with large volumes of data, it is good open source, but can be better. Okay. Uh, Obviously, I mean, you can always customize, you can add your own wrapper and everything else. Talent, on the other hand, they can handle a larger data as compared to Nifi. But as the data volume increases beyond certain limit, the performance drops drastically. Glue, on the other hand, it is built with Amazon's or web services or kind of clouds elasticity in its own. So it is highly scalable. It is optimized for big data due to serverless architecture. Cloud integration. Obviously, cloud integration will be extremely high for AWS Glue because that is how built for that. Nifi can provide certain capabilities. Talent is a little bit stronger than Nifi, obviously. This is how it has been, all these things has been built. Mm. Fully okay, so these are basically, this is called a heat map matrix. Integration with cloud, I already mentioned, both of them, all of them provide fully managed. AWS Glue is fully managed, so you get all the services. But Talent and Apache Nifi are not fully managed. It is, in fact, Talent is a partly managed. Apache is absolutely not managed. So you'll have to have your own ETL management process. Native cloud services Glue provides, which none of the other two provides. Serverless architecture also the only the Glue, because it is in the cloud. So remember, in the cloud, when you talk about serverless, it is not really serverless. It is just that for an user, it is serverless. Okay, means if I am the one who is using Amazon Glue or AWS Glue, I don't have to see where exactly in the database or the physical hardware the data is stored. That is beyond my knowledge, and it is not required also. But that way it is serverless, but it has to have somewhere in that entire cloud network, in the entire data center, somewhere the data has to be. Visual workflow, obviously all three of them provides visual workflow. Pricing models, if it is a cloud, if they give you play as you pay as you go. Talent is a subscription based, and Nifi is open source. Clearly you can understand why Nifi will be a little bit more popular in terms of usage, because it's an open source. Many mid-tier companies would prefer, because there is no direct cost, but that requires a little bit of service and maintenance cost and coding cost. Now, this is important for you to understand. You might not really need to bother much about it. What I mean is that what considerations should you give in selecting ETL tool? And this is preemption of some of the queries that you are raising, that should I use this, should I use that, or which tools we should learn, and all these things. There are two things. One is the technical consideration and business consideration. And remember, this is just not about ETL tool. That is about any IT platform. One is the technical consideration and business consideration. As of date today, you know, couple of tools, you know their features, you know their capabilities, you know their pricing model, all these things. The pricing model is a part of business consideration. The other capability is part of technical considerations. Okay. Now, ETL tools vary widely in capabilities. Selecting the right tool involves aligning these capabilities with specific technical and business requirements. Again, which tool you will use depends on which architecture landscape you have. When I say architecture, software architecture, which means which database, which kind of coding standard, whether it's C, C++, Java based, or typically JavaScript, or it's a Microsoft stack, or whatever, what kind of servers you are using, what kind of businesses you are in. There are so many factors which are involved in selecting ETL tool. Now, technical consideration is, you can think of in a 4 dimensions. You can think of multiple dimensions. Everything will boil down to some major categories, and these 4 are those major categories: your integration capabilities, your performance metrics, your system connectivity, your real-time capabilities. We'll go through one by one by commonsensical means. What is the integration capabilities? ETL has to work and sit between your database and data warehouse, right? Now, therefore, it has to have an integration with your database systems. It may be text file, it may be SQL, it may be anything else. Or if it is a multiple, the ETL has to support all of them. And similarly, at the other side, which is the data warehouse side. Performance metrics, how the efficiency of the ETL tools, how much extraction capabilities, loading capabilities, time, then accuracy, then the analytics capabilities. The different types of performance metrics which is given in the ETL tool are also technical considerations. System connectivity is somewhere linked with the integration capabilities. How difficult is to create a connections. So if there is a change in the database tomorrow and I have to keep the same ETL tool and bring in new database of a different vendor, will there be a problem to establish connectivity? Will there be a problem to establish data transformation process, or all these things? So those are connectivity related issues. And obviously your real-time capabilities, that how faster ETL can extract, transform, and load, how much real or how much recency it can maintain. So those are broad technical capabilities or technical considerations while choosing ETL tools. And also your business operation will decide. Suppose your business is actually a real-time business and it is extremely critical that your reports are constantly real-time based updated. In that case, you need ETL time which can work on a smallest amount of data and very fast, instead of a large delta and a little slower. So that is better. But That means it can be cloud-based or it can be something else. That means you'll have to consider only those, even if those are a little bit pricey. When it's a business consideration, obviously it's all money, money, money. Cost effectiveness, how costly it is. User experience, whether user has a user interface. User means those who will use the ETL interface. It may be actual data administrator, it can be database management systems, it can be the analytics team, or any other team which uses transformation of the data. Security assurance. Security is something related to the compliance, if you can recall, that whether it is able to uh, filter data based on critical and non-critical data, based on privacy issues and non-privacy issues, or whether there is a chance of leaking data at the time of extraction. Okay, so those are the features. And obviously support structure. So from the support structures point of view, you will have a least support for the open source tool, least dedicated support. So there may be a huge support group for the open source tool because nobody dedicatedly supports it. But so when it's a support structure, whether you can catch hold of someone for giving you adequate support. So that's more or less business consideration. What do I mean by that? Possibly say, for example, support structure. If your IT team has a good ETL administrator, good coder, and everything else who understand ETL as well as good coding in the open source language, then you don't need support from the external parties. You have your own support. But if you don't have that large team, possibly it is better to go through a vendor, where vendor will manage it, or maybe it is through cloud, where even the cloud provider will manage it on behalf of you. Okay, so that's predominantly the business considerations that you would need from the ETL tool. Obviously, if you change business from insurance to retail to banking to some other, say, manufacturing, all these things, the need for transformation, loading and extraction, both frequency, complexity, efficiency, and other associated factors, for example, security and all these things, has to be taken into consideration. So, point being, selection of the ETL tool is not a straightforward process. For you, it is has to remember that what is your job or what is your expectation from the ETL tool is that it should be able to give you the data that is required for your analytics or data science related experimentation. Okay. For your practice examples or for your not only for this course in general, you might get a almost filtered data. But in when you go to the world and actually doing the play or role, uh, actually playing the role of an analyst or data scientist, you will really have to deal with ETL tool. Maybe you will have to inject certain business rules to make the data as per the desired format that you needed for your analysis purpose. Most of the time, they will give you data from the data warehouse, so they will not let you change or do something with the ETL tool, and then you will have to do your cleansing and your own transformation process from the data warehouse tools. But maybe it's a mid-sized companies or because of the policies, they will make their ETL open for you. ETL processes are crucial for organizations to manage, analyze data efficiently, supporting diverse business functions and strategic initiatives. Most of the time, ETL is a very very crucial in the sense, if you can imagine, the closest logical thing is a starter in your automobile. It is not extremely costly. It is not extremely complex. It is not extremely, I'll say, large in terms of volume. But if that does not work, many things, or rather the whole core engine, is almost useless. Okay. So ETL is like that. So if ETL functions well, you can encache your data in the enterprise. If the ETL does not function well, then your insights, analysis, and even management decisions and strategic decisions will be hampered. Okay. They integrate, transform, and ensure high quality data for timely updates and historical analysis. providing comprehensive insights. And these you have learned, I'm just kind of summarizing because it helps them. It performs cleansing, normalization, data enrichment. I think you know by this time normalization, cleansing, enrichment, all these things. You will see how it is done while doing hands-on. Obviously, thereby increasing the reliability. There are different tools we have learned. You will possibly might learn a couple of other tools. But what I would really recommend is that learn one or two tools extremely well. Understand the business rules that is applying from the business context. Otherwise, learning ETL tool will remain at the technical level, not at the data scientist level. Okay. Enter into the domain concepts, and then use your domain concept with the ETL. Otherwise, it will be just like learning C, C++ without knowing what to do with it. Okay. The factors that we will really look while choosing ETL tools, integration, scalability, connectivity, ease of use if you really want a user friendliness and flexibility.
We have walked through these things: the ETL process, different ETL tools, then comparison between different ETL tools, and relevance and use cases of ETL. We talked about what is ETL: extract, transform, and load. So I told you that there are different sources from which we are extracting the data, we are transforming that data, and we are loading that data onto the destination system. We also talked about the relevance of source, transformation, and destination part. Then we talked about different ETL tools, or I can say ETL tool category, where we talked about open source ETL tools like NiFi, enterprise level ETL tools like Talent. We talked about cloud based ETL tools like Glue, and the comparison between them. We also talked about relevance and use cases, like I discussed about e-commerce platform. We are going to focus on the AWS Glue. I'll be showing you how Glue works. We'll be talking about the orchestration part. What do you mean by metadata and the databases? Then implement Glue partitioning. So we'll be talking about the Glue partitioning as of now. We'll be implementing as we move forward. This is a very powerful optimization technique when you're dealing with huge amount of data. You can call it big data. Okay. Now, let us start with it. AWS Glue. Everyone knows what AWS Glue is. It's an ETL tool. It says it's a fully managed ETL service by Amazon Web Services. What it does is it automates the process of preparing and loading data for analytics. I guess I told you the relevance of ETL. See, if you want to take any decision, you need to be sure about the data in which you are on which you are working. Let's imagine the data on which you are working is having some inconsistency. So inconsistency meaning that the information can be wrong, or the data can be wrong in, or it can be in the wrong format. And if you are going to take decision based on this particular data which has inconsistency, then I don't think we are going to get accurate analysis. So before analysis, we have to clean this data, transform it, and after that we are going to write the data to the destination. So when I talk about data inconsistency, the data is being arriving from different sources. So you have different sources like source 1, source 2, source 3. It can be a database, it can be events, it can be logs. So any sort of data, structured, semi-structured, unstructured, any sort of data, if I'm talking about. So there can be multiple sources. You need to make sure that the data is in a proper format, and you have to keep that data onto a destination. It can be a data warehouse, it can be a NoSQL database, it can be an event store like Kafka. So there are different ways of working with it. So you have to bring the data here. And in order to bring the data here, the process which we are using is known as ETL: extract, transform, and load. So it's more like a prerequisite step before data science or data analytics activities. So you have to extract it, transform it in a way so that it follows the data quality rules, the format in which you need data. Like I say, birth date should always be, from the past. or I can say that email ID should follow a certain pattern. These are some rules, and these are very easy rules. As we proceed further, I'll also talk about some of the industry level rules which are being used, like referential integrity, then the uniqueness constraint. We'll be talking about these things. So you'll be taking data from here and you will make it available here in the warehouse or a NoSQL database or any destination you would like to have data. You will take the data there, and the data which is available onto the destination, here we are going to run the analytics and data science workloads, or analytics and data science activities will be done on this particular data. This job is ongoing because data keeps on generating each and every day. New events are occurring on your website. Let's take example of Amazon. So each and every day new events are going to happen, and these events are going to be uh, uh, generated at the source, and with the help of ETL job we'll be taking whatever is the newly arrived data into warehouse, NoSQL database, or any destination, and then we are going to perform these activities. Okay, so if I talk about this text document, I call it data for now. I'll open this. Okay, everyone knows how structured data looks like. I say employee ID, then I say employee name and salary. Okay, and I have records like this where I say one name of employee is ABC and the salary is 45,000, like that. Okay, if you talk about the semi-structured data, it would look different. It would look different. Let's say I have this employee, employees, and under employees I have a certain employee, and this employee has his own fields. This employee has his own fields. Like this employee might have an ID. The employee might have a name associated with him. We are also going to specify salary. Then we can specify the role. We can specify the joining date, like this. Okay. But the problem here is in semi-structured data, there is no guarantee that every object is going to be following same pattern. Okay, so let's say I had this employee, then I have another employee, and I have completely different fields altogether for this particular employee. Like this employee does not have the salary part, let's imagine, and I'm not giving out the role. I'm just mentioning the joining date, like this. Okay, so I have around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attributes for employee 1, and I have just 3 attributes for employee 2. So if you are going to use a structured SQL database to store a data which looks like this, then it will result in the null values. Like you'll be able to see multiple null values in there. But if you want to store it in a NoSQL database like MongoDB or Cassandra, then you don't need to worry about this. Okay, each and every object can be completely different. It might have completely different attributes, and NoSQL is quite flexible when it comes to this. Whereas the SQL databases, the RDBMS, are very rigid when it comes to the structure of it. Okay, so this sort of data is called as CSV, comma separated values, and in its true nature, it's a semi-structured data, which means it does have a structure, but it does not have schema. We'll be talking about this schema extensively as we proceed. Okay. Now we talked about this thing. It efficiently handles large volume. It integrates with other AWS services. It will be really, really beneficial. If you look at all these points, what AWS Glue does is automates the process of preparing and loading data for analytics. Okay. It provides atomic schema discovery, data cleansing, normalization, job scheduling. It does all these things. Now, you might not be aware of the schema discovery part or data cleaning, normalization, and job scheduling. We'll be walking through all these things. Okay. It efficiently handles large volumes of data. So you might have heard about Spark or Apache Spark. Let me just quickly show you. Okay, so if you talk about Apache Spark, this is Apache Spark. It's a unified engine for large-scale data analytics, it says. Okay, so it's really interesting. It handles batch data, streaming data, SQL analytics, data science, machine learning. It does all that stuff. And what if I tell you that the AWS Glue is built on top of this Apache Spark, and it works with the principle of distributed data processing. So whatever is the data gets distributed onto multiple computers or workers, and then it gets processed. Okay, so that's why it efficiently handles large volumes of data. It also integrates with other AWS services for comprehensive data integration and solution. Let's imagine in this particular slide, I said, okay, I am taking this data from certain sources, then I am running an ETL job, and I am writing data to data warehouse or a NoSQL database. So if this is an ETL job designed with the help of Glue, then it has seamless connections with other AWS services. AWS has 200 plus services. So let's imagine if I would like to write the data to Redshift, I can do it. Redshift is a data warehousing solution. We'll be talking about it. NoSQL is there are many services in AWS which are inclined towards NoSQL, but the most primitive to AWS is DynamoDB. And this integration is really easy. So if you are going to integrate Glue to the with these things, you're asking for connections with it. It is really easy with the help of Glue. So it has seamless connectivity with other AWS services for comprehensive data integration solution. So I can simply ask my data scientists and data analysts to get the data from Redshift and DynamoDB. Okay, and then process it and come up with the analytics or whatever it is. Okay. Okay, then let's move forward. Then this process is really important. The process of ETL job, like AWS Glue, which here it follows. It says cataloging data, but you might say, what is a catalog? Then defining ETL jobs, executing jobs, transforming data, all these things we are going to perform hands-on. The initial step is what our today's intention is: cataloging data. Data cataloging, that is one part we are going to focus on heavily. But I think I'll show you a little bit of hands-on that part. See, what do you mean by cataloging data? Let's imagine I have a data which looks like this. Okay, I'll just open this. I have a data which looks like this. Okay, let's take this as an example, or we do have other sorts of data as well. If I get into ETL, if I get into data sets, demos, get into lesson 2, I'll open it with Notepad. So if you look at this data, you have customer name, address, amount, transaction date, and type. And all these are the rows, and this thing is data. Okay, this thing is data. There are around 59 records over here. Now, what I am saying is, if I'm going to use these things, if I'm going to work with this thing, so if I want to catalog this data, then I'll have to extract schema out of this particular data. If you look at this, say you have already worked with the SQL part. So if I ask you what should be the data type of customer name, address, amount, transaction date, and all these things. So this customer name, let's take example, this John Doe. This is a string. And if you talk about the address, the address is also string. Okay, this address is also string. You talk about amount, it's a float value. If you talk about transaction date, it has date data type, or it can also be a string if you'd like to represent it that way. And talk about the type, it's also string, or in context of RDBMS, you can call it varchar. So it would be like this: customer name, string, address, string, amount, float, transaction date has date data type, and type is also string. Okay, and that is what we call schema of the data. In case of RDBMS, you're able to see the schema is attached to, I guess, every table. Every table has its own schema, right? But when the data is being generated in the form of logs, or the data is being generated in the form of events, will we have that sort of I would say flexibility where we have the schema attached to the data? So the answer is, you might have it, you might not have it. So we should be aware of how you can create schema for this particular data. You can create it manually. Now that you are able to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns, you should be able to create it, but you can create it manually. But if I say there are 50 such columns or 100 such columns, in production we have worked with 200, 300 columns per data set. So in that case, it's not always a good idea to create it manually. Okay. So if I'd like to create metadata for this one, I can simply log into my AWS account, and I'll show you with the help of hands-on. If I get into Glue, I have one thing called databases or catalog over here, as you'll be able to see, data catalog. So if I click on it, you have databases, tables. So I'll click on databases, and then there is this button to add database. I can simply say demo DB. This is the name of my database, and I'll simply say create database. Okay, so the database has got created, and inside database you have tables. I guess everyone is familiar with this. Inside database, I can simply create table. I can say add table. Let's say add table. Then I can say the name of table is customer info. I can say customer info. Talk about database, so it should be under the demo DB, and the table format is AWS Glue. Data sources, let's say S3 and all that stuff. I can specify this. Okay, and then I can simply say next, and it will be created. Okay, and I just have to mention the schema of it as well. I can create the schema. You can see choose or define schema. So for now, I can simply choose certain S3 location. Okay, so I guess I'll take this one folder for now called bronze. I'll choose this one for now. So this is just an example. Then I can click on next, and then I can define schema here. I can say add a field. This is first column. It should be customer name. The data type is string. I can say save. So one column is there. Then I can say add one more column. The second column is address. So I can say, okay, the name of second column is address. Save it. I'll add it again. Third one is amount. I can say amount. Save. Then I'll click on next. That is transaction date is one more column. Transaction date. And the type, that is one more column. Okay, so let's be clear about the terminologies. We are calling it schema. Okay, you can call it schema or you can call it metadata, because this is not actual data. It's not actual information related to customers and all that stuff. It is just specification of what is the structure of your data. Okay, like first column is customer name, second is address, and likewise other things. Okay, I'll click on next. It's a review and create. I can simply create it. Okay, now that I have created it, so I have this customer info table, and it has 5 columns, as you can see here, and the data type of each and every column. If I would like to edit it, I can change it. I can change the data type of this amount. I can simply edit it. I can change it to float. I can save it and save as new table version. Then you'll be able to see it like this. Okay. Can you call it the actual data, or you can call it metadata? Please use chat window to answer this question. Is it metadata or actual data? Okay. So we have received one question. What is S3? We'll be walking through it. Okay. This is just a quick demo for you to understand what it is. Okay. This is metadata for your actual data. So this is like an information, like or the information about data or data about data. That's what we call metadata. And this is actual data. This is actual data on which you have to perform the analytics. This is the actual data. Okay. Now, in Glue, you can represent data like that, and you can directly go for a SQL query here. Okay, so you have this information, then you can attach data to it, and you can directly go for a SQL query. You get the power of AWS Glue and the power of Spark, because ETL jobs internally are nothing but Spark jobs. We'll be talking about these things as we proceed. So what do you mean by cataloging data? You have different sources. You have data available in the different sources. All you need to do is you have to first figure out the structure of that data, what that data actually looks like, what is the structure of it. You have to look for that. You have to extract that. Another thing is, then step number 2 is to define ETL jobs. I guess when we get into hands-on, it will be very easy for you to understand this thing. Then integrating with AWS services, that's another part. Transformation monitoring, will be looking through these things. There is this use case, like in which context cataloging is important. Let's imagine that we are working for an healthcare organization which manages patient records and analyze medical data. So first thing you need to do is you have to catalog the data. The healthcare organization is going to collect the patient data from various sources. They catalog this data using AWS Glue components. Okay, so they basically infer the structure of this data and store the metadata or schema, whatever you would like to call. Then define an ETL job. Once your data is prepared and it is bound to a certain schema, then you can run the transformation logic with the help of SQL or any other kind of transformation. It will be easy if the data is cataloged. If the data is completely unstructured, it will be really difficult for us to manage. Then executing the job. ETL jobs will run, the data will be transformed. It can be stored in some sort of AWS service like Redshift or DynamoDB or S3. If you're not aware of these services for now, that's fine. And then there is this option for monitoring and logging. So what do you mean by monitoring and logging? If my ETL job is running, then I can see what's happening behind the scenes. Okay. Let's talk about some primary components of Glue, which looks like this. The following components, like AWS data catalog, a metadata repository. I guess we have seen a glimpse of this data catalog now. You will be having databases, and under every databases, you will be having definitions of tables. It's not as if this data catalog is going to store actual data. This data catalog does not store actual data. It stores metadata, or you can say schema. It's a metadata repository. Then there is this one part which says partitioning in AWS. We'll talk about this, and AWS databases, which are the storage systems. So we'll be walking through each and every part now. So AWS Glue data catalog is fully managed metadata repository and catalog service provided by AWS. Metadata repository and catalog service. So this is a part which is going to interest us, or we should be interested in this particular part. Metadata repository and catalog service. Likewise, you are able to see if I get into the data catalog here in Glue, then I'm able to see the databases, and under this databases you are able to see the tables if there are any tables, like customer info. So for now I am just having one database and one table. I might have many tables as well. And whatever tools are necessary for cataloging, so crawlers, it goes out and scans a particular file or a location to get these, and it extracts the structure of data. We'll be performing demo on the crawlers in tomorrow's session. Then you have connections, classifiers, settings, then stream schema registries and all that stuff. So whatever it is required for cataloging the data, which means figuring out the structure of data or assigning structure to data, is available here as part of data catalog. Okay. And with the help of data catalog, we are able to do many things. As we proceed, we'll talk about it. Then if you just go through some of the features of it, it is a centralized metadata storage, comprehensive metadata, unified view, data discovery, exploration, processing, data governance, and compliance. So we'll be walking through each and every terminology. What do we mean by centralized metadata store? Now you will be curious about it. Okay, what is there in the Glue so that we are calling it centralized? Let me show you. If my data is available, or if my metadata is available in the Glue catalog, in a similar way, we have this customer info table available here, customer info table. And the metadata for customer info table is stored in the Glue catalog, which we have created manually. Now you will say how it serves as the centralized storage. So you should be aware about other stuff as well. Like if I want to query this data with the help of, let's say there is one service on AWS called Athena. And if the data is available in the Glue catalog, I can easily query this data with the help of Glue catalog. Very easily, you'll be able to deal with it. Okay. Another tool is, you might have heard about the EMR. You might have heard about the EMR, Elastic, which is Elastic Map Reduce. So if you talk about Elastic Map Reduce, still you should be able to process the data which is present in the Glue catalog with the help of EMR. Okay. And Glue is not limited to this. It is not limited to this. You can also have data in Redshift if you would like to write the data to Redshift, which is nothing but a data warehouse. Then for now, I guess there are many new features available in AWS when it comes to data engineering workloads, like Iceberg, Udi. Okay, and if you are going to work with Glue, then there is seamless integration with all these features or all these services. There is seamless connection. So I don't need to store metadata in redundant way. Like if I want to process it with the help of EMR, then I'm going to take this information again in the Elastic Map Reduce service and I'm using it. No. Once the data is available in catalog, you can use all these services to interact with the data. Or I can process the data with all these services which you are able to see here. Okay, I'll just remove Redshift from here for now. Okay, there is one service which is called AWS Lambda. So you can also interact with the data through Lambda as well. So you have all these options available. And for that, you're not, so there is no requirement for you to copy this metadata or, have it in a redundant manner. This is just in one place when we say centralized metadata storage. Comprehensive metadata, of course, it is very flexible. So we'll be walking through this. Unified view. So because it's centralized, you'll be having a unified view of the metadata. Data discovery and exploration. These terminologies are important. See, if you're working with data analytics, you should be aware of these terminologies. Data discovery and exploration involves the, I would say, representation of data, and then there are some statistics also involved. We'll be talking about it. Data processing, of course, the catalog itself does not process the data, but it works or it helps in the processing part. Data governance and compliance, this is one part. There are many sorts of compliance strategies. Okay, so you might have heard about the GDPR compliance standard or something like that. So even if you're not aware of that, that's perfectly fine. That should not be a problem. Talking about data governance, which simply means that restricting the data from unauthorized access. See, I have two tables in Glue catalog, for example, customer info and customer passwords. Okay, this is very obvious, right? Nobody is going to store data like this. So I have customer info and customer passwords. So I don't want unauthorized person to access this table, and I can set it very easily with the help of Glue catalog. Okay, so we'll be talking about this thing and get into this particular part called Glue databases. So I guess we have explored this part. What is AWS Glue database? They are logical containers that organize tables in AWS Glue data catalog. They group related tables similar to how databases work in traditional database management system. So you have a database, and under that database you have tables, but the tables does not hold data. In tables there is no aspect of data. Okay, each database is represented as a namespace for table, allowing user to organize and manage data more effectively. So if I am working on an e-commerce platform, and let's imagine I visit this databases part. So I can say I can have multiple databases here. See, I can have a database for transaction, and all the associated tables for transactions are going to be in the transactions database. I can have customers database where all associated information for customers are going to be is going to be present in that particular database. I can have orders database. I can have sellers database. See, this is just an example. See, in under every database, you can have multiple tables. But to logically group the tables together, you need the concept of databases. Okay, it's like a folder, and all the associated files are there. Like if you're going for a college trip, so you had two trips. So you have folder one and folder two. In folder one, you have the photos of first trip, and in another folder, you have photos of another trip. So this is how you organize the data when it comes to the local computer. Okay. Because we have seen it in hands-on, I guess it will not be difficult for us to understand. Users can perform following actions within an AWS Glue database. So create table. We initially created one table called customer, and we have seen it. Modify. We changed the schema of amount, and if I want, I can also delete the tables. Okay. Define the table properties, configurations, and share common metadata settings. Okay. So yeah, these things are possible. Then use cases, data warehousing, data lake analytics, data preparation. All these terms are really interesting. Talk about data warehousing. Okay. So you have multiple options when it comes to the AWS if you'd like to go for data warehousing. So let's imagine, let's imagine you're using Redshift. But I guess before that, you should be aware of what is a data warehouse. Okay, I'll give you a quick introduction of data warehouse. I'll just write a short definition for it here. Talk about data warehouse. A data warehouse is a place where data is stored in a way which is optimized for analytics. Okay. So it's not just about data is stored, but large amount of data, a huge amount of data, because that's what we call warehouse, right? It is stored in a way which is optimized for analytics. Okay, and that thing is also called as OLAP, analytical processing. Now, if you'd like to, you know, extend your understanding for data warehouses, I'll just give you a real life example. If your room is organized, then it is easy for you to find your things. Like I don't have much of the discipline to organize a room. So every day I forget the keys for my car, and every day I have to look for the key in my room as well as in the hall. So I just have to check it through all the places. So but if I am a structured person, and I say I need to access these keys easily, so if I keep the keys in a specific position in the home which is easily reachable, let's say while I am wearing shoes, and while wherever I have kept shoes, if I keep keys there, then it will be easy for me to access those keys. Okay, so the way in which data is stored, the format in which data is stored, has a huge impact on the analytical queries which you are going to run on top of it. So if you talk about a data warehouse, there are many strategies of storing data, which is I'll just mention those strategies. So you have something called a star schema or snowflake schema. You might have heard about it. These are nothing but data representation techniques. You need to model your data into certain I would say for a structure, and then if you have it in this structure, then storage is also efficient and querying is also efficient. Okay, you can explore on what is star schema and what is snowflake schema for now, or even if you just go through what is star schema, that is enough for you to understand how it is going to solve these problems of data redundancy and the challenges which we normally get while storing the data. Okay. Okay. And when it comes to glue is not storing the actual data. It is just maintaining or storing the metadata. Then you will say, where can we have this actual data then? See, if you'd like to keep this data, or if you'd like to deal with this data, the most common place is the S3, which is a storage service provided by AWS, which is similar to your Google Drive if you are familiar with it. So, in case of your Google Drive, you can store data easily, right? Similar to that, you have a cloud based storage system provided by AWS, which is S3. So, you can have metadata in here in Glue. You can have the metadata glue catalog to be specific, and in S3 you can have the actual data. Okay, so this is decoupled now. These are not tightly integrated in context of glue. It's not as if the data is also here and metadata is also here. It is decoupled. I said that data can be represented in a data warehouse in a way so that it is efficient for analyzing or it is efficient for reading. Okay. This is called as OLAP, which is analytical processing. And in order to represent it, there are different data modeling techniques like star schema, snowflake schema. With the help of Glue, you can have metadata available in the star schema and snowflake schema. The respective data is going to be present on the S3 for respective tables. And then if I come back to this slide, here you can see data lake analytics. See, data lake analytics is like a trending topic because I'm a data engineer and I mostly work with data pipelines. So there is one project architecture which is being really famous right now, which is the lake house architecture. What it does is it says, okay, I don't care about anything, just get the data in one place and then query it. It's not as if I'll be using Redshift for a data warehouse and then NoSQL as DynamoDB, all that stuff. No, let's have all these things available in one place, which is data lake. Get all these things in data lake and perform all operations over here. Okay, so if I am using Glue, and let's imagine I have sources A, B, and C. I'm getting the data from these sources, transforming it, and having the metadata in Glue catalog and actual data in S3. Still, I am able to easily query the data with the help of other services like Athena, EMR, Iceberg, Hoodie. So I guess this is also one thing. Then Lambda, I can say, okay, I can interact with data through these many tools. So I don't need to put the data onto different places if I just have to work with it. There is no requirement for it. So I think this is easy for everyone to understand. This is what we call data lake. Instead of having multiple destinations, have complete data available in single place, and then you can use many services to query that data. Okay, if I come back here, then data preparation for machine learning. So basically data preparation is a stage where you're going to perform some operations on data. And I'll not say that the Glue databases are directly linked with data preparation. You can represent data for data preparation here. Then real-time data processing, this is also one feature of AWS Glue. So the data which is being generated in a real time means the streaming data. With the help of Glue, we can deal with it as well. Key features, as you can see, customizable table properties, you can customize it, data catalog integration, metadata sharing, partitioning. And now this is the most important feature for optimization, which is called partitions. I will say what exactly is there in this, partitions part, how it optimizes the ETL jobs or data processing workloads, how it is made possible. If you are going for shopping, then everything is categorized properly, right? Everything is categorized properly. Let's imagine this is an area for shopping mall. This is an area for shopping mall, and there are different sections over here. Okay, there are different sections over here. Like I guess for food related items, there is a section. Then I guess for clothing, there is another section. Then for electronics, there is going to be another section. Yes, for home decor, there is going to be another section. Okay, so you will have different sections like this, right? So whatever you would like to purchase, you will get into a respective section, and then you are going to simply purchase that product. It will be easy for you to navigate through the different categories. But just imagine, I have a shopping mall like this, but everything is mixed up. Okay, like you have t-shirts, and besides t-shirts, you have rice. You have laptops, and besides laptops, you are able to see furniture. You have a washing machine, and besides washing machine, you are able to see uh, uh, you know a pizza shop. Okay, this is not how our mall is going to function properly, because everyone will be confused. Even the staff who's working with my with the mall, they will also get confused. The customers will get confused for sure. But even the shopping, even the helping persons or my staff who's managing this mall, they will also get confused if it is not categorized properly. You will say what it has to do with the partitioning in Glue. Let me show you. Let's imagine I'm working on an e-commerce website, and I have to store this data into table. So I create one table called ecom data. Ecom data is the table, and under this table I have all the records. Like if someone purchases some food items, okay, I have records for food. Then I have someone purchasing from electronics category. Again, someone is purchasing from food category. Again, someone is purchasing from the clothing. Again, clothing. Then again, food. Again, clothing. Okay, these are just orders. I'm just writing out the category of it. I'm just writing out the category. Okay, and so there are around 3 million records, 3 million such records under the ecom data table. Okay, ecom data table. Now, if I am going to run a SQL query where I would like to see the sum of revenue for the amount I have uh, earned through clothing, then how would a query look like? The query looks like this. I say select sum of revenue from ecom table. Okay, I'll not write the complete name, where I can say category is clothing. So if I run this query, and imagine I'm dealing with the terabytes of data. So not even gigabytes. I'm dealing with terabytes of data, because data is very huge. Let's imagine this ecom data table is of size around 10 terabytes. Okay, so there is very huge amount of data. If I run this query, I have to scan the complete table if I need the results, because some records for food are here, then some records for food or clothing, I guess. Some records for clothing are here, some records for clothing might be there. So you have to scan through complete data, like from beginning till end. Okay, so I have to scan complete 10 terabytes of data. Yes, everyone agrees with this part. If I'd like to get the results like this, let's do the same thing. But here, let's imagine in table I have logically, or you can also say physically, separated the data into different partitions, and then I run this query. Do I need to scan complete 10 terabytes data now? Is there any requirement to scan 10 terabytes of data, or I can simply go to this clothing and scan it and I'll get the results? Okay. Yes, I think I should just go to the clothing part and scan it. And I don't need to worry about other categories, even if there are 50 more categories. I don't need to worry about it. I don't even need to scan that data. So the power of partitioning we were talking about. In case of clothing, I guess it worked, right? You have to be very, wise when it comes to choosing right attribute or right column for partitioning. Okay. So you have to be really careful when it comes to dealing with partitioning, because it is a design level optimization. It is you're dealing with the structure or the way in which data is stored, so that the data will be physically stored onto different folders. For clothing, you will have a different folder. For food, you will have different. For electronics, for home decor, for everything you will have. For every category, you will have different folders. So if your table has 10 columns, then which column I should choose for partitioning? It's a decision which has to be made very consciously. And we should also take into account the data access pattern. Okay, there are two basic rules to choose a partitioning column. The partitioning column should have low cardinality, which means there has to be less unique values for it. If I talk about product category, I might have 50 product category. But if I talk about order ID and I have 10 million orders, I have 10 million order IDs. But product categories are going to be 50 regardless of the amount of orders I'm getting. So this sort of attributes or columns are called as columns with low cardinality. So you have to choose columns with low cardinality for partitioning. This is first rule. Second rule is your data access pattern. Okay, I say let's go with category wise partitioning. But what if I'm not running any query which has category in the where condition? So if the category is not in the where condition of any query I am running, then anyways I am not going to get any benefit out of partitioning, because if I remove the where condition from this query, then anyways I'll have to process complete data. Okay. So data access pattern, and in that you should be analyzing the conditions. So the columns which are frequently used in the conditions while you are accessing the data, you'll have to choose such columns as partitions. And partitions can also be nested, like this is a single partition. And under every partition, if you'd like to have different partitions, you can also have them. Okay, like you have this product category, and under product category, you have quarter wise data stored, like data for first quarter, second quarter. So you can also have respective folders for that. So you can also have nested partitioning here. Okay, so this is how data looks like. Okay, and every other partition will also have this thing. So partitioning helps in boosting the query performance, because if you are going to use conditions properly, then you're reducing whole lot of data which needs to be processed. In the previous example, we have seen how you have to deal with complete data. In this example, it's really easy for us to tackle, right? Or the amount of data which we are going to deal is going to reduce. So that's what we mean by partitions. And I guess this is the information, you can just walk through it. It divides dataset into smaller subset based on specific criteria such as date, region, or category. Each subset is known as partition. It contains data that shares common attributes, making it easier to query and analyze efficiently. Then I guess these are the benefits. It improves data organization and query performance because the amount of data which we are reading gets reduced. You don't need to deal with complete data now. Okay. It reduces query latency. Then it facilitates data management such as archival, retention, lifecycle management. We'll walk through it as we proceed. All right. And then I guess there is this part for demo. If I quickly summarize what we have seen till this particular point, so we have seen few things, and these things are really interesting, whatever we have seen. We started off, what do you mean by data catalog? We talked about databases, or to be specific, glue databases. We talked about the integration of glue. A quick summary of what a data warehouse is. Then we talked about some of the features of, I'd say, the glue components. And from that, we talked about partitioning. I guess we talked about the metadata and actual data extensively. Metadata plus actual data. Talked about this thing. Okay. So these are some points which we have covered. See, if you talk about data lake, now it's a place which has no restrictions. No restrictions. Okay. Versus if I say data warehouse, it has many restrictions, like the way in which data should be stored, what should be the structure, what should be the schema, and all that stuff. So data lake is more like a dumping ground for data. What you can do, you can simply get the data from sources, whatever your data is, if it's a data lake. Okay, but data lake is not some sort of service, it's a terminology. Okay, it's a terminology, it's a data lake. You can implement data lake using S3. Okay, so on S3, if I have a certain folder, I can configure it as a data lake. I'm just bringing in data from different sources with different formats, and I'm simply dumping that data over here in S3. I'm simply dumping that data over here. Okay. Okay, so this sort of place is called as data lake, where you're dumping the data. You have basic querying available. You can go for querying with this particular data and like that. I guess Azure provides a really interesting stack for data lake capabilities. Similar stack is also being provided by AWS. So you can use Iceberg Hoodie on top of S3, and you just bring data here. You just bring data onto location. Okay, and for different purposes, you can access data from different tools, but the data is going to reside in one place only, which is a data lake. If I talk about data warehouse, it's a completely different story. Data warehouse, in AWS, there is a service called Redshift, which allows us to create a data warehouse environment. So Redshift, if I need to store data in Redshift, I have to, I can't simply, get the data from source and dump it into Redshift. I'll have a defined structure in Redshift, a predefined structure, star schema or snowflake schema, and then you are going to get data and put the data into the warehouse in a structured way. So the Redshift, which is a data warehouse or any data warehouse, if I'm talking about AWS, so it's Redshift. If I talk about the Azure, then you have Delta Lake. If I talk about Google Cloud Platform, you have BigQuery. Okay, so data warehouse can be, really, I would say, it has many other services available in other cloud platforms as well. Okay, so if you talk about this, in data warehouse, you can only have structured data, but in case of data lake, you can have anything. There are no restrictions. I can have a CSV file, JSON file, whatever it is. But these data warehouses have their predefined structure. Okay, and you have to keep data in a structured way. That is the main difference between data lake and data warehouse. I'm talking about direct data directly. Okay, so I have some events, which is like event log, which is a text file, events. Then I have some sort of customer information, which is structured data. I have some orders information, which is semi-structured, let's imagine. I have the transaction information, which is again structure. So the different kinds of data I can simply put onto the S3 and I can query it with the respective tools. But when it comes to partitioning, I'm talking about a single table. I'm talking about a single table. Like under a single table, you can have these things. Under a single table, you can have these partitions. Okay. So that is possible with the help of, I guess, in data lake also it's possible. In data warehouse, it's also possible. But Redshift has different way of dealing with it. Redshift does it with the help of dist keys and sort keys. Okay, similar to that, Delta Lake have a different strategy. BigQuery has a different strategy. So AWS Glue primarily provides around three categories, which is data catalog, data integration, and workflows. This orchestration part. So we are exploring the data catalog. We have not yet got into the ETL part of Glue. So we talked about data catalog here, and all the associated details related to data catalog, like what is metadata, what is actual data, what do you mean by databases, then integration of Glue with other AWS services, data warehouse, what is data warehousing. I guess we also talked about what is data lake. Then the concept of partitioning. We have walked through these things, and now is the time for us to get into a hands-on demo. See, we have to demonstrate a setup of AWS Glue and IAM role to perform various tasks and set up buckets and folders. Let's just look into this. Okay, I'll just give you a graphical view of this exercise. A graphical view of this exercise. So what I'm going to do here is, see, the task is pretty simple. I talked about S3 and I told you to relate it with Google Drive, which is a storage space or storage service provided by AWS. S3. So on S3, you have to create three folders. One is data, another one is temp, dir, and another one is scripts. Okay, so you have these three folders over here. These three folders on S3. Similar to what we do in the local file system. Like if I get into this local file system, in here I can say, okay, create this folder. So how to create a folder in Windows? You can simply say right click, new folder, then you will say data, tmpdir, and script likewise. Okay. But on S3, there is just one change. You need to create an S3 bucket first. See, bucket is like a container under which you can have different folders. So let's imagine I have a bucket, my bucket. I'll call it my bucket for now. And under this bucket, I can have three different folders. Okay, I can have three different folders under this bucket. Okay. And this is the activity which we have to do first. Another activity is I have to create an IAM role. I'll say what is IAM role. We should be clear about it conceptually before we get into hands-on. I am going to use Glue to access this data which is present on S3. But if you talk about Glue, Glue is just another service of AWS. Okay. Glue is an entirely different service. S3 is an entirely different service. So if I'm going to work with this, so Glue needs to access S3, but Glue is different service, S3 is different service. How can you provide authentication? So there are multiple ways of providing authentication. I can go for access key mechanism where I'm going to hard code the access keys in my Glue, and then I can then I can access S3. And another option is I can simply have an IAM role, and I will add all the permissions which are needed to run my Glue job here. Okay, I'm going to simply add the permissions, like in EMR role. I'll say I'm going to simply give all the permissions of an administrator to this particular role, and after that, I'm simply going to attach this role to my glue. If I attach this role to glue, then I don't need to physically hard code the access keys, and this integration would be, I would say, much more efficient. Okay, or there is no risk of exposing the access keys here with the help of IAM role. Conceptually, this is just a setup. We are going to just create IAM role. I'm not going to attach the IAM role to glue today. And we are just going to create these folders. This is like a basic setup which we have to do, which we have to perform for our activities. See, I'm going to create 3 folders in S3, and I am going to create an IAM role because I'm using glue to access the data which is present on S3. Okay. So glue can access data in, you have 2 options. Either you can have the access keys, which is like a password. You can either use access keys or you can use IAM role. So I can have administrator permission assigned to an IAM role, and this IAM role I am going to attach with glue. But today we don't have to attach the role. You just have to create the role, and you just have to create 3 folders. That's it. You just have to type in S3, and you should be able to see S3 like this: scalable storage in cloud. Okay. All you need to do is you just have to click on S3. Just click on S3 and you will see an interface like this. Okay. I'll give you time to perform the activities, but for now, just look into this. You might see a page like this, Okay. Once you are at this page, let me know. Once you are on S3, let me know. You'll see a page like this. Now you just have to get into this search, and in search you just have to type S3. The lab which you have just logged in, you just have to type in S3 and click on S3. Make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. So you might end up on different pages. Someone might also end up in the general purpose bucket, so they might get to see the list of buckets directly. That is also possible. But if you're logging in for the first time, you should be able to see this thing. Okay, then how to explore it? You can see this hamburger icon here. If you click on it, you get to see all the services which is provided by S3, and you just have to click on the general purpose buckets. So if you click on general purpose buckets, then you will see this particular page, and in here you will also see an option to create bucket. Because this is my personal account, there are many buckets available over here. In your case, there might not be even a single bucket, or there can be 1 or 2 buckets. We have to create S3 bucket. It's similar to creating a folder on your file system. Like, this is my file system. If I want to create a particular folder, I will simply say create a new folder. I can give whichever name I would like to this particular folder. Okay, I can give it name, then I can create folders under this folder. Same activity we have to do here. We have to perform here. Just click on this create bucket button and a new form will open up. Once you click on the create bucket button, you don't need to touch any configurations for now. All you need to do is you just have to give a bucket name of the bucket, and the bucket name should be unique across all buckets which are available onto S3. So I will say my bucket 111777 like that. Okay. And I'll scroll down directly. See, don't touch any configurations. And in the lower right corner, you will see create bucket button. Simply click on that. And once you click on it, you will be able to see the created bucket. I guess, yeah, my bucket 1177, as you can see, this one. Now that I have created bucket with this name, which is my bucket 111777, you will not be able to create a bucket with the same name. It's like picking up an email address. So this name should be unique. It does not accept underscores or any special characters. It can accept these spaces, but Space is, giving space is not a good practice. So make sure you use these sort of hyphens or something like that. So just create a bucket. Okay, you have to get inside this bucket, like in buckets page, in the buckets page on S3. Like if I navigate it from very beginning, in general purpose buckets, you should be able to see the bucket which you have created. Okay, then click on this bucket and get inside this particular bucket, and you should be able to see it like this. And around this hamburger icon, you will see Amazon S3 buckets and name of your bucket. Okay, if you're inside that bucket, give the name to your bucket and just click on create bucket. If it is not unique, you will get errors. Like if I try to create a bucket, I say create bucket, and let's give some obvious name. I'll simply say my data, and then I simply click outside, or I try to create it. I'm going to get error because of course this bucket name is going to exist. It says bucket name contains invalid characters. It should be 3 to 63 characters, unique, global namespace. Bucket names must also begin and end with letter or number. Valid characters are A to Z, 0 to 9. You can use dot and hyphens. So no special characters are allowed. If you are going to use underscore or something like that, you should not be able to create the bucket. Okay. The bucket which we created, you can always navigate back to the buckets, or you can always navigate back to directly S3, get into general purpose buckets, then scroll down in here, and you should be able to see this my bucket, whatever the bucket you have created. So click on that, and this bucket is empty, right? There is nothing inside this bucket now. You have to create 3 folders inside this bucket. Now, how to create folders in here? You see this create folder button over here. Okay, this is the same process which will be repeated 3 times. Okay, I'll show you for data. I'll show this to you for data. I can simply say create folder. Okay, I'm clicking on this create folder button. It is going to create. It is going to open up a form, and inside this form, I just have to provide the folder name. Nothing more than that. I'm giving the folder name as temp. I'm giving out the folder name as temp dir, temp space dir, I can say, or I can simply say temp. Scroll down a bit and simply say create folder. That's it. And a folder will be created here. Okay, and a folder will be created in here. So inside my bucket, I should be able to see temp folder now. Similarly, you have to create data and scripts folder. Okay, this bucket screen will come once you click on the bucket. Like you have a list of buckets available, then there is this bucket which you have. You just click on the bucket and it would open it up. You should be able to see it, and then you can simply create folder from here. Create 2 more folders here. So let's continue with the flow and create these 2 folders as well. I can simply say create folder again. It would open up a form, but make sure you're clicking on create folder under your bucket. Okay, so I say create folder. The name of folder should be data. Scroll down. In the lower right corner, you have this create folder button. Click on that and a folder will be created like this. Now I have data as well as temp folder under my bucket. And third folder, there is one more folder which we have to create. So I'll simply click on create folder, and the name should be scripts. Scripts. These names don't need to be unique globally. You can give same names. Okay. Folder names you can give same. Then click on create folder again. You should be able to see these 3 folders, data, scripts, and temp, under my bucket, or whatever name of bucket which you have given. Should be able to see all 3 folders. See, we have created this thing, a bucket, and I guess I can consider it done now. Now I have to set up an IAM role. This is our second task. I'm going to set up an IAM role, And like tomorrow or day after tomorrow, whenever we get into some exercises, you have to attach this IAM role to your glue. But attaching this IAM role to glue is not our today's job. We just have to create this IAM role for now. Now this one is remaining. This thing is remaining now. Okay. Once we are done with it, our today's job is done. Once we are done with the creation of IAM role, let's get into the IAM roles. Let's get into this task and perform it. IAM role. Now you have to get into console, and in here, in the search box, now you have to type IAM. But be very careful on this, because you have many services associated with IAM. Like one is IAM and another one is IAM Identity Center. Make sure you click on IAM service, not IAM Identity Center. IAM, manage access to AWS resource. So click on this IAM, and you should be able to see a page like this. So you might end up on IAM dashboard. You might also end up on this page, which is like front page if you are logging in for first time. Okay, you should be able to see a dashboard like this. You might not be able to see much of the information here because it might be restricted for your accounts. And that is not needed in our case as well. So don't need to worry about it. This is what your industry level scenario looks like. Because this is my personal account, I am able to see everything. But when you are going to get a corporate account, you will have limited access, only access to that particular service which is required. Okay, so you might not see most of the information. So this is also like, a corporate environment type, I would say, setup, where you have limited access to the services which are needed. You have to click on this hamburger icon, which are these three horizontal bars. You can call it hamburger icon. You click on that, and in the access management, you will be able to see roles link. So just click on the roles, and now you will be able to see this roles, these roles. Okay, not these 82 roles. Okay, you might see one or two roles or 7 or 8 roles like that. These are 82 because I normally keep working with AWS related services. So don't mind much about the count, but you should get into this roles page, and you should have this option to create role, which is create role, which is in the upper right corner. Can see this create role option? Click on it, and then form would open up. Okay, a form would open up like this. I'll work with it in the first page, and then I'll take a pause, and I'll give you time to perform this activity. But I have to explain few things here. Once I click on create role, AWS is asking me for which thing, for what you are using this IAM role. So I want to use it for my AWS service, which is Glue. For Glue, I need to create an IAM role. So it's an AWS service. Let's imagine if I choose a AWS account. So I'm creating an IAM role for account. Let's imagine I want you guys to have some access on my account. So I can add necessary permissions to this particular role and create that role and assign that role to you guys. And you will be able to access my account. Similar to that, there are different use cases of IAM role. But in this case, I'm choosing AWS service because I want Glue to access S3. Glue is an AWS service, and this service should be able to access this service, because these two are, they might belong to same AWS account, but that does not mean Glue can directly access S3. So I am creating a role for this AWS Glue, so that when I attach this role to Glue, then I am able to access S3 easily. Okay, so that's what I need to do. So I'm going to choose AWS service over here. Okay, and you guys also have to choose AWS service because we are walking through same exercise. So you have to choose AWS service, which is by default checked. Then for which service you are creating this this role, that's what AWS is asking us. For which service we want to create this role. So I say I want to create this role for Glue. If you click on the drop down, you can filter it. You can simply type in glue here, and then you'll see two options. If I type glue here, it shows me two options. One is the data brew and another one is glue. So click on glue, and what is the use case? Allows glue to call AWS services on your behalf. That's what is chosen by default, and then after that you have to click on next. Okay, you have to click on this next button, because this is a 3-step form. You select the entity, you add permissions, and you review it. Okay, I'll scroll down a bit and I'll click on next. So once I click on the next, there is another form which says add permissions. Okay, now we have to give permission to this role, this IAM role. So it's not the role which is giving you the permission. The permissions are bunched together in the form of policies. In the form of policies. And an IAM role can have multiple policies. Okay. An IAM role can have multiple policies. Okay. And the policies are assigned to IAM role, and IAM role is assigned to a service. Getting this point? Yep. So this IAM role, we are going to have it to glue. And if I attach policies to IAM role, which simply means whoever or whichever instance, at whichever instance I'm attaching this IAM role, I'm getting all these permissions. Like in these policies, I can say, okay, give this role a permission to access S3. I can say, okay, go ahead and give the permission to access S3. And then this role is now attached to glue, so glue can access S3 now. Now, this page says you have to assign the permissions to your role which you are trying to create. And we don't need to complicate things because we need full access. So you can see this administrator access, which means it has all access on all the resources, all services on AWS. Okay, I'll minimize this. Just check this checkbox. It includes all permissions, which means your glue job can technically interact with any service. So it has all the permission which an administrator has. So choose this administrator access, then scroll down and click on next. And a new form would open up in which you have to assign name to this. But make sure you add the administrator access as the permission. Now in the third step, which is step number 3, we initially selected glue and AWS service, then we added permission. Now you have to assign name to this role. So I can simply say glue admin role. Okay, I'm just giving a random name. You can give whichever valid identifier or valid name. You can see the limitations of creating name. So see, a name should be in a way that it should represent its true nature. So I said glue admin role. You can also choose the same name. Scroll down, you'll see description section. It says allows glue to call AWS services on your behalf. If you would like to add some more information to it, you can add it, but it's not necessary. And scroll down a bit, it's showing us the summary. Like in permission boundary, you're giving it the administrator access permission. And in case of tags, you don't even need to perform this operation. Just click on create role, which is in the in the lower right corner. Simply click on create role. You can review all these things. And then click on create role. Once you click on this, you should be able to see your role in the roles section like this. You can say glue admin role. Now we have, everything set up. I can simply say, okay, we are also done with this particular thing now. Say, yeah, we are done with the IAM role part now. In the upcoming sessions, what we are going to do is, we are going to use similar roles and we are going to attach them to our glue services, whichever glue service we are using. So we are going to avoid usage of access keys, because access keys are like password and they should not be exposed. Like imagine I have an IAM role and I have attached it to glue. Do I need to share access keys with you guys? No. So if you don't have access keys, then you can't use my AWS account anything apart from what I'm doing with Glue. So the control is in my hands if I am in the upper management. And of course, you need these controls because trust is very expensive these days, or trust was always expensive, I would say. So yeah, you need accesses in your control. That's why you can create IAM role, assign specific policies, and attach it to Glue. You will not expose the access keys or passwords, and still you should be able to access S3. But just by creating role, you can't access S3 directly from Glue. Like you might think, okay, now that I have created this IAM role, I can simply get into AWS Glue and I can simply access S3. No, you'll have to attach this role to whichever part you are working with. If you're working with catalog, then for crawlers you have to attach this IAM role. If you're working with ETL job, then for a specific ETL job you have to manually specify this IAM role. Okay, so this was the setup. Let's get into the hands-on demo and see, are we done with it. Log into AWS account, create S3 bucket. We created these folders. Click on upload and add files to upload a given data set. I guess we missed out on this. And then select IAM service and create a role. Okay, we are done with these things. But I guess the one part which we had to upload the data, in which we had to upload the data, we had to do it on S3. So let's get back into S3. So in the search box, type S3 and you'll be able to see it here. Okay, I'll get into your bucket, whichever bucket you created initially. Then in the data, click on the data folder which you created. And the path you should be able to confirm like this: S3, buckets, name of your bucket, and the folder. Okay, now I have to upload some data into this folder from my local computer. So I hope everyone has downloaded the session materials. So you will have this similar things available. Okay, lesson plan, data sets, and all that stuff. You'll say, where can I find it? You can find it in the LMS. If you get into this practice labs, I guess. See, don't perform it in the same tab because you will lose the credentials. You'll lose the credentials. So open LMS in another tab, and once you get into this ETL, I guess here in reference materials you have downloads available, lab guide, then data sets. You will get zip files of it. You can simply download it from here. You'll see the download button, but don't use the same tab to access this thing. If you are going to get the same tab, then you will lose the practice tab, labs tab. Okay, so you have to get into S3 in your data folder. Once you are here, you have this button to upload the file. In the upper right corner, you have this upload button. So click on upload button and a form would open up. Okay, it says what you want to upload. You can either drag and drop files here. Okay, like you do for a YouTube video or Instagram reel, you can simply drag and drop. Then there is this option to add files. So simply click on add files and navigate to a place where you have the data set kept, whichever place in your file system. So in my case, it is under datasets, demos, lesson 2, and customer.csv. Simply open it up and the file will be it will be able to see the file here, but it has not got uploaded yet. Scroll down and there is this upload button in the lower right corner. So click on the upload button and the dataset will be uploaded. Okay, and then there is this close button. You can close it and you should be able to see customer.csv file under your data folder. Okay, it's not that difficult. It's simply uploading a file into your folder. So you can create a data warehouse type environment with Glue. That's fine. But for now, you can take it like this. You can have ETL jobs with the help of Glue. Okay, and you have different sources right? You have different sources. Like in our case, let's imagine you have a source which is, let's say, a database server. Okay, this is the source. So I get the data from database server. This is, let's say, DB server, and I want to write the data to S3. Okay, but why I want to write the data to S3 again? ETL job is loading data to S3. So I'm writing data to S3 because if I have combination of glue catalog plus S3, because the metadata would be kept in the glue catalog and the actual data would be kept on S3. So you can create a data warehouse type environment over here with the help of these two things. So you're not using a hardcore data warehouse service like Redshift, but you can create a similar environment. So if I can have metadata and data over here, I can directly query the data through Athena, EMR, Redshift, Spectrum, Lambda. So you're making data available for processing over here. Okay, you can run SQL queries and you can perform multiple transformations on it. So yeah, the place for S3 is like a storage unit for actual data, and the place for glue is the storage unit. For now, glue catalog is the storage unit for metadata. In RDBMS, these two things were being managed on a single machine, in a single place. You have database where you have schema as well as you have table and the data associated with that. But we are decoupling it. Catalog is different. The metadata is being managed separately and the data is being kept separately on S3. So the purpose of S3 is to provide storage. But if you combine it with glue catalog, then I can query the data which is present on S3 very easily with the help of other services like Athena, Redshift Spectrum, EMR, Lambda. I can interact with it. Very first and the most interesting part, or I would say the most important part of an ETL pipeline, which is identifying the data sources. Okay. So let's get into it. Why we need to identify, but before that, what is a data source? It's a location or a system from which data originates and is an essential component in the data ingestion process. If I tell you to ingest something, if I tell you to process something, you will say, where is it located? Right? I talked about an example of, I guess, the e-commerce website. And in here, I mentioned that, okay, some of the data is present on RDBMS, which means it gets generated on RDBMS. Some of the data is present in NoSQL. So the data gets generated in the NoSQL, maybe because of the user interactions with the e-commerce platform. And these logs are also being generated onto the server. So this is the place, or I would say these are the places where data is being generated. And wherever data is being generated, let's say if a customer registers, then an entry for customer would go into the customer table, right? The entry would go into the customer table. If a seller registers onto my e-commerce website, the entry for seller would get into my RDBMS table. You guys have worked on the SQL and you might have performed queries. So, you know, there is this concept of tables and you can insert, update and delete records over there. Same is the case with NoSQL if I am submitting any review, because reviews might contain images, videos, reviews might even contain some unstructured data. So these reviews as well as the product catalog details, it's a good idea to store in a NoSQL database, because every product is going to have a different description, different attributes. So NoSQL database is a good place where you can keep this product catalog. So if I'm adding a new entry, if I'm adding a new product, then all the associated information I'll have to insert into this product catalog table in the NoSQL database. Let's imagine I'm using MongoDB here. If someone submits a review, it goes into the reviews table in the NoSQL database. And we talked about the concept of logs, right? The events which are occurring on my website, these events are recorded in the form of logs. So if I'm visiting a website, scrolling up, scrolling down, whatever I'm doing, it is being stored onto the server. So I would say these are the places where my data is getting generated. And if I need to process the data, let's say I would like to analyze the trends. So I am going to need the data from all three sources. Then and only then I'll be able to perform the analytics. So I need to merge, or I need to bring in all the data from all the sources, and then I'm comfortable. Then I say we can go for analysis. But the primary objective is to identify the data source. In the ETL process, the primary objective should be to identify the data source where data is being generated. Okay, so if you get into here, so it says it provides raw information to organizations for, you can go for analysis, reporting, and decision making once you are aware of the data sources. After that, as you can see, okay, let's get into this. After that, as you can see, the categories of data sources. What are the common categories of data sources? So these are some common categories. Databases like RDBMS as well as NoSQL, these are the categories. Then CSV files, Excel files. So one of my friend is working on a project, and their requirement is whatever is the user interaction on that website, they want Excel files per hour. For every hour they want Excel file. Then they are taking that file into pandas, processing it, and reviewing the trends. Then API, application programming interfaces. If you don't have idea around this part, don't worry. API is just, I would say, an interface which is used to connect two entities. We'll talk about it as we proceed. And web services. So these are some common sources of data. It's not as if these are the only sources of data, but most commonly, if you're working on an ETL pipeline, you're going to see these sources. That's why when I gave example, I didn't forget to mention the relational database management system, NoSQL, as well as logs. These logs come under flat files. It can be a CSV file, comma separated values. It can be tab separated value, or it can be a normal TXT file with some structure. Okay. Now, these are some common sources, and you should be aware of these sources. Okay. Then as we proceed, importance of identifying data sources. As long as you don't identify data source, you can't go for any of these activities. Basically, you can't go for anything. You can't go for any of the process, because see, it's really important. If you don't know where your data resides, what is the location of it, you can't ingest it. You can't have that data onto one place. You can't access that data. How are you supposed to perform analysis on something which you can't access? Right? Then all these are the points which are not possible, like which are not possible if you don't identify the data sources. Quick check. ETL process, which phase is responsible for converting data into a format suitable for analysis? Okay. Data discovery, efficient governance, prevention of redundancy and duplication, and D is all of the above. So can you please answer this question? Don't worry about right or wrong. Just answer this question. D. Okay, everyone is saying D. That's really interesting. Okay. Yes, the correct answer is D. We are going to have enhanced data discovery mechanisms, data governance, prevention of redundancy and duplication. All these things are responsible for converting data into a format which is going to be suitable for analysis. All these things are important. We didn't talk much about data discovery in previous session, but data discovery is like, it comes under identification of data source, what is the format of data and all that stuff. It comes under data discovery. So we are getting the information about data, and the more accurate an information is, it will be easy for us to get into the ETL process. Then as we move forward here, you see accessing data sources. Now, before I explain this part, if I simply ask you, you guys have worked on RDBMS, right? So you might have RDBMS either installed, or you might have used it through the labs. So have you seen that whenever you are going to connect with RDBMS, there are few things which are required. If you are making connection with RDBMS, or you are making connection with NoSQL, or you are making connection to a server. So if you are making connection to RDBMS, you will need a connection URL. You will need username and password. The user should have enough permissions. And you need something called driver, like a JDBC or ODBC driver, depending on the kind of RDBMS you're dealing with. So if you are using MySQL, you mostly need the JDBC driver to connect to that database. Okay, these are the things required to connect to RDBMS, specifically MySQL. And also you also need the name of database, which database you would like to connect. Okay, in context of NoSQL, what you need to connect to NoSQL, again, connection URL. You also need username, you need password, you need schema. All these things you need to connect to a NoSQL database. I think, why are we talking about it? I have MongoDB Compass over here. So if I simply open this thing, and in here, if I say I would like to connect to a certain database, like these are my cloud-based databases. And if I want to connect, okay, if I would like to connect, if I say edit connection, you will be able to see what we need to connect to this database. I need a URI. I need the name of cluster. Color is optional. And then, of course, there are some advanced properties. Then I can save this connection and authentication. For authentication, I need the username and password combination. And there are 10 such options available. Okay, for authentication. So I need username, password, a connection URL, the name of cluster, all these things to connect to NoSQL database. Okay, to connect to a NoSQL database instance, whichever is running in cloud or it is running onto some computer, I need these details. Okay, I'll close this one now. Let me get into a place where you are familiar. If I get into MySQL Workbench over here, so I would show you the different databases I mostly work with. This is my local instance, local installation of my RDBMS server. And these are some remote RDBMS server I connect through my my interface, which is MySQL Workbench. If I need to connect to any RDBMS, let's say a MySQL server, which is running onto your computer, you need to make sure that the public access is enabled. And I can click on the plus icon. I can give the connection name like a demo connection. I need the host name, where it is hosted, the port, username, password, and the name of default database. And then I can connect. Okay. If I talk about another thing like the server, if I want to connect to server, I can go for SSH connection. If I have an server which is running, I can connect to that server with the help of SSH. In here, I can have either the access key mechanism or some sort of passphrase, or I can simply have the RSA keys. Okay, there are different ways of connecting to server again. Okay, so for every kind of source, there are different kinds of properties which are required to connect with it. So for RDBMS, now I guess everyone is aware of what we need. For a NoSQL database, MongoDB, I have shown you whatever is needed. For a server, I can deploy a server on AWS and I can show you the connection, but that is not the agenda of our session. You should just be aware of how to connect to a certain source. That brings me to this particular name of topic, which is accessing the data sources. Now you will be able to easily understand this. It is a process of retrieving information or data from various repositories or system for analysis. reporting, and other data related tasks. It involves establishing a connection to data storage or service and retrieving necessary information for further use. So if let's say I want to connect to the database, okay, there is a different way. I can go for database queries. I can connect to database and retrieve the data with the help of queries. I can connect to file and I can retrieve data with the help of file, API calls, as well as web scraping. Web scraping is an interesting tool to extract data from the websites. Mostly it gets the data from HTML content. Okay. So importance of accessing the data sources. Of course, these are few points. You can just overlook these points to get to know why identification or accessing the data sources are important. Okay, if I just quickly let you know about the importance of accessing a data source, again, it would boil down to a simple explanation. As long as you can't connect to data source, you can't ingest the data here. As long as you can't connect to the data source, you can't have data in a location where you can process it. So whatever you're doing, whether it's decision making, pattern recognition, sentimental analysis, everything is useless if you can't connect to source, if you can't access the data from upstream. I can call it upstream because the data is being generated here and then it is flowing down in the hierarchy. So this thing is downstream and this thing is upstream. So if you're not aware of upstream, how are you going to deal with downstream? Configuring data source connections, of course. I just talked about it, right? Setting up connection strings for databases. These are examples, like formalities of connecting with different kinds of data sources. Configurations. Now, this is a step-by-step breakdown of what I just explained. You need to identify data source, whether it is database or a NoSQL database or flat files or API, you'll identify it. Then you will gather the access detail, how to access it. Then you will choose the connection method. There might be different ways of connecting to a source. Let's say I can connect to MongoDB with the help of this compass. I can also connect to MongoDB with the help of MongoDB shell. So there might be different ways of connecting to a data source. Okay, so you are going to choose appropriate connection method, whichever is convenient for your scenario, and then configure security settings. If I am connecting to an RDBMS or a NoSQL database and I'm sharing the passwords, I'm saving the passwords in a way so that they are easily visible to everyone. So this should not happen. So you might need to configure security settings depending on who is going to access it. Then set up connection pooling if applicable. Say connection pooling means you might set up multiple parallel connections. Define data retrieval parameters, on which parameters you're going to retrieve the data, like on hourly basis or daily basis or weekly basis or real time. These are just few examples. How are we supposed to retrieve the data? Then you're going to test the connection, and then you're going to handle errors and exception if there are any. Okay. These are few steps of configuring data sources. Then after this, when the connection is successful, what you need to do is document the configuration details. Whatever configurations you have done, you don't want to discover all these configurations all over again. Like I have a MongoDB server which is running. There is username, password, or whatever is the authentication mechanism involved. If I document it, then I don't need to retrieve it again and again from the source. So document the configuration details to whichever source which you are dealing with. Then review and optimize. You can review the configuration details. You can optimize it. You will say, how are we supposed to optimize these details? See, it's not about optimizing the configuration details. It's about optimizing the jobs which are running. Because you are running a certain job to ingest the data from a database server to S3. This is just an example. You're taking data from a database server and having the data in S3. it takes around 30 minutes to capture that data. You will say, okay, what can I do to reduce this interval? What can I do to reduce this interval? So that's what we mean by optimization. Then monitor connection performance. Yes, that is one part. And adapt to changes. There might be changes in the data source, right? There might be changes in the data source. Like this customer column, initially, we were not taking the PAN card details, and suddenly we say, okay, now whoever registers on my website, they also need to provide information related to their PAN card. Now that is a new column which is being added to my customers table. The structure got changed. Okay, this is called as schema evolution, because schema keeps on changing. Like this customer table, it might had 50 columns initially. Now, eventually, the number of columns can increase, decrease, the column names might change, the semantics might change. So the schema would keep on evolving. And we need to make sure that this evolving changes are dealt with in your ETL jobs. Okay, you can't run same ETL job on a new version of data. Okay, you'll need to be updated about this particular part. Then maintain backup and version control. Of course, you have to maintain the backup of the configuration details as well as the data which you're dealing with. And there is this one word which you can see here, which is version control. Version control. We'll be talking about this extensively as we move forward. Comply with security and compliance standards. If client has signed an agreement with you, client says, okay, this is my data and I don't want this data to be shared with even your developers. So only these two guys will have access to this particular data or these particular fields. Okay. And they might also have a agreement which is signed, which says that you can't talk about this project outside the infrastructure. Whatever you're going to discuss, you have to discuss in the company itself. Outside the company, you can't discuss about it. Whichever are the data sets are strictly monitored, and you can't send them as emails to your personal email IDs. This is just an example. These are some basic rules. And we need to ensure this. This is an advanced topic, and document the changes. If you have performed any modification, make sure that the documentation also changes with time. Let's just quickly walk through all the slides and then try to understand what we have seen till this point. I'll take confirmation from you guys and then we'll move forward. Okay. Okay, these were the initial slides. And then we started up with identification of data sources, why it is required, what is a data source, common data source categories, importance of identifying the data sources, because you can't do anything as long as you're identifying data source, right? Then we went with this quick check, accessing data sources. It involves making connection to the data sources. Okay, and every sort of data source has its own way of making connection. Then importance, of course, all these things are important because you can't process the data as long as you're not accessing it from the data source. Then there was quick check. Configuring data source connections, of course, it involves these things, and it would also have the different formalities of connecting to different data sources. Okay. Then steps for configuring data source connection. So these are the steps: test connection, handle errors, and these things. Then document, review, and adapt to changes. Now you might be finding where is the deployment part, where we are actually deploying. So after step number 7, we are going to deploy it. Okay, we are going to deploy it. Then we are going to document the details, review, optimize. These are the later stages. So after test connections, you are going to deploy it. Okay. All right. Then as we proceed forward, we have just talked about this part, and now we are at the data reliability and accuracy part. Okay. So if you are clear this till this particular point, just type in Y in the chat window. Once you are clear with it. Okay, Dimple. Okay, Avanti. Devamita, Anish, Vivek, Harsh, Harish, Tamanna, Priya, Sukanya, Vibha, Vani. Perfect. Perfect. Tarif, Ishan. Great. 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 Usha. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. Now, this is one of the important aspect of ETL pipelines or ETL process. See, if you are going to process certain data, see what it says, data reliability and accuracy. Who's the reliable person? So if you talk about in context of a reliable person is someone whom you can trust. See, I am not a reliable person because many times what happens is my friends call me when you are going to arrive at our location. I say I'll be there till 5 p.m. and I reach after 1 to 1.5 hours. So I'm not reliable when it comes to following the timelines. So when it comes to the reliability part, and I talk about data reliability, which means I'm talking about the data which I can trust. And accuracy, that is one another aspect of the data. Reliable, which means I can trust this data, and accuracy means the data does not have inconsistency. So if the data does not have any inconsistency, then I can trust the data. Like these are interdependent things. If I proceed further and try to explain this thing, if I talk about data reliability, it refers to the consistency and dependability of data over time. Reliable data is free from error and inconsistencies, ensuring its trustworthiness for analysis and decision making. Would you like to have an example for data reliability? Just let me know. If you have not understood it, just by conceptual discussion, I'll give you an example of data reliability. Yes. Is it required? Okay, great. Let's imagine I'm working with a traffic monitoring system. I'm working with traffic monitoring system application. What it does is, let's imagine this is my city. Let's say it's Mumbai. Let's say this is the city, and there are different ways to enter in this city. There are some national highways, some state highways, like this. There are different ways to enter in this city. Because Mumbai has a problem associated with traffic, so we came up with a digital solution. We said, don't worry, we are going to deal with the problem related to the traffic. And how are we supposed to do it? We said, okay, we are going to have dynamic signals and dynamic barricades. And how are we going to ensure that? On every street which gets into Mumbai, I'm going to install CCTV cameras, proximity sensors, and 10 different sensors, which would identify the vehicle, the type of vehicle, the speed of it, and the volume of traffic and the average speed of traffic which is coming through a certain route, and that applies to each and every route which comes in Mumbai and gets out of Mumbai. Okay, I hope use case is clear to everyone what we have to do. Okay, use case is clear to everyone. Now, let's talk about a data set, and I'm talking about a certain street and I'm naming it Street 1. Talking about Street 1. Here, there is one vehicle which is passed, and the ID is being assigned to that vehicle. So I'll not talk about the other attributes, just talk about vehicle type and the speed of vehicle. So vehicle type is light motor vehicle, which is car, or I'll simply write it car. And the speed of this car was 41. Then there is something called bike, two-wheeler. The speed of this two-wheeler was 57. Then I had one more car from that particular street, and the speed was 35. Now, similar to that, it captures each and every vehicle which is passing through each and every street, It captures details like the number plate of this car, the ID for this, the type of vehicle, and all that stuff. And it also identifies the speed with which it is incoming from a certain street. Because if I get to know about the volume of data which is incoming, I can make decisions, right? Now data is getting generated on a different levels, different streets. Let's imagine I am working in an entirely different city. Here, let's imagine my office is in Bangalore and I'm working here. This is me. So I have to capture this data, process it, and then make informed decisions so that the barricade should open up. This signal timings should be adjusted accordingly. Signals are going to be dynamic, barricades are going to be dynamic in order to deal with the incoming traffic. Okay. Now, if I talk about this thing, let's imagine, what do we mean by inconsistency? Let's understand this. There was a bike, there are some bikers who use the bike like, some sort of sports bike like KTM or something like that. And they ride very fast. But what happened, because my sensor was, hampered, or it had some issue. So it came up with this speed. Okay. It came up with this speed, kilometers per hour. Have you seen any vehicle on this planet which runs with this speed, which has this amount of this sort of velocity? Have you seen any vehicle? The answer is absolute no. It's impossible. No vehicle has this speed, right? However, if I consider this record for my analysis, am I going to get correct results? This is me. Am I going to get the correct results if I consider this record for analysis? The city would turn into a horror studio because the signals will start to blink. Because if I calculate the average speed here, it would not be accurate. It would not be closer to accurate. So I can say this is inconsistent value. I cannot rely on a value which I'm getting with this approach. I cannot rely on these speeds because sensors are not behaving in a defined manner, or they might have some sort of issues. Getting this point? So this sort of data which hampers our analysis in a negative way is called as inconsistent data. And because of this inconsistency, our analysis is going to be absolutely wrong. But if I eliminate this, then will I get closer to accurate results? Will I get closer to accurate result if I eliminate and don't consider that inconsistent data? So I'm not going to get exactly accurate result, but I will get closer to accurate result if I just eliminate this inconsistency. And that's what we mean by data reliability. Now, based on the example of traffic monitoring system, which we have seen, it is not possible for us to trust on the data which we get from sensor. So you might have to go for a technique like you will set an upper bound and lower bound, like maximum speed is 200 and minimum speed is 0. And any speed which is out of proportion, it will be eliminated and we can deal with it, right? And then I can rely on that data. Okay, so 0 to 200 is still manageable. So this is called as data reliability. What do you mean by data accuracy? It indicates how accurately data represents the real world. Accurate data is free from bias, distortion, providing a faithful representation of reality. If you're going to use Amazon, for shopping and the reviews are manipulated, of course, that does not mostly happen on Amazon, but some sort of local e-commerce website. And there are some products which are not trustworthy, but let's say the owner goes for paid promotion. You'll get such calls from people who say, okay, you just have to rate the hotel on Google. You give the 5-star rating and we'll give you this much amount of money. But can you trust that data? If I ask you to come up with a hotel which is giving me a good service, good catering, good room service, all these things, all these aspects combined. And this idea of paid promotion is in the picture. Is it possible? Is it possible to trust on that data? Because it does not represent the true nature of data. That's what we mean by data accuracy. Okay, so I hope these two terms are clear to everyone, and let's move forward. You need to evaluate the reliability and accuracy, because if you don't evaluate these things, then it will lead to wrong decisions. It will undermine the trust and credibility. Then it will mislead and harm others. I guess we talked about these things. There are some key factors to evaluate the data accuracy. First is from where we are getting the data. Okay, source of data. Then data collection methodology which you have used. Or sometimes it might happen that while collecting the data, we might change the semantics of it. While collecting the data, we might create a job which is changing the true nature of data. So you have to be aware of that. Then data handling and processing, like have you checked the data before you make it available for processing? Have you cross-checked it? Like in case of this speed example, if I check this record and then I say, okay, from 0 to 200, this does not fall under the category of range of 0 to 200, and then I'm eliminating it. So this is also a sort of data processing, right? This is also called data processing because I'm doing something with data. So checks need to be performed before you make it available. Then documentation and transparency. Are there clear details and description of data? You should be aware of the attributes in the data. If I talk about this example, then what every sensor is producing. I can't say this 41, this 57, these are not values of temperature. These are values of speed in kilometer per hour. This is the description of this particular attribute. Vehicle type, it includes the different types of vehicle. It's a string value. This is the description of vehicle type attribute. Similar to that, you should be aware of attributes of each and every columns, and you need to document them as well. Data currency and timeliness. Is the data current and relevant to your needs? If I want to take decision today and I am processing the data from for the last 10 days, okay, last 10th day, I'm processing the data now, and based on that, I'm taking decision. It would hamper my real-time decision-making process, right? So yeah, this is one of the factor which is important. Okay, so these are the challenges, like challenges and solutions. Managing and evaluating large and diverse data sets. If the data is amount of data is large, we'll have to utilize the relevant tools. Okay, accessing proprietary and restricted data sources. Let's imagine we are getting data from a third-party source, which does not fall under your direct ownership. So you'll have to collaborate with the owners who are, the stakeholders for that particular data. Establishing universally accepted data quality standards. Okay, so you'll have to discuss about these things. You'll have to understand these things. Okay, then benefits. If you are going to perform these operations, like you're going to ensure the data source, the reliability and accuracy, improve decision making, research analysis, increase trust. These are just few benefits. You will say how it is dealing with resource allocation. We'll talk about this. Reduce risk of errors and biases, data driven culture, all these things are possible. And there are strategies of handling diverse data sources. Let's understand this. If you're working on any job in our today's date, any real-time application, it is going to have multiple sources. Like I talked about e-commerce, this is just an example. If I talk about traffic monitoring system, then again, I might have to collaborate with the government officials to fetch the information associated with this car or bike or whatever it is. So any application you're dealing with diverse data sources. There are many data sources involved in one project, and you need to deal with them. Okay, and how to handle them? Let's talk about these things. Okay, so there are some strategies like data standardization, which simply means you're going to set standards for the attributes. Like I talked about this, I guess, in the previous session, that email ID should have this standard format. And if any email ID does not follow this format, it should not be considered. Data integration platforms, data virtualization, data governance framework, quality management. Let's talk about each and every of these things, like Airbnb, data handling strategies. Then I guess Airbnb is a like it's more like make my trip. So you might have seen the advertises. The only difference is you can rent the properties from like in foreign, in another country. Like if you want to visit US, or if you want to visit any other country, let's say. So with the help of Airbnb, you can go for accommodation. Okay. Then there are these solutions. What do you mean by data standardization? It maintains consistent data formats and terminology for accuracy and analysis, like email ID verification, government ID verifications. Okay. And there are 10 such standardization. Like this thing has a specific standard and it should follow it. Any of the record, any of the values should have these standard, these standards, and these standards needs to be followed by some of the attributes. Then data integration platform, the data is being generated on different sources. You need to combine that data onto a certain unified source so that you can go for analysis. Virtualization, which means you can create a virtual layer. Okay, it will simplify data access by creating a virtual layer. It would eliminate data barriers. Now, if I talk about this thing in a real world, let's imagine I am working on this virtual layer where what I can do is the data is actually kept on, let's say, S3. Okay. And the metadata is kept onto Glue catalog. Okay. And I want to give read-only access to some of the data analysts or data scientists who are working on the decision-making process. Let's say these are the data analysts or data scientists who are working on it. Okay. So instead of giving out credentials of Glue S3, I can create a virtual layer in between. So they might not even be aware of where the data is kept. They might not even be aware of where the data is. Okay, this is a virtual layer. They are not dealing with the S3 or Glue directly. They might not even be aware of where the data location is. They can't manipulate the data. They can just access this data through this virtual layer and perform whatever analysis they want to perform. Okay, that's what we mean by data virtualization. Then data governance framework, of course, data quality, security, compliance, different government policies, all these things are involved here. Quality management, you need to perform checks and audits to ensure data reliability and decision making. All right. So these are few things which you should be aware of. And then data standardization means the data should follow certain criterias, like email ID should be in a such format, the phone number should be in such format, the PAN card details should be in some certain format. Then we talk about data integration platforms, where you are going to get the data from diverse sources and place it in a single place. Data virtualization means creating a virtual layer through which data can be accessed, and you don't need to directly connect to the technical stuff. Then data governance framework is a different thing, like you're going to apply the governance associated standards here. Then data quality management. Okay, it ensures the reliability of data. Let's come back to this again, and we'll explore this question. Let's get into this question. What does data standardization primarily aim to achieve? Ensure a unified view for analysis and reporting. But this is being taken care by data integration framework. Okay. Manage diverse data sources on a single platform. So I guess again, this is under the integration part. Define and enforce consistent data standards. Yes, C is the correct answer. Then we talk about create a virtual layer. So it comes under the virtualization part, data virtualization. So the option number C is the correct answer for this one. Okay. Option number C is the correct option. All right. So yeah, there is this metadata source identification. Let me see what is the time for now. Okay, we have enough time. We have enough time to discuss this. But before we discuss these things, let's quickly walk through whatever we have seen till now. It's like a quick revision so that everyone gets to know what we are walking through. And if you have missed on a certain point, then you will be easily able to tackle it. All right. Okay, these were some of the slides. Identification of data source and why it is necessary. What is a data source? Common categories of data source. Importance of identifying data source, because you can't go with any further activity. Then accessing the data source. In order to access data source, what are the different ways? Okay. What are the importance? Because as long as you don't access the data source, you will not be able to perform all these things. Then configuring data source connections. Different kind of data source has its own way. Like different kinds of data sources have their own ways of dealing with connections. How to make connection, like how to make connection to RDBMS, how to make a connection to a NoSQL database, how to make connection with a server. Everything, every particular source has its own ways of making connections and how to configure these connections. So we have walked through some of the steps. We have walked through some of these steps. These are some steps like identify data source, gather details, choose connection method, configure security settings, set up connection pooling, which means you can set up multiple parallel connections, define data retrieval parameter. Like if in my database, there are 50 tables, out of these 50 tables, which table I need to take for analysis. So yeah, that is just one aspect of choosing the parameters. Testing connections, handling the errors and exceptions. These are some steps. And after that, document configuration details so that you don't need to gather the details again and again from source. Review and optimize, monitor, adapt to changes, maintain backup and version control. I talked about this version control. I'll be talking about this extensively as we proceed. Comply with security and compliance standards. We talked about what do you mean by compliance. There are some restrictions from government. Like let's imagine I'm taking information associated with PAN card from my customer. So government says you must not leak this information. If this information gets leaked from you, then of course you'll have to face the consequences. Okay, this is just one example of compliance. Then document changes. If there are any changes to the schema, then you have to change the document which you have created. Then we talked about data reliability and accuracy extensively. We have seen the difference between reliability and accuracy. After that, we talked about the reason why we go for reliability and accuracy, and then key factors to evaluate it. Source, collection methodology, handling and processing, documentation, then currency and timeliness. These are few factors to evaluate the reliability and accuracy. And we talked about different challenge which you get while dealing with these things and the associated solutions. After that, these are the benefits you get if you are dealing with reliable and accurate data. Okay, you can just walk through these things. Then we talked about strategies for handling diverse data sources, because I told you that for a single project, you will get multiple data sources. Okay. Then I guess this is the part, I guess, which we are going to start with now. Handling with diverse data sources. So yeah, data is available onto different sources. Then the amount of data could be large and the rate at which data is getting generated can be huge. So whichever solution you are designing should be capable of handling the volume and velocity. Okay, then data silos, like isolation of data on different department or system. Let's imagine I'm taking customer information, but the PAN card details or the email ID itself is hidden, or I don't have access to the email IDs. Okay, now this sounds like a problem, right? Because if I don't have email ID and you told me, okay, we need to generate alerts or we need to send promotional offers onto email, it will be not possible for me if I don't have access onto these emails. Okay, then data governance and compliance. This is like one of the crucial challenge which we normally get when we are dealing with data sources. Okay, let's imagine if you are going to start a business in China or US or any of the country, you have to comply with their rules. Let me tell you about some rules. Like if I'm going to start business here, so they say that, okay, if you are getting into some sort of industrial corridor, so certain amount of land you have to leave for the plants, and then you should have the security mechanisms in picture. So if I'm working with a steel factory, let's imagine, then whatever is the carbon emission or the poisonous gases emission, how are you dealing with it? So these are the compliance standards when it comes to the business. Similar to that, there are compliance standards when it comes to data based on different government. Do you think Amazon is just working in India? No. You might purchase many things on Amazon. It stores your debit card details if you wish. It can store your UPI details. Now UPI is available in India. It is not available in the other countries. Let's imagine. So for India, it has to create it in a way. And if you have seen that part when you save the credit card on Amazon, it says that as per RBI guidelines, we have stored this information. Now that comes under data governance and compliance. Okay, that is just a real life use case which we normally deal with. Okay, so these are some challenges, but as a developer, as an ETL developer or as an application developer, all these things are challenges for me. Data is available at varying sources, so I have to go out and connect to different source. The amount of data is large. The data is getting generated at high pace, so this is also a challenge. Then data might be isolated on a different levels. I might not get all the information. It's called data silos, and then data governance and compliance. So these are the challenges of dealing with diverse data sets. Okay, and how are you going to handle these diverse data sets? So you have seen these things: standardization, integration platform, virtualization, governance framework, and quality management. We have walked through this thing, and there are some benefits of it. You can just scan through these benefits, and then we can move forward to the metadata in data source identification. I guess we have extensively talked about metadata in previous session, but we didn't talk about each and every aspect of metadata. If I ask you what a metadata is, then you might answer metadata is data about data. Let's take this example. And it will be really interesting for you guys, because I guess yesterday I didn't had this set up, but today we do have it. Okay, I'll log into my local instance for now. All right. Now, I'm going to simply run this, use this database, and then show me the results. So ID, name, age, and these are the rows. So this is my actual data, right? This is the actual data. But if I talk about metadata, I said describe users. Okay, describe users. And then I run it. I get to see this. ID, integer data type. It does not accept null values. It's a primary key. It's auto increment. Then name, what is the data type? Does it accept null value? Age, its data type, does it accept null value? Is there any default value? Is there any extra? So this is information about my actual data. So in context of RDBMS, you call it schema of a certain table. In context of, I'd say, overall, in a general term, I can call it metadata for my table. Yes, everyone agrees with this. I can call it metadata for my table. It's information about the table, the kind of data my table holds. Yes, everyone agrees with it. Okay. So keep on responding. Okay, because if you keep on responding, then you will be active in this session. Yeah, great. Now, this is just one type of metadata. Just one type of metadata. It's not like it's the only metadata you have. Okay, let me close this. Let's get into it. Like from here, things are going to get even more interesting because we are going to learn new things. There are three categories of metadata, which is descriptive metadata, provides information about the content and meaning of data. In context of RDBMS, this title, author, subject, it will give you the like name of the table, which database it belongs to. Okay, these are just some examples. Okay, then technical metadata, size of file, the data types associated, the kind of encoding which is being used, it's technical metadata. And administrative metadata, when the table is created, the modification history, the access rights and permissions on that is called as administrative metadata. Yes, everyone agrees with it that all these three kinds of metadata exist for every data source. Every data source. Whether you go for RDBMS, you will get descriptive metadata like name of table, the database in which it belongs, and the I would say the context of it, the description of this table, what sort of information it holds. Then technical metadata like name of the table, properties, as well as the columns involved in that table. It will come under the technical metadata. Administrative metadata means when the table was created, when it's last modified, what are the access rights which users have access to this particular table. Now, I talked in context of MySQL, but if you get into NoSQL or server or any kind of data you're dealing with, you will find these three types of metadata. I hope everyone is understanding this. Role of metadata in source identification. See, why we need metadata? Why we even need metadata? So, enhanced data discovery, because we get to see a clear view of data by offering comprehensive information about sources. Then it supports data governance and compliance by ensuring accountability and regulatory adherence. Okay, so basically it helps in data governance, facilitates data integration and analysis, because if you are aware of the data and the kind of data which is being provided, you know the metadata, then it will be easy for you to integrate it as well. And it would also help you to deal with the I would say data lineage and potential biases, like biased reviews is one example. If you are aware of the data, if you are aware of the metadata, you can define data quality rules which will deal with these problems. Okay. And challenges, what are the challenges of managing metadata? Data silos and inconsistent metadata. Data silos and inconsistent, like data is being abstracted from you. You are not able to see that data because you don't have enough permissions. So it would restrict us to understand the data. And this data discovery is related to understanding the data. Then incomplete or inaccurate metadata. It will mislead and hinder the accurate analysis. Inaccurate metadata. I talked about this. If I say that in my traffic monitoring system, I say this is not speed, this is temperature. And the whole semantics of my analysis will change. And you will get absolutely incorrect analysis. There is no chance of having correct analysis if you consider it as the temperature column, because it was not temperature, it was speed column. So if your metadata is inaccurate, then forget about decision making. Your analysis itself is going to be really difficult. Okay. Then lack of standardized metadata. Okay. So compatibility issues. And when you're going to, integrate the data, it will be really difficult for us to manage. Then if I just move forward a bit, then implement how to deal with these problems. Now that we have understood the challenges of it, we need to deal with it. So you have to implement the data governance policies for your data. You have to promote data literacy, encourage awareness, like the team in which you are with which you are working, and the team which is dealing with data. You have to make them aware of the kind of data, nature of data, and what we exactly need to do with it. Standardize metadata. There are different forms, or I would say formats, in which metadata can be kept. A Dublin Core and ISO 11179. If you'd like to see some of the constraints in it, will be I'll show you that. Okay, so Tarif has this one question. Can you please repeat silos? Silos means, let's imagine what's happening is, I am sharing some data sets with you guys, but I'm keeping some columns restricted. Okay, let's say if I get into RDBMS and I've encrypted certain column and you're not able to see that. You're unable to see it. I guess I closed the RDBMS server. So you're not able to see that column. Okay, so it's basically an abstraction. If you're going to get into that, then the data silos it's more inclined towards the abstractions. Okay, I hope this part is clear to you now. Okay, great. Then I was talking about this metadata formats. So I do have some formats or the specification of certain format. Okay, I'll just get into Google Docs for now, and I should be able to show you the standard formats in which you store metadata. Okay, I guess it has been a long time since I opened up that document. NiFi, titled Python exercises, NiFi interview, normalization. Yo, I got this. ISO 11179. Okay. So when you are going to store the metadata, you have to store it in these ways. Okay. Like this is an example. Each and every concept, like age of customer, age, the property, representation term, data element, the data type, the value domain, 0 to 120. So this is like a range. Employee salary metadata. Let's talk about just one column, salary. It belongs to employee class. The name of property is salary. Representation term is currency. Data element is this. And then value domain is from 0 to, I guess, $1 million. Okay. And similar to that, you have to perform documentation for each and every, I would say, the attribute. Okay. This is just one example. I'm just talking about one column of your table. Because you are familiar with SQL, that's why I'm talking in context of SQL. This is just information about one attribute, or you can call it one column of your database. So I hope this thing is clear to everyone. So this is a standard format in which metadata can be kept. Okay. Now, if I move forward, utilize metadata repositories. We talked about metadata repository yesterday. Automate data quality checks. Of course, we'll be doing this. And we talked about these strategies, how to handle it. You're dealing with. Okay, we'll talk about this. Okay. If you are going to document it properly, then even if you are not working on that project, the other candidates can be, or the other employees or your colleagues can easily adapt to whatever you have created. Okay. Otherwise, it will be really difficult. It's not just about that. See, documentation is really important because it also helps you. Now, because I documented what I need in the Google Docs as I recently shown you. Okay, so if I hadn't documented it properly, it would be really difficult for me to demonstrate this concept to you guys. I had to open a PowerPoint presentation as a whiteboard, and in here I would have to type each and everything. Because it was documented, I could easily open this up and show this thing to you. See, many times we do some work and we forget about it. See, our mind is not made up of, I would say, hard drives where you store the information and the information is there permanently. Whatever we get from external sources, we record it on in our brain, but we might forget it if it is not frequently used. So that's why documentation is important. Even you can forget what you have actually worked with. You can even forget what you have actually worked with. Okay. Now, if I simply, talk about this particular thing, which is data source documentation, now you will be able to understand why it's important. It's important for you as well as for your team. Okay, essential element. You need the source name, identifier, source type, format, source location, access information, schema and structure. All these things are required for documenting the data. Okay, there are different tools and techniques which has these data dictionaries, lineage tools, metadata repositories, version control system. It appeared second time now. Data visualization tools and these things. So I'll be sharing a document in which you will have simplified explanation and I would say simplified explanation and real-time example of all these concepts. Components of AWS Glue, like this is the important part which we need to focus on now. All these activities which we are able to see can be done with the help of AWS Glue because it provides a centralized location to configure and manage connections. It can be used. It is used in conjunction with Glue jobs and crawlers so that you can perform the data standardization, integration, and all that stuff. So you can go for an ETL process. It enables user to easily access data from various sources without needing to specify connection details repeatedly in ETL workflows. Okay, so Glue is a really powerful tool. It serves as a foundation component for managing, organizing metadata information. We talked about Glue catalog, and this is the component, AWS Glue data catalog. It stores the metadata. Glue databases, logical containers in which you can group related tables. AWS Glue tables, these are just definitions of tables, like what is the schema, what are the columns, what are the data types. Okay, and actual data would reside on S3 most of the times. We talked about identifying data sources. Data source identification is of course necessary in order to process the data. Then common categories of data sources, the benefits of it, importance of why we need to identify a data source, then accessing the data source, accessing the ways, different ways of accessing the data sources. We talked about why it is required and configuring data source connections. Of course, you need to connect with the data source in order to access it. So how are you going to configure? These are some steps which are involved in configuring connection to the data sources. And after that, reliability and accuracy. I guess we talked extensively on this part where we talked about what do we mean by data reliability and what do you mean by data accuracy. Reliability means you can trust on that data, and accuracy means you can relate it with the real life entities. Okay. Evaluating reliability and accuracy, why they are required. These are some challenges if you don't evaluate data reliability and accuracy. Then what are the factors to evaluate the reliability? Source of data collection methodology, handling and processing, documentation and transparency, currency and timeliness. Some challenges and their respective solutions. Then benefits of ensuring that you have data source reliability and accuracy. These are some benefits of it. Then we talked about strategies for handling diverse data sets. Data is available onto different sources. So data heterogeneity, then the amount of data can be high and the rate at which data is getting generated can also be high. So high volume and high velocity. So this is one challenge. Data silos, which means that data or the access to that data can be restricted on different levels. Data governance and compliance, which means does the data comply with the government standards? Then key strategies, data standardization, we talked about it. The data should follow a standard pattern. Integration platforms, there are different platforms where you can get data from multiple sources and integrate it, like a data warehouse in our example we have seen. Data virtualization, you can create a virtual layer and you can make your data available onto that layer, and the team will be accessing the data from this virtual layer. They might not even know about the background implementation of where the data is actually stored. That's what we mean by data virtualization. Data governance framework, the data which you're dealing with is going to comply with the government or whatever are the governance guidelines. Then data quality management, of course. The quality of the data should follow certain standards. So yeah, that's the part of data quality management. We talked about one scenario and how these things are addressed, how these solutions are addressed in the use case of Airbnb. Benefits of effective data source management we talked about. And after that, we talked about the concept of metadata. I showed you with the help of RDBMS, what do we mean by metadata? We talked about different types of metadata. In case of, let's say, RDBMS table, descriptive metadata is the name of table, the name of database it is associated with, and the description of this table, which gives you description of an entity. That's what we call descriptive metadata. Then technical metadata. What are the total number of records? What is the schema of the data? What are the data types? That comes under technical metadata. Administrative metadata, it helps you to track the history, lineage, so creation date, when the table got created, modification history, the access rights of that table, it comes under administrative metadata. There are these three types of metadata. If you identify metadata properly, it helps you in these aspects, which you're able to see here. And then challenges of managing metadata. If the data is hidden from you, if metadata itself is inconsistent, it will hinder the data discovery and integration. You can't have clear view of what this data actually means. If you have incomplete or inaccurate metadata, then it will hinder the accurate analysis. You can't have accurate analysis if the semantics of data itself is inaccurate. Lack of standardized metadata, of course, while processing the data, it would cause trouble. Then strategies for effective data management. So you should implement the data governance policies, promote data literacy among your team members. You can use standardized metadata format. The one which I would suggest is ISO 11179. It's really good format for representing metadata. And I have shown you the example of this, how metadata is represented in this format. Automate data quality checks. We are going to write some predefined function and our data would pass through these functions and it would check the quality of the data. We are going to create such functions as we proceed. Utilize metadata repositories, consolidate and manage metadata from diverse sources. Yes, we'll be doing this with the help of Glue Catalog. Data source documentation, basically the thing which you are doing with ISO 11179. Okay, so you're going to simply document whatever is the information under the different kinds of metadata. That's what you're going to document. Okay, and there are different strategies, tools, and techniques for that. We'll be talking about it. Then components of AWS Glue. AWS Glue can be used for all sorts of activities which we have gone through till now. The data catalog is like a centralized repository of metadata. Glue database, logical collection in which you can bunch together related tables. Table is like the definition, the schema of an actual entity like a customer, student, orders, like that. Then we are going to get into the demo. Let's imagine if S3 is the source of your data. Many times S3 is the source of our data. Like in one project which I work with, the file arrives on S3 and we have to capture that file and then we have to perform the analysis. So in this case, S3 is my source. S3 is my data source. Data source identification, whatever topics we have seen. We know we are going to access from S3. So we need IAM role. Okay. Another thing is we talked about metadata. So my data is available in some bucket. The bank data is available, might be in some bucket. So I am going to create a glue crawler. This glue crawler is going to scan this data and it would infer, or I would say it would evaluate the metadata automatically. Like the names of columns and the data types. You don't need to manually mention it if glue crawler is going to run over this data. It will run over this data. It will scan this data, come up with the metadata and write that metadata into the glue data catalog. Okay. So I hope this part is clear now. Now, in order to get into the hands-on implementation of it, we already know how to set up S3 and how to set up IAM role. We are not aware of glue catalog. We are not aware of glue crawler. These two are the new components to us. But I'll still consider everyone as, every action as a fresh action which we are doing. So make sure you perform this thing parallelly with me. Okay. But first you need to focus on one thing. You don't have to perform it while I am performing it. I'll perform one action. You just observe it with complete consciousness. And once you have observed and understood it, then implement it in your environment. Okay. Now, in order to work with this, step number 1 is I'm going to set up S3. I'm going to keep the data on S3. That is my step number 1. And we'll talk about step number 2 once we are done with this step number 1. Okay, let's go for step number 1. You will be able to see a management console like this. As I said, you need to make sure that the region is set to North Virginia. In the upper right corner, you will be able to see the drop down for region. If it is by default North Virginia, don't touch it. But if it is something else, please make sure North Virginia is chosen as your default region because you have all the permissions under North Virginia region. Then you have to get into this search bar, and in this search bar, just type in S3 and you will be able to see S3 as a service. You can press Control and click on S3 so that this would open up in a different tab. Okay, it opened up in a different tab, as you can see. You might see a page like this. You will say, okay, how to access S3. You have this hamburger icon. You can click on the general purpose buckets and you will be able to see this page. You might not see any buckets created, or you might see 1 or 2 buckets. That should be fine. You need an interface like this and create bucket button. Once you arrive at this point, type in yes or Y in the chat window. Okay. Now in here, I have to create a bucket. Okay. In here, I have to create a bucket. In order to create a bucket, there is this button called create bucket. Simply click on this create bucket button and a new form will open up. You don't need to make any changes to this form. Just make sure you are going to give some bucket name. So for now, I say my bucket 1459 like that. So I'm giving some random names, but you should follow the naming conventions because this name should be unique, just like your email address. Scroll down a bit. You don't need to make any changes to this. Keep everything as it is and click on create bucket. So the moment you click on create bucket, this bucket would be created. And now I'm able to see my bucket, which I created over here. So once you are done with it, just let me know. Okay, I've received 2 responses, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, still have 20 to 30 seconds. Okay, 17, 18, 20 responses now. Everyone is done with the creation. Okay, 21. Perfect, perfect. Okay, that's really great. Okay, Tamanna says, please repeat previous step. I missed that one. Okay. Okay, I'll just repeat this step one more time. See, all you need to do is you have to get into S3. Once you are in S3 and general purpose buckets, you should be able to see this interface. Okay. So Tamanna, are you on this interface now of Amazon S3? Yes. Okay, perfect. All you need to do is click on the create bucket button. Once you click on the create bucket button, a new form would open up. All you need to do is give a unique name, unique bucket name, and it should not have spaces or underscore symbols. Okay, naming conventions. Based on that, you can create this name. Just give a name for bucket, then scroll down a bit and simply click on create bucket. That's it. Okay, once you are done, let me know. And once you create the bucket, you should be able to see the bucket in the list of buckets which you have on your account. Okay, okay. Now that this bucket is created, the next step is going to be to create a folder inside this bucket and insert data or upload data under that folder. Okay, so I guess you have this bucket ready. So simply click on the bucket. Simply click on the bucket which you have created. So I have created this bucket for now, my bucket 1465. I'll click on this. And now I am inside the bucket. Inside the bucket, I have to create a folder. Inside the bucket, I have to create a folder. So you click on the bucket and you are inside the bucket. And inside the bucket, you have this create folder option. So I'll simply create folder by clicking on this create folder button. I'll click on create folder and I'll simply give the name as banking-txn. You can also give the same name. Then scroll down a bit and simply say create folder. And you should be able to see banking-txn folder under my bucket 1465. Next step is you have to click on the folder. Okay, next step is to upload data over here on S3. Okay, because we are making this as a data source. We are making sure that it's a data source. So click on the folder which you have just created. So if you click on the folder, you will see all these options and you have to upload the data. You have to upload the data. You might say, okay, I need data file. Today I can share the data file with you guys because I've logged in through app. So yeah, take this data file. If you have not downloaded, have this file in any of the folder. It does not matter where it is. If you have already downloaded it, then of course there is nothing to worry. Download this file at your end. All you need to do is you have to upload this file. Now you are under the banking transactions folder. Please cross-check it by looking at this path. We are on S3 buckets, the name of my bucket and the folder. And then I have to click on this upload button. So if I click on this upload button, it asks me that if you would like to drag and drop files here, you can do it, or you can go for add files and add folders. So I have to add a file here. So I'll simply click on add files. I will navigate to the place where the file exists, the banking transactions file exists. So it exists in my datasets, guided practice, lesson number 3, banking txn.csv. I would open this up. This file has not yet got uploaded. It is just listed over here. If I need to upload it, I'll have to scroll down and there is this upload button. I have to click on the upload to make sure this file actually gets uploaded. And once it gets uploaded, there is this close button. Simply click on this close button and you should be able to see the banking transactions.csv file under banking transactions folder. Now our first step is clear. We have set up S3. Today also, of course, we are taking time for these steps. Now we have to set up an IAM role. IAM role. Because in yesterday's session, you had a different lab environment. Today you have different lab environment. So you have to create IAM role. If you want to create IAM role, just get into the search box and search for IAM. And you will be able to see IAM service over here. Control and click on this. So it would open up in a new tab. You will not see much of the information here. Then click on the roles link. You might see it like this, but if you click on the hamburger icon, all the options would open up. Then you have to click on roles. Okay. So in the upper right corner, you will see a button to create role. Okay. Now I'm going to do all the things in one step. Try to keep these things in your mind because yesterday we are done with the same activity. Just be completely present over here and you will be easily able to tackle this. Create role. We are going to click on create role. We are going to make sure AWS service is selected as the trusted entity type. In case of use case, I'll click on the drop down and search for glue. I will choose glue here and the default radio button which is selected is this, allows glue to call AWS services on your behalf. I will scroll down, click on next. In the next form, I have to attach permission or policy to my group. I will choose administrator access. This includes all the permissions. So I don't need to attach any other policy. I'll scroll down a bit. Then you can see this next button in the lower right corner. Click on the next button and then you just have to give the role name. After we select glue, all you need to do is click on next. Click on next. Then you will see add permissions section where you need to attach the policy. Yes. Yes. What is the difference between IAM user and IAM role? Okay. We'll discuss about this part at the end of session. Please remind me on this. Okay. I'll tell you the difference between these two. Administrator access policy, Vivek. You need to attach the administrator access policy. I guess it's the first policy in the list, administrator access. Just select this checkbox, scroll down and click on next. Okay, once you are done, just let me know. I'm waiting for your confirmation. Okay, okay. Now, once you are at this page, all you need to do is you just have to give a proper name to your role. I can say glue admin role. I can simply say this and I can scroll down a bit and I can simply say create role. But as I already have same role available, either I can give a different name, but in my context, I don't think it would be appropriate. So please select role name. You can give the same name as well as if you'd like to give any another name, that's fine. You can give this name, scroll down a bit and click on create role. Okay. Okay. Can you do quick back after download? I got some connection issue. Okay, Dimple. For now, just walk through it. Okay. Don't worry. I'll repeat all these steps again. Don't worry. See, all we did is we created IAM role. I'll quickly show you how to do it. You should be able to do it easily. Okay, for now, the candidates who are already at this place, please give the name of role, scroll down a bit, and you should be able to create the role with the help of this button. Okay, I'll quickly revise this complete process of creating a role. Okay, I'll say leave site. Okay, I'm going to leave the site. Okay, a quick guide to what we have to do. So in the search box, you have to search for IAM. Then you will see IAM as a service. Control and click on it. It would open up in the another tab. Then all you need to do is you have to get into the roles. You have to get into the roles, and you have this create role button over here. So you click on create role. You make sure that AWS service is selected. Use case, just from this drop down, you have to filter it out. You can simply say glue. You will see glue like this. Click on glue and click on next. And you will be able to see which policies to attach here. So you just attach the administrator access policy. Click on next. Give the appropriate name to your role here and simply click on create role. Okay, this is what you have to do. Roles, name. Name you can give as per your convenience. The name which I would suggest is glue admin role. Okay. Roles in selection. No, you have to click on create role. We don't need to select any already created roles. We have to create a new role. Okay, so if you get into roles, you don't need to click on any of the role which you are able to see here. You have this create role button. Click on that and proceed to the next part. Okay. Okay. So for now, I guess if you can create this, you can try it from your end. If not, I'll walk you through these exercises. Don't worry, because we are going to repeat this process in the upcoming exercises as well. Okay. Now that we are done with setting up S3 and setting up IAM role, these two tasks we are done with. Okay, we don't know what is glue catalog, we don't know what is this database, and we are absolutely unaware of what a crawler is. Okay, so you have S3, and on S3 you have this certain bucket which is my bucket. In my case, it's something like 1456, something like that. And under this bucket, I have banking TXN folder. And under this banking TXN folder, I have banking TXN CSV file, which is the actual data which I need to work with. Okay. So I hope everyone is clear with this. And we have also successfully created an IAM role. Now, these two components we have to work with. We are going to set up a glue catalog for now. Glue crawler does not create databases. It just scans this file, like it would go out and it would scan this banking transaction file, come up with metadata, and it will keep the metadata in some database in the glue catalog. But we don't have any database in the glue catalog. I hope everyone is able to understand this challenge. We don't have any database in the glue catalog for now. So the next step is you have to create a database in glue catalog, because crawler does not create a database. It would just come up with metadata. It will scan the data from source and it will come up with the metadata. So you have this search box over here. Now we are getting into glue. So in this search box, you have to simply say glue, and you have this AWS glue, data brave. So make sure you click on AWS glue. So I will control click on this AWS glue. It would open up in a new tab. And if I get into this, you should see an interface like this. Okay, you should see an interface like this. But you have this hamburger icon, so you can click over this hamburger icon. You have to expand this data catalog, and there is this databases section under data catalog. So please click on the databases section. You can also see 0 over here, databases as 0. Okay, because this is my personal account, so I created this default one. Don't worry about it. Okay, okay. Now we have to create a database here. Okay, we have to create a database here. You can see this add database button in the upper right corner. Just click on the add database button and a form would open up. In this form, all you need to do is you have to give the name of database, which is banking. You don't need to give any other thing. Simply click on create database. Once you click on create database, the database would be created, and now it should be visible in the databases section. Okay, network issue. Can you please repeat once? Yeah, no issues. Once you are in the databases section, so have you arrived in the databases section, Sukalyan? Okay. Then in the upper right corner, you will see the add database button. Simply click on add database button and a new form would open up. Okay. Just give the database name as banking and click on create database button, and that's it. You should be able to see banking as the database. Okay. Yeah, great. Okay. Now that you have database ready, you need to get data from your bucket. And this is the another reason why I said open these things in different tabs. Okay, this is my source where the data resides. I have to scan this banking transaction file with the help of crawler. The crawler would come up with metadata, and I want that metadata to be kept under this banking database. Okay, everyone is able to understand what we are trying to achieve here? Yes? Everyone is trying to understand? Yeah, perfect, perfect. Great, great. Because we should be aware of the activity which we are performing. Okay, it's not as if like this is step 1, step 2 and do these things. No, we should be clear of about the objective of this exercise. Okay, Arvind says please repeat. Yeah, that's great. See, I have this banking transaction file present in S3. I don't have the metadata of this. I don't have the metadata for this file. Like what are the columns, what are the data types of, what could be the data types of these columns. I'm completely unaware of this file for now. So with the help of glue crawler, what I'm going to do is this glue crawler would go out and scan this file. It will extract metadata out of this CSV file, like names of columns, the data types of columns. It would extract automatically, and it would place it as a table entry under the banking database. So you have this banking database you are able to see here. Just click on the banking database and banking database would open up. And the number of tables should be 0 for everyone because we have not created any tables in it. Okay, so click on the banking database and you will see there is nothing inside this database. In here, there is one option which says add tables using crawler. Add tables using crawler. And second one is add table, using which you can manually decide the table name and the columns. But if I am going to do this, I can scan source, come up with name of table and the metadata completely with the help of crawler. Okay, so this is one place from which I can create crawler, and this is another link from where I can create crawler. Under the data catalog, you should be able to see crawlers. So whether you click on this or whether you click on this crawler, you are going to proceed through same action. So in this database, I want to add table with the help of crawler. So I have to click on add tables using crawler. If I click on it, it would open up a form which has 5 steps. So for the first step, step 1 is crawler properties. I'm going to call it banking crawler. That's it. I can give name like this. Description is optional. Tags are optional. So you don't need to mention them. Simply click on next. Okay. Now data source configuration. It says which data source this crawler is going to crawl, which data source this crawler is going to scan. Okay. So it says, is your data already mapped to glue table? The answer is no, our data is not yet mapped to glue table. And in here, there is this second option called data sources. Data sources. You can add a data source which this crawler needs to crawl, which this crawler needs to scan. And there are 2 places from which you can add it. You can say add a data source from here, or you can click add a data source from here. Doesn't matter from where you click, you'll be prompted with the same form. Okay, but I would prefer to click on this one in the rightmost corner. So I'll click on add a data source, and it would open up another form. So the data source which you would like to crawl is S3. Network connection is optional. We are not going to mention it. Location of S3 data. Which folder I want to crawl, where it resides. Is it in this account or it's in a different account? So it's in your own account, so you don't need to worry about it. So you have to keep in this account checked. And then you should see this S3 path. You have to simply browse S3. I'll say browse S3. Navigate to the bucket which has banking transaction folder, and make sure you choose the banking TXN folder. See, there is a common mistake. What candidates do is they select the file directly. You don't have to select the file. You have to select the folder. You have to select the folder. So I'll click on banking TXN. I'll say choose, and you should be able to see this thing. It says this is required field. Don't worry, you click anywhere outside and this error would be gone. So the path should look like this. Okay, I'll click on add S3 as data source, but before that, keep this form as a reference point and please perform the necessary activities here. See, once you get into this particular step 2, you have to add a data source, like a source from where the crawler is going to actually scan. So simply click on add a data source. If you click on add a data source, a form would open up. There are wide variety of data sources where glue crawler can actually go out and scan the data, but you have to choose S3 for now. And then location is in this account. S3 path is the path of banking transaction folder, not the file, not the CSV file, but the folder. So I'll navigate to my bucket and I have this banking transaction folder. Make sure you choose this. Select this banking TXN folder, click on choose, and you can click anywhere else outside and this error would be gone. And you can simply click on add an S3 data source. You click on this add an S3 data source and it should be visible under your data sources. If you are able to see it, just type in Y in the chat window quickly so that we can move forward. Okay, once you are at this page in step number 2, let's move forward onto step number 3. So all you need to do is click on the next and you'll see this configuration option. See what it asks for? It asks for IAM role because Glue needs to go out and access S3. S3 is a different service. Glue is a different service. So you have to provide IAM role over here. So from drop down, you have to select the admin role which you have just created. Make sure you select your admin role and click on next. See, once you are in this step 2, you're able to see the data source. All you need to do is click on next in the lower right corner. But make sure you're able to see the data source as S3 and name of the folder where your banking transaction is. Then simply click on next and you will be in step 3. Make sure you select the admin role which you have just created, and then you have to click on next. Just say click on next now, and we'll navigate to step number 4. Click on next. It says, okay, fine. Now that you have given me properties, now that you told me which sources I need to crawl and you have configured security settings, tell me where to put the output. Where to put the output. Okay. So from target databases, you can click on drop down and select the banking database. So whatever metadata it would capture, it would write it into the banking database. Okay. Table name prefix for now, keep everything as it is. You don't need to worry about it. Then crawler schedule also keep it whatever is default. Then click on next. And then you'll be able to review all the properties. Once you are at this page, see, once you have given out the IAM role and you click on next, then you should be able to see this output configuration. In which database would you like to have the metadata which this crawler is going to bring in? So from the drop down, you have to select the database which you just created previously, and then scroll down, keep everything as it is, and click on next, and you should be on this review and create and all these steps. Whatever you have chosen in each and every step, you should be able to view it here. Okay. Okay. Lalit says, we have created glue admin role. So this access is to whom to give after loading the data. Let's understand this. After loading the data, it's not giving access to anyone. My glue crawler itself needs to have an access so that it can go out and scan this data which is present on S3. And that's why we have to give the admin role, because if the admin role is attached to my crawler, then and only then I can go out and scan the data on my S3. So glue crawler itself needs the role. Once it has bought in the metadata and then you have metadata available, then if you talk about, let's say, once you have everything set up, then who can access the data? So we might define different rules for it. Okay. So it's not about data for now. It's about the glue crawler. The glue crawler should have sufficient permission to go out and scan S3. Like the name of crawler, you said it should be this. The data sources is S3. This is my bucket. Then IAM role, which you have chosen. Then the destination, which you have chosen for your database. Make sure it is not an ETL job. Okay, it's just a crawler. Its only job is to fetch metadata and write it to the glue catalog. Okay, whichever database you have selected. Then there is this button called create crawler. Please click on this button. Once you click on this button, you should be able to see a banking crawler like this. Okay, or whatever is the name which you have chosen. You should be able to see this as the crawler. Okay, once you're able to see this crawler, okay, if you just look at it, see, we can use our brains and we can figure out, okay, these are the columns and they might have certain data type. But this operation of figuring out, so we are putting in our brains to do it. But crawler does it automatically. Crawler will take in the first line as the headers. It would scan complete file from starting to end, and then it will infer the data types. That would be the appropriate word to say. It would infer the data type by scanning the complete file. So it will scan a file and extract metadata from this file and write it under the glue catalog. Okay, is it clear now, Vani? Let's say I close this window and I want to access the crawler again. How can I do it? So you have to search for AWS Glue in the search box again. Control click on it, and in here in the data catalog you have the section for crawlers. So if you click on crawler, you should be able to see a banking crawler which we just created over here. Okay, you should be able to see this crawler. And then you have to simply click on this banking crawler and you're again on the same page. Okay, so for now you don't need to close and navigate till this point. That's completely fine. Okay, do one more thing. In the data catalog, you're able to see databases, right? So please control click on the databases so that the databases would open up in another tab. Click on the banking database and make sure that you're able to see tables as 0. We are going to run this crawler, and once the crawler successfully runs, I should be able to see an entry for table under these tables. Okay. So everyone understood it logically, what you have to do? Please open databases in another tab. Make sure that crawler is open in another tab and S3 is open in another tab. In case of crawler, the only thing you need to do is, see, I hope everyone is on the crawlers page. There is this option to run crawler. Just by creating it would not help us. But the moment I click on run crawler, it would actually go out and scan file on S3, scan the folder on S3 and come up with all the metadata. So without wasting any time, I'll click on run crawler. I will say, okay, where can I monitor if the crawler is running or not? You can see crawler runs section and you should be able to see it here. Okay, it is in the running status. So please click on run crawler. And once the status is completed or succeeded, you just make sure that you have opened up databases in another tab. You click on and then you get back to crawler, which you have created, and simply click on run crawler. Okay, that's the only thing. Okay. Okay, Anish says done. Okay, my crawler is still running. It has been a minute and it's still in the running state. If you'd like to see the details of it, you simply click on it and you can see what's happening in background. So the status of my crawler is, it says it's completed. Okay, it says it's completed. Then set up an IAM role, then create a blank database in the Glue catalog, then create a crawler, run the crawler. This crawler goes out and scans my actual data, comes up with metadata and writes it in the banking database. And then you might say how it has chosen the name as banking TXN, because the name of folder was banking TXN. That's why name of table is banking TXN. Getting this point? So whatever is the name of folder, it chooses it as the table name. Okay, now I'm able to see this table under my database. If I get into databases, I should be able to see this. Okay. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this exercise. Okay, Vani, Usha, everyone has shared screenshot. Yogesh says how to view data. Okay, you cannot view data here because it's just a catalog. It's just metadata repository. Now that you have metadata and data available, you can use any service like Athena, Redshift, Spectrum, EMR, Lambda to get the data from this location. Okay, like Athena, EMR, Redshift, Spectrum, Lambda. You need these services so that they would map, already this metadata is mapped, but in Glue, you can't directly run queries. Okay. You need other things. Okay, Yogesh says, can you please show? I can show it, but because you are working in the lab environment, you will not have access to another service which I am showing you right now. For now, I will show it with the help of Athena. Okay. For now, I'll show it with the help of Athena. This is not part of exercise. Please keep this in mind. We are going, outside the scope of this exercise for now. If you'd like to view the data, I'll simply click on table view data. This will take you to the Athena preview data. I'll say proceed. And in here, when we are in Athena, you'll not be able to see it because you have permission on Glue only. Okay. It has built it up a query, select star from this banking table and limit to 10. And here is the data. Okay. You can run analytical queries over here and you'll keep on getting the responses. You can download it as CSV file, or I can also remove this limit and see the results. I can select it and I can simply say run and I'll get all the data which was present in my file in the form of table. I can run analytics queries through Athena here because you guys are familiar with SQL. If I ask you to perform some group by, order by, or window function operation, you should be able to perform it with the help of Athena. So this is just one example. Let's get into this and let's try to understand this concept. If you talk about data extraction, see, from where we are extracting the data, we should be aware of the place. We are going to extract data from the sources. These many are the sources, and from these sources we are extracting the data. Okay, we need to be aware of this part. Now, apart from this, these are just some few of the sources from which you are extracting data for this project, like RDBMS, NoSQL, or some sort of server from which we are extracting it. Getting the data from source, that is important part, and we are going to focus on that part first. The power of data extraction. If I move forward, this was the quick recap of our previous session, which I guess we have already walked through. Learning objective is we need to understand first what is structured and unstructured data source, then incremental data versus full data load, the concept of change data capture, and the strategies to handle streaming data efficiently, and apply data extraction best practices to ensure optimal result. We are going to walk through all the points which are mentioned here today. Let's get into the very first point, which is data extraction. Talking about data extraction, we need to focus on this one particular thing. It is a process of retrieving structured and unstructured data from various sources, which we already talked about. The retrieved data is cleaned, transformed, and loaded into various analytical platforms for making data-driven strategic choices. So I talked about this example initially, where I said that in this particular project, I told you that we are getting the data from different sources. We are collecting that data, transforming it, and we are writing it to Redshift. This was just an example, Okay, so we talked about this example. Now, if I get into this and if I move forward, there are different data extraction techniques. It depends on the kind of source you are dealing with. The very first one which you are able to see here is called web scraping, then API calls, database queries, data migration tools, and log file processing. You might say, in which scenario we are going to use which data extraction technique? Let's walk through it. So if I talk about the web scraping, if I am working on HTML content, if I want to extract data from some HTML content, let's imagine I have this website, which I guess everyone is familiar with, Amazon.com. Then I search for laptop. I press enter and I get many results. As you can see, it is showing me 40,000 results, 1 to 16 of over 40,000 results for laptop. But these details of laptops are on the different pages. Like on the first page, there is something, on second page, on third page, and likewise. What if I want to extract the name, rating, price, as well as the specifications of these laptops? What if I just want to extract it? Let's imagine I have some sort of a program with the help of which this from this website I can extract the data, extract this content, and create some Excel file which can be used for analysis. Let's imagine I write a program. You can do it with the help of Python, and I run that program over here, and all 40,000 results are now available in my Excel file within few seconds. So if all these 40,000 results are available in my Excel file, if that is the case, then what happens is that I can perform analysis. If I want to compare the laptops, if I have my own queries, of course, they have given the filters over here. But if you'd like to go advanced, you say, okay, I'm a technical person. I'm going to get all these things here from here, and I'm going to perform some sort of analytics on them. So within few seconds, if you get an Excel file, you can perform analysis on top of that, and you can come up with your decision. Okay, so this is what we call web scraping. It extracts HTML content from the HTML from the websites. Okay, it extracts the HTML content. Another thing is an API calls. The API calls like get, post, put, delete. Let me first tell you what an API is. Let's imagine I'm using Instagram. So Instagram is not like present on my personal storage, right? Instagram has its own dedicated server. Let's imagine it is server for Instagram. Okay. And all the data is over here. What do you think if I'm accessing Instagram with the help of some client application? Like this is my phone. This one is my phone. If I want to extract the information, or let's say I say, okay, I would like to see reels for cats and I'm searching about it. And then my request goes directly to the server. So if the request goes directly to the server, there is a security threat involved, as well as I might have to configure some sort of server credentials in the client applications as well. So you guys are using Instagram from like 5 to 7 years, or some of the candidates might be new to Instagram, some might be very old. But have you ever came across some sort of server details of Instagram in your client application? Of course, the answer would be no. The reason is, in between you have something called APIs, which is called as application programming interfaces. These APIs are going to connect with the server. So let's imagine these are APIs. This is a phone. I'd call it a client. Client wants to get something from the server. So the client can make a request called get. Okay, so client can make different requests for different actions. Like client can say, okay, I'm looking for some user, or I'm looking for some sort of content. I can go for this. I can raise this get request. You will say, okay, we are not using get request, but yes, you guys are raising get request whenever you are searching anything on Instagram. Okay, that is nothing but get request. Well, basically whatever is being written once you initiate that request. Then there is post request. If you are posting a photo or a reel, or you're posting a story, that's a post request. Then there is this put request. You have a delete request as well. Okay. So different kinds of HTTP methods are there in order to interact with the server through APIs. So API in here is like, first time I say, okay, give me something. So get, so that's one API call, then post, another API call. You might have different APIs for different get, post, and put methods. Like I want to search username, so I'm going to have a different get method for that. If I want to search for some reels or some sort of post, there might be different get method for that. So client can raise request, but it is not directly making request through this to the server. The client can make request through APIs to the server, and that's what it is being said. Data extraction techniques. API calls can be configured to get the data. Okay, but what sort of data? Like if I'm saying get request, put request, or delete request, I might collect all these information and create some sort of log file, like the amount of or whichever requests are being arriving from which particular user. It's a get, post, then someone is going for get request again, someone is going for get request again, and the specifics of their request, what they are looking for. So this is what we mean by API calls. With the help of API calls also you can get the data. Okay, faculty. Hello, Abhishek Das is facing issue with the lab. Now, if I get into another part, which is database queries, data migration tools, log file processing. These are different techniques of extracting data. You will say how a database query can extract the data. Let's understand this. If you look at this, if I want to get data from RDBMS server and then I have to put the data into Redshift, this is my use case. Let's imagine I want to get data from RDBMS, which is, let's say, MySQL. However, I don't want the complete data. I just want some fields from the customer table. few fields from the customer table or few rows from the customer table. So I can run SQL query, and whatever is the output of this SQL query, we can put it into the Redshift or some other layer which is in between. Okay, that's why database queries can also serve as data extraction technique. Then there are different data migration tools available in the market. The prime example of it is AWS DMS, which is called database migration system. You can very easily migrate on-premise database to cloud, or you can make multiple connections. So you can use these data migration tools. Then log file processing. See, logs are basically events, whatever is going on. And it might be batch oriented, it might be streaming as well. If I am working on an e-commerce platform like Amazon, I can say, okay, whatever request I am getting in the real time, I should see the real time dashboard. You might have seen such dashboards if you are familiar with the stock market applications. The graph constantly fluctuates, it constantly gets updated, right? But in this case, we are not focusing on that. Log-based processing can also be batch oriented, like the number of requests I had in previous 1 hour or 2 hour, whatever it is, get that data. Okay, so that's what we mean by log processing, or you can I guess also call it clickstream data processing, but that's more deeper than this one. Log file processing is quite basic. All right, data extraction applications. Why do we do that? Of course, that's simple. We want to analyze the data. If I keep it simple and straightforward, we would like to analyze the data. That's why we are going for extraction. And all these are the use cases of data analysis. These are all use cases of data analysis. What are the challenges of extracting data? Of course, it is not going to be easy. Data separation, inconsistency, security, privacy concerns, lack of scalability, performance. We'll talk about all these things, starting with data separation and inconsistency. So as I said, if I'm working on this project, I'm going to get data from three different sources. There, and in many cases, we might not have any control on the kind of data which source is generating. The kind of data which we expect onto destination is what we are clear about. But the kind of data you are going to get from the source, so you can't guarantee that okay, data is going to be in the format which we are expecting it. So this is one part. Data can be inconsistent. Some records which are present on RDBMS, and let's imagine some records which are overlapping, and those records are in NoSQL. Okay, so there might be some inconsistencies. You will have to deal with those inconsistencies. Inconsistency means inaccurate information which can lead to improper analysis. Okay. Another one is data security and privacy concerns. Of course, if you are going to get data from sources, so if the data is already present on the sources, then we don't need to worry much about it, because sources are, let's imagine, not in our control. But if you are extracting data and putting it onto some layer, then the security falls on our shoulders. We are responsible for this security now, because this is a private data. This is not from some public domain for an industry level application. So that is why it's always a good idea to implement these security and privacy mechanisms. And if you don't know how to implement it, or if you are not implementing it, it will serve as a challenge. Lack of scalability and performance. Now this is a really frustrating thing. If you ask me why it's so frustrating, let me give you a simple example. We talked about AWS Glue, that it's very powerful. It can deal with large amounts of data. And I said, okay, this is the most perfect tool to handle ETL whenever it comes to batch processing workloads. I say I'm having RDBMS, which is MySQL, and I want to put the data onto S3. And this is a simple case of data extraction. I want to extract data from RDBMS, and I want to put that data onto S3. Okay, now please be aware, or please give your complete attention to this example, because it is going to clear most of your doubts, and you might even be able to implement the optimization techniques with the help of it. Let us imagine I want to extract data from RDBMS and put it onto S3, and I want to do it with the help of glue. We can very easily do it with the help of glue. Okay, we'll be able to do it with the help of glue. Now, we are talking about this challenge, lack of scalability and performance. I said glue is a very fantastic ETL tool. It can scale. It has power to handle terabytes of data. It can distribute the data processing onto multiple workers. However, the RDBMS server which we are dealing with, let's imagine the output channel of this MySQL is providing us just 300 Mbps transfer rate, not more than that. So does it matter? Does it actually matter how powerful glue is? Yes, I would like to understand your opinions. Okay, Ritusha says DevOps. Okay, Dimple says no. Okay, okay. Swarnika says no. Okay. Let me just repeat the question one more time. See, I do have a very powerful glue job, which can handle terabytes of data, and it has a very high throughput. But the speed at which, the maximum speed at which my RDBMS can deal with data is 300 Mbps. So if glue is going to fetch data from RDBMS, it can't fetch more than 300 Mbps in 1 second. Doesn't matter how powerful it is. Yes, perfect, perfect, perfect. Ritushna, Swarnika, Dimple, great, great. Okay, I'd really appreciate responses from all the candidates, because it will keep you interactive, as well as you will be able to perform our today's exercise properly if you are going to attend this session, or if you are going to simply listen to all the conceptual stuff which we are walking through. Initially, we are going to walk through the conceptual stuff, and later we are going to get into hands-on. It's like the second half is also for our today's session is also the hands-on part. Okay. Now, if I talk about this lack of scalability, it means that on source, there is some sort of issues when it comes to scalability and performance. Like, you can't scale this like this. Okay, I'm having multiple instances, or you don't have the performance either. Like, okay, I can fetch the data with 1 gigabytes per second or 10 gigabytes per second. That is simply just not possible with in this particular scenario. Another thing is data quality issue, changing data environments. I will say what do you exactly mean by environments. So many times data is, the journey of data starts from source, and it keeps on navigating here and there. So changing data environments simply means that the data is being transferred onto different locations, and while transferring, there might be some side effects, so that these side effects introduce inconsistencies. So that is what we mean by changing data environments. Data quality issues, yes, we already talked about this. Okay, so if we are not having any control over the source system, we have to deal with the data quality in our ETL job. And strategies for effective data extraction. Let's get into this. Define clear objectives, what you would like to extract. You should be aware of this thing first. Implement data governance. That is another thing. We talked about data governance in our previous sessions. It's like the compliance standards based on the different governments or stakeholders. Ensure data quality checks. We have to cross-check that we have implemented proper data quality checks. And then automate data extraction process, because every time you run a job, you're not supposed to, or you're not going to automate you're not going to run it manually again and again. Okay. So there is this activity. With the help of this example, we'll understand the data extraction strategies. A retail chain with multiple stores nationwide wanted to analyze customer buying patterns. Now, this is really important kind of analysis. understanding the buying pattern of the customer, to optimize inventory management and enhance customer experience. Of course, if I know that in a certain area, if a certain kind of mobile phone is being purchased heavily, so I'll make sure that the inventory is updated in that way for that particular area. So this is really interesting example. The company faced challenges in consolidating data from diverse sources, including sales database, customer feedback form, online transactions. Manual data extraction was time consuming and prone to errors, hindering time analysis. So this was the challenge. Let's try to see how it can be dealt with. Okay, so if we are going to get the data extraction, like if we are going to understand this particular part, data governance, automated data extraction process, ensure data quality checks. But what are data quality checks? What do you mean by automating the data extraction process? Just give me a few moments and I'll explain it just after that. Okay, if you are going to do all these things, the challenges which are we talked about in the previous slide would be gone. So if I run web crawling application on top of this, so it is going to extract this data, but this data is represented here by being fetched through the database. Let's say if I reload this page, the data is going to be extracted from the database and then it is visible onto this particular page. But when I go for web scraping, did I require to, connect to a database? No, I don't even care about the database. I am just taking whatever is this HTML content, is providing. Whatever is being provided in the form of HTML, we can extract it easily with the help of web scraping. So yes, web scraping is the correct answer. But let's understand the other options as well. If I talk about APIs, so APIs interact with the databases. APIs are going to interact with the databases. So indirectly, of course, it is the access to the database. Database queries are for sure going to interact with the databases. Even the data migration tools are also going to interact with the databases. All three things like API call, database queries, and data migration tools, they have to connect to database to get the data. But web scraping has nothing to do with the database. It is simply fetching it from HTML content. So I hope this part is clear to everyone now. Okay, let me just quickly revise whatever we have seen till this point. We talked about the concept of data extraction. We talked about different techniques to extract the data. We talked about applications. We talked about the challenges which you might face while extracting the data, strategies for effective data extraction, and then we talked about this activity, and then we went for this Q&A. Till this point, if everything is clear, just type in Y in the chat window. After that, we are going to move forward. Okay. Great. Perfect. Data migration. Okay, Vani says data extraction. Let me just quickly show you what data extraction is and or data migration is. Okay, and I think it would be proper if I just show you the service which is normally used for data extraction. So there is this one service on AWS called DMS. So this is just one service, of course, which says database migration service. So let's click on that. So if I click on this particular thing, then of course a page is being loaded over here. Then I said data collectors, from where you're getting the data. As you can see here, create data collector. It would get the data from source, then download, install, and collect data. And step 3 is analyze complexities and generate recommendations. Basically, I am going to get the data from source database. Let's say I want to migrate my MySQL databases to the Redshift. Now, these type of practices are very common in industries where we initially started off with the on-premise setup, and now we want to shift onto the cloud. So whatever is there on premises, you have to make sure you have to make it available onto the cloud platform as well. This is just one example. So from one database to another, if I just say create data collector, I can say name, then connection, connectivity. choose and create to collection metadata, then IAM role it says. So we can create data collectors over here, okay, with the help of this DMS. Then convert and migrate, as you can see, the migration projects it says. So you just can collect the data from one source and then write it onto destination, but you're not making any modifications in that process. You're not doing anything. You're just making the replica of it onto another service. Like you're getting data from MySQL, putting it onto MongoDB. You're getting data from Oracle database, you're putting it onto Redshift. So this is what we mean by migration. And in order to go for migration, there is need to connect to source and extract data from the source. That's why the data migration also comes under the data extraction techniques. Okay, is this part clear now, Vani? Okay, great. Okay, let us quickly move forward now because we have to get into hands-on as well. Okay, extracting data from structured and unstructured sources. But before we talk about extracting data from structured and unstructured sources, we should be aware of what is structured and what is unstructured. Or if you have clarity on this, I can pass on this point. Just type in Y or N. If you know this point, just type in Y. If you don't know, just type in N. Okay, Abhishek, Avanti. Okay. Okay, few candidates are aware of this point. Most of the candidates are not aware of it. Let's focus on this part. Okay, I'll explain this one. Let's understand what do you mean by structured and unstructured sources. Okay, if I talk about a structured source, then you might have worked with the databases. I guess your previous session was associated with the databases only, right? Perfect. Okay, then I guess I'll have to get in here. If I run this, I'm going to see this as the output: ID, name, age. If I ask you, see, even if you're not aware of structured or unstructured, if I ask you, what do you think? Is it structured or unstructured? I'm just asking the opinion. What do you think? Is it structured or unstructured? Okay, we have received the response. Okay, one is a structure. Weba. Tusha says structured. Okay. Data is in predefined format. Okay, structured. Perfect. Okay, everyone is saying structured. Abhishek, Anish, Priya, Usha, Alok Nanda, Swarnika, Sukalyan. Okay, Dimple says unstructured. Okay. Let's understand this. Okay. So what sort of data you can call structured data? The data which has structure. If you look at it, if I just select ID column, it has all integer values, and semantically also they are IDs. If I talk about name, it has all the values associated with name. If I talk about age, it has all values with age. So when we create a table, we also mentioned the kind of columns you need. If I simply say describe users, run this, should see ID, integer, name, varchar, age, integer. If I try to insert integer value, or if I try to insert some string value in the ID column, what do you think? Is it possible? Is it possible to have a string value in the integer column? Yes. No? Okay. Perfect. No is the correct answer. Perfect. Great. So we can't have any string value in here. So the structure is fixed. So there is a fixed structure to the data which we are going to receive in this table. The first column is going to hold integer, second one string, and third one integer. That is a fixed structure which you have. And that is why this type of data is called as structured data. Okay, it has predefined schema. It does have a structure and it does have a schema. That's why it is called as structured data. If I show you, if I just get into this File Explorer, and I'm just going to click on some random text. Like let's imagine these are the demo testimonials. If I look at this, is it structured or unstructured? Structured or unstructured? Do you see any proper structure to this? Or I guess this file does have some structure to it, but it does not have any schema associated with it. So if I just want to make any changes, I can simply make changes very easily, right? Yes, this one's unstructured. I can simply say, okay, this is what I mean. I'm just saying it like this. Okay, and it has no relevance in this file. And if I try to save it, the file will get saved as well. There is no governance. There is no one who's taking care of structure over here. That's why this file is unstructured. But if I talk about this, even if you want to have some other value in ID column, some other data type, you can't have it here. So a structure is being followed. So the locations, or I would say the sources where data has some predefined structure and it is a fixed structure and you can't modify it even if you want. If you want to modify it, you have to change the complete framework. So that sort of data we call structured data, the data which has some structure as well as schema. And unstructured means the data which does not have any structure and which does not have any schema. If I talk about email body, that is one sort of unstructured data. Okay, so there are different aspects to it, but let's not dive deeper. Now, extracting from structured and unstructured data sources. If I talk about structured data, it is easy because structured data is normally provided through some database servers, or some NoSQL databases also can have a predefined structure, a fixed structure. But normally NoSQL databases are quite flexible, so I don't think they will come under the structured data. The data which we have in NoSQL is mostly semi-structured. Now, there's something which is in between the structured and unstructured. We'll walk through that as well. So if I talk about structured data, it is easy to search, analyze, integrate, and it is also easy to extract. Okay, we can get the structured data from sources like databases, spreadsheets, and log files. Then techniques to extract structured data, ETL jobs. You can go for APIs, you can go for web scraping. With the help of any of it, you should be able to extract the data. It depends on the kind of scenario which you are facing. If I talk about unstructured data, the data is completely, what I can call it, unstructured. If I say I'm posting some photo on Instagram, or if I'm simply posting some reel on Instagram, if I'm writing review on Amazon, so all these things don't have any structure. See, what I'm going to write in the review is not, is not proper, is not going to be following some structure. I might capture some pictures, I might record some video, or I might just write the review. So whatever I'm going to have and as a part of unstructured, it is going to be really difficult. Okay, Usha has come up with one thing. Unstructured data is not easily searchable, analyzable without further processing. Yeah, that is also perfect. You have to process that data, and you have to make it available in a format using which you can comprehend whatever is there in that data. Okay, you have to come up with it, and then you should be able to understand the unstructured data. If we move forward a bit, there are different ways to deal with unstructured data. One is NLP, OCR, which is optical character recognition, which means if I share the image, it extracts the text part from the image. Okay, like if I capture screenshot of this and send this to ChatGPT, and if I tell, okay, give me whatever is written in this screenshot, so the ChatGPT is going to come up with, okay, techniques for unstructured data extraction, and then all these three things. It can extract data. So extracting data from extracting text from image, that's what we mean by optical character recognition and machine learning. So I guess more like instead of data extraction, I would say these are the techniques to process the unstructured data as well. Because in order to get the data, that's not going to be quite difficult, but to deal with it, to eliminate inconsistencies, apply data quality rules, of course it is going to take quite a lot of time, and that's why going with these techniques makes sense for unstructured data. Okay, why to extract from both sources? The very first thing is that we don't have any choice. To be precise, if I say, if I get onto Amazon, if I try to purchase any laptop, let's imagine I'm looking for this. Okay, this looks good. I click on this, and then I scroll down a bit, and I would like to see the reviews of it. Okay, I'd like to see the reviews of it. I click on it, and I can see this section which says customer says. See, I have two options. I can go through each and every review and then come up with my opinion, or I can simply see this summary. Customers find laptop perfect, well, good processor and all that stuff, and but they are reporting poor battery performance and quick discharge. How these this Amazon came up with it? AI generated from text of customer reviews. So customer reviews are being processed, and then this summary is getting evaluated, and then we are able to see this summary over here. So why to extract data from both sources? Because if you are going to get data from structured source, that's fine. But you, in my e-commerce application, or we are working on this e-commerce application, if I don't perform, or if I don't do what my competitors are doing, then of course I'll be lagging behind in the market. Because if I have the same laptop and I am unable to show this thing to my users, so some user might say, okay, I'm not able to see this sort of review on this website. It looks like they are old generations. You should not purchase from this website. This sort of impression might be there. Okay, so if you get data from structured sources, that's fine. But if you talk about reviews are like unstructured data. If I process this unstructured data and come up with some analytics, and then I'm able to show this analytics to my show this evaluations, whatever I have came up with, to my customers, then and only then I'm going to have good I would say profit on the aspect of profit, as well as on the aspect of customer experience. All these two things will be tackled. Okay, now of course we have to get all sorts of data. Let's say what this slide says. Okay, company faces challenges. It gets data from different sources in different format. Like you can get it from survey responses and unstructured data, like social media comments post a significant challenge. So you can also deal with what people are talking about you. If I upload some, if there are multiple YouTube videos, or the Facebook videos, posts, Instagram videos, posts, reels, and I would like to come up with the sentimental analysis of a certain product. What are people talking about this particular product? So recently I have purchased a new webcam, so that I can have a good clarity. So if I want to get what people are saying, that's what we call sentimental analysis. So if I don't extract the data from unstructured source, how am I going to come up with some such interesting analysis? Okay, and that is the reason we need to get the data from both the sources. Data extraction approaches. Now I'm going to slow down a bit for this particular point, because this is really important. If this point takes time, we are good with that. I don't have any regret if this point gets some more attention compared to the other ones. Because if you are going to get into interviews and you talk about ETL, of course you'll stumble upon this particular approaches, right? Data extraction has two approaches. One is incremental data extraction, and another one is full data extraction. We'll say why are these two things there? You can simply connect to source and get the things done, right? But let's imagine I'm working on an employee table, and I'm just going to mention the primary keys of that employee table over here. My job is on daily basis, whatever data arrives in the employee table, whatever data arrives in the CMP table, I take that data and I make sure that the data is available onto S3. With the help of my ETL job, I keep all the data which I extract onto S3. So let's say this is day 1 of my ETL job and I get 1, 2, and 3 records in the employee table. With the help of glue, I capture this thing and I make it available onto S3. Okay, that's what ETL does. It gets data from source and writes it to destination. Source is RDBMS and destination is S3. Okay, 1 to 3 is now available onto S3. That's really great. Fine. We are done with it. Okay. Are we going to run this ETL job just once? The answer is big no. We have to run ETL jobs again and again. Let's say on a second day, if I want to extract the data, on a second day, there are 3 new entries in the employee table, which are 4, 5, and 6. Now, I would like to ask you, what should I do in this case? Should I get the data from record number 1 to 6 and then put it onto S3, overwrite whatever I have written onto S3, or I just get 4, 5, 6 and append it to this particular result? What should we do? First approach is to get the complete data. Second approach is just to get newly inserted data. First approach or second approach, whichever you feel can be the correct one, just mention it in the chat window. Okay, 3 responses, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, wrong answers are appreciated, so please don't hesitate to answer. Okay. Okay, both can be done. Okay, second one, both 4, 5, 6. Okay, both, second one. Okay, please repeat. Okay, I'll repeat the question again. Okay, like first time when this ETL job got executed, what I did was I got whatever is in the employee table and I put it onto S3. On second day, new records are inserted into employee table because it is RDBMS, insert, update, deletes are going to happen over here. So these 3 records are newly inserted now. So second time when I run this glue job, should I only get newly inserted records onto S3 or should I get this complete data onto S3? Because on S3, I already have the previous data. Okay, so if you think in terms of performance, processing, cost, okay, changed data, extraction would be good. Okay, okay. Only new, perfect. Ashish says complete. Okay, okay. New, only 4, 5, 6. Only the changes. Okay, fine. It's always a good idea to get only the changes onto the destination. Like I just executed this job and 4, 5, 6 is now available on S3. So I already had 1, 2, 3 and I have this 4, 5, 6 available over here. Third time when the glue job runs, it would just get like 7, 8, 9 and 10. Let's imagine we had. So next time it runs, it is not going to take from 1 to 6, take records from 1 to 6. It will consider from record 7, 8, 9, 10. And it is going to make the records available over here in the S3. Looks like a good approach, right? It looks like a good approach. Of course, it is performance efficient because my glue job does not have to deal with large amount of data. Do you say, okay, what does it matter? Why does it matter? Okay, Yogesh says it depends on the type of CDC. Okay, we'll talk about it. Now that I'm saying, okay, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you might think, okay, complete data, taking the complete data to the destination makes sense. But what if this was not 3, this was 3 million? What if it was not just 4, 5, 6 and it was 3 more million? Then my glue job needs to deal with too much amount of data. Just because it can deal with too much amount of data, that does not mean that you have to push it and get all data onto your destination. Okay, what is CDC is the question. Yes, we are moving towards the answer of this. This is one case. This is one case. And this is what we call incremental data extraction. We are just extracting newly, updated data, newly inserted data. Okay, so whatever are the changes, if you are just capturing the changes and then you are keeping the changed data, like whatever is changed in the source, if you are just going to keep these things onto S3, that's what we mean by CDC, change data capture. Whatever is changed in the source, capture it and put it onto the destination. Okay, you'll say it's easy to capture. It's easy to capture. What's a big deal in that? I will extract 1 to 3, then I'm going to maintain this last value somewhere. Next time when I run the job, I'll push a query so that it gets the data which is above 3, which is 4, 5, 6. Then you will say, okay, next time I'm going to retain this 6, and then I'm going to push the query and I would ask it to get just 7, 8, 9, and 10. Getting this point? So if you just preserve the last value in this case, the job is done. But it is just limited to insert. It is just limited to insert. If I talk about update and delete, then the scenario changes. Okay, because RDBMS, so because we are taking example of RDBMS, so on the source, there can be new inserts, there can be updates, there can be deletes. Like I am posting a new product onto my e-commerce website, I am changing the price of the existing product, and I am deleting some user, or I am deleting some of the reviews because I found them fraudulent. So yeah, that's possible. On source, changes will keep on happening. And whatever changes are happening on source, it is not just limited to the employee table. Whatever are the sources happening onto this source, whatever the changes are happening on this source, you have to capture these changes, and then you need to move these changes onto destination. The changes which you capture, please be very attentive here. The changes which we capture from the source is also called as delta. Okay, so you might hear these terms in the industries. Okay, we are taking deltas from this and that. So delta is nothing but whatever has been changed in the source is captured, and this is called as delta. Like this is what it is changed in the source since the last pipeline run, and then you keep it, then you make that delta available onto your destination. Okay, this is what has changed in the source, and then you might integrate it onto the data warehouse. Let's take example of this. If there are any changes happening on RDBMS like insert, update, and delete, you have to capture those changes. If there are insert operations, you have to insert new records in the data warehouse. If there are new update operations, then you have to update the records into data warehouse. If something is being deleted on the source, you have to make sure you either delete it or you either preserve the previous values. Okay. Getting this point, everyone? The concept of change data capture? If so, just type in Y in the chat window. Okay, there are truncate and load options when we want to construct refresh. Okay, constant refreshes. Yes. Okay, if I quickly summarize this one, whatever is changed onto the source, okay, it might be newly inserted data or updated or deleted. You have to capture those changes, that data, and the data which you capture, the changed data which you capture is also called as delta. You're taking this delta, this process is called as CDC. You're taking this delta, you're identifying the sources, capturing the change, identifying the changes happened on the source. You call it delta and you capture it. You call this CDC, then you have that data onto destination, whichever was changed. And you can also update your destination accordingly. Like I said, let's imagine a new product has been added to the to my database. I should capture it, and it should also be made available onto destination. If the price of some product changes over here, I should also make the same update in the data warehouse. If some fraudulent reviews are being deleted, let's say here, So I have to capture these changes, and I need to make similar changes in the data warehouse. I need to change this particular thing. Everyone is getting this point now? What do you mean by CDC? Okay, how will we know if one column is updated from a million data? That's really good question. I was waiting for this. Yeah. I mean, which column is updated or deleted? Perfect, perfect, perfect. There are two ways of identifying the updates and deletes. You might say, okay, this was the easy one, right? You might say, okay, this guy has told us that, okay, inserts can be dealt with, right? But yes, there is way to deal with update and deletes as well. Dealing with inserts, it's quite straightforward. Okay, I had 3 records which I already made available onto destination, and I preserve this primary key. Let's say, imagine this is ID is the primary key. I preserve this. Next time I run the query, I am just simply going to push query like with the help of where condition, where ID is greater than 3. So it would pull the data which just recently arrived. And then on second day, as I told you, we got 4, 5, 6. And then I preserve the last value 6. Next time I deploy SQL query, I say where IDs are greater than 6. So just 7, 8, 9, 10 I have to deal with. Getting this point? So this is how you handle inserts. But what about updates and deletes? How you handle updates and deletes? Let's understand this. If you want to handle the update operation, updates can be handled with the help of 2 features, 2 options. One is you have to, if your data source is in the format where you have last modified column, this is one way. Like if you add new data, it will assign timestamp. If you update certain record, it will assign a timestamp. Okay, so instead of relying on the primary key for change data capture, if I have timestamp associated with each and every record, let's take example of this. Let's imagine on day 1, there are 2 entries in the employee, 1 which entered at 10 a.m. and 2 which got entered at 11 a.m. The timestamp is going to be quite detailed, not just 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. I'm just telling you the example. And next day, what happens is the new records are coming in. The 3 which has arrived on, I would say, 11 a.m. on day 2. So this is what we got on day 1. This is for records for day 1. These are records for day 2. Okay. Then let's imagine if I update some record. Like let's imagine this is not employee table, this is products table, and these are product IDs. If I delete all these things from here, it would be better. Product ID 1, then the price is, let's say, $50, and this record got inserted at 10 a.m. 2, it has the price is around $42, and this product got inserted at 11 a.m. On day 2, product number 3, and the value is around, let's say, $55, and it arrived at 11 a.m. Okay, or let's take it on the same day, 11, and it occurred at 12. So if I run this glue job for first time, I'm going to get all these things. I'm going to get all these things into the destination like this. I get all these things available onto the destination. Now, next step is, if some new data arrives or some data gets updated, I should be able to capture it. How? Let's imagine on second day, it says that I'm inserting a new record, which is product ID 4. The price is $60, and it got inserted onto, let's imagine 13, which is around 1 p.m. Okay, and there is one more record, which is 5. The price of this one is $30, and it got inserted at 14. These are the timestamps. These are going to be detailed timestamps. I'm just writing hour here for hours here just to save the time. If I run the glue job for first time, this thing got inserted. After this run, 2 new records are inserted, 4 and 5. And record ID 2, the price changed from $42 to $45. And this thing happened at 3 p.m., which is 15. Now, if I preserve the last modified value of the previous run, it was 12, right? It was 12 because till this point, you have extracted the data. Next time, if I extract the data, I'm going to push the SQL query in a way that I will say, give me all the records which are inserted or updated after 12. So it would scan the data, capture the changes, and it will keep the captured changes onto the destination, this glue job. So it will say, okay, these two new records are inserted. That's fine. And there is this one record which got updated as well. Now on the destination, you have all two files, so the previous run and the current run file. You can compare these two files, merge it with some processing logic, and you make sure that only recent version of certain project or certain product has to be kept, has to be considered, and the older one should be truncated or eliminated. Okay, this is how you deal with the update operation. Have you understood this part now? Yes. Okay. Okay. I mean, which column is updated or deleted? Okay, Abhishek will get into it. Fine. Great. Now let me pose another challenge to you guys. Let's see if you can answer this. Okay. Now the last modified value is 15. If I preserve this value somewhere, the last modified value is, let's say, 15. Okay. And now what I do is I insert a new record, which is let's say 6. And the price of this is $15, and it got inserted at 4 p.m., which is 16. And I've done one more thing. I deleted this column, which is 3. I deleted this column completely, eliminated from this. Okay. Now, if I capture changes by saying that, okay, I just want to have this, records which arrived, inserted or updated after 3 p.m. So in the change data, I'm going to get just this one record and nothing else. 3 has got deleted onto the source, but on destination, it still exists. How you're supposed to deal with these deletes? There are, different approaches to this, and we'll be talking about it now. If I need to deal with updates, there is one thing which is called last modified, and there is another thing which is called bin logs. Bin logs, or I can say database logs. So the databases which are used on production, like MySQL or SQL Server or Oracle, they generate logs, like the queries which got executed onto databases. Behind the scenes, they generate logs. What are all queries which are being executed on this database? So if you don't have this last modified functionality implemented, because that might be the case where you don't have this last modified functionality available. In such cases, you have to rely on to database logs. So you are going to capture the changes you have to capture the database logs from the previous run. You have to process it. You have to see which records got inserted. You will get the queries directly, and you can extract the data out of that query. And then you have to make it available onto the destination. That is one part if last modified is not configured onto the source. If I talk about the delete operation, last modified does not help at all. Last modified is not going to help at all. You have to rely on to database logs. There might be a situation that you don't have database logs. In that case, what you have to do is periodically, you have to get all data from source. You have to get all data from destination. You have to compare it. You have to come up with final result and write it to destination again. Okay, let me repeat it again. If you don't have database logs available, or if the database logs are not configured onto the server, which is highly unlikely on a production level, but I'm just telling you about the final thing. So even if these logs are not available in here, you get complete data from source, you get complete data from destination, you compare both of these data, and then generate results, and whatever are the generated results, you write it onto destination and eliminate the previous ones. Periodically, you have to perform this job. In one project, we used to do it per week. Per week, we used to handle the deletes. In some projects, I guess we used to do it on monthly basis. So it all depends on the frequency, what is the access pattern of your data and how you are handling it onto the downstream, like wherever the analytics logic is, being used. So based on that, you can deal with deletes. If you want to deal with deletes in a real-time basis, of course, you have database logs, or you have to go for full extraction and compare. Okay. So this is how you handle the insert, update, deletes, which we call changes. And the changes are also called as delta. I hope everyone is able to understand it. Whatever are the newly inserted, updated, deleted records on the source, that is what we call delta. And capturing this delta is called as CDC. And this overall mechanism is called as incremental data capture. So you can go for full data capture. You can capture it from this first record till the last record without any issue. You can capture it very easily. But this thing is going to be troublesome because you're going to generate large bills for your glue job and you have to wait till the data arrives onto destination. It will take more time, as well as it will consume more resources, as well as you'll have to pay more money to achieve the same thing, which you can achieve with fewer resources, less amount of time, and in a smart way. Okay. So did everyone understood the concept of incremental data extraction and the difference between incremental data extraction and full data extraction? It involves retrieving only newly added or modified data from source since the last extraction. Then advantages. What are the advantages of it? Reduces processing time and resource usage, minimizes the impact on source system, enables near real-time refresh. Okay, because if you are going to capture data, then the amount of data is not going to be too much to move here and there. Okay. Disadvantages is you need to implement the CDC mechanism, involves complex implementations and maintenance, leads to data inconsistencies in the absence of perfect CDC. If you miss out on certain part, of course, inconsistencies are going to enter in the chat. Incremental data extraction use case. I guess everyone understood this part, so I'll not walk through this particular thing. Full data extraction is quite simple compared to the incremental data extraction. It is a data generation approach, also known as full load or full refresh, where entire data set is extracted from source system and loaded into the target system. Okay. But if you want updated, up-to-date copy of entire data set and the amount of data is not too large, in that case, you can go for full data extraction. The advantages are it is very simple to capture full data. It's not at all a difficult thing. It provides complete snapshot at given time, then facilitates easier handling, historical data analysis, and all that stuff. But the disadvantages are really concerning because it needs more time, resources. It impacts source system performance because see, it's not just about the glue job which you have to worry about. If I say I want to extract 10 terabytes of data from RDBMS, you can imagine the kind of impact that request would have onto my database server. Then depends on chosen extraction frequency for data freshness. Okay. So full data extractions you can't run frequently like the incremental data extraction, because incremental data extraction is like a lightweight operation. It's not quite heavy operation because you are just capturing the changes. You can do it in the form of batch processing. Like in the previous project which I worked, we used to capture the changes per 8 hours. Whatever changes happened in the past 8 hours, capture it, make it available onto destination for analysis. Okay, you can make it available in the batch format, or if you want, you can make it available onto the streaming way as well on the real-time basis. Like something got inserted in the database server and immediately you make it available onto destination. That is also possible, but that comes under streaming data processing. Okay. All right, let's navigate it a bit. Full data extraction. I hope everyone understood this part. Okay. After the full data extraction, then I guess we are already clear about this point. It is method used in data extraction to identify, capture changes made in source in real time. It ensures accuracy, currency, and it is widely applied in data warehouses, BI, and analytics, of course. Then why CDC is important? It's about near real-time data analysis. So it simplifies your decision-making process. Then the CDC approaches, there are three types of CDC. One is query-based. You can build a query which can capture changes only and push it onto database, NoSQL database. You can go for a trigger-based CDC. Let's imagine I worked on one use case where we have to trigger the data extraction logic or the ETL job on the arrival of file onto S3. So we had one S3 bucket and the client said that we are going to send the data onto S3 bucket. But the client was not quite consistent in sending the data onto S3 so that we can run it on some frequency. So a client said, okay, I'm going to make sure that the data is available on S3 on between some time, but the time frame would also shatter most of the time. So the client would say, okay, today the client gives me data at 10 a.m. Then some other day he gives me data at 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. In this case, you can't go with frequency based or query based approach. Okay. In this case, if the data is being arrived in a way which is you're not aware of it, so your ETL job is waiting for the data. Okay, you have multiple options to deal with it. Let's say this is glue. The glue is waiting for the arrival of data. The moment data arrives on S3, glue will get triggered. So either you can run this job again and again and again, even though data is there or not, or you can make it dependent onto the arrival of data onto the S3. So the moment data arrives on S3, the jobs should get triggered. Okay. So this is what we call trigger-based approach. So the moment data arrives onto source, so this is some sort of event, it will trigger my ETL job. This is just one type of event. It can be an API call as well. Like for when a certain API call has been made, start the ETL job. So when your data extraction logic or the ETL job depends on some sort of trigger, that's what gets into the trigger-based CDC. Then you have log-based CDC, which is quite real time. The moment changes are occurring, we are capturing those changes. I guess upcoming slides are discussing about these parts only. See, if I navigate to the, I guess, this page, ETL, I guess I'll be able to see these demos over here. Lesson 4 we are working on. All right. So these are the 6 steps. Log into AWS console, basic setup, what we need to do, IAM role and all that stuff. Then set up a crawler, and then we have to run the ETL job. Okay. We have to run the ETL job. But you'll say what we are going to do in the ETL job. So this is the first ETL job which we are running. Okay. So if I show you a data set for that, if I get into ETL glue and the data sets, you should be able to see it in the demos. This log.txt. Okay. What we need to do is we have to take this browser details out of this particular file. So we might not, need all these things, or all we need to do is we have to, perform some sort of standardization operation over here as well. So I'll show you how it can be done. The transformation is the one part of our today's this particular activity. So if you have just set up the S3 and uploaded files to it, and if you guys have performed the creation of IAM role, just let me know about these 2 things so that I can just quickly cover these things. I'll not completely skip these things, but I'll just walk through quickly. Yes, is everyone done with that? Okay, 1, 2, 3. You want me to elaborate that part? Okay. Okay. It seems everyone is done with the setup, basic setup, right? See, all we need to do here is, I'll just give you a graphical representation of this ETL job. What we need to do is, our data is present on S3. Okay, our data is present onto, let's say, S3. And on S3, we are going to, okay, yes, Akshika, yes, we'll repeat it, don't worry. The data is present on S3 like this, log.txt. This is the file. Okay. So this exercise you don't have to perform. If you want, you can perform it later on. This file is available onto S3. All we need to do is we have to, run a glue crawler on top of it on this particular file. So let's assume I'm running some glue crawler over here. I simply write it G crawler. This crawler is going to scan this log.txt, come up with the metadata, and the same metadata will be kept in the glue catalog. It will be kept in the glue catalog. Okay. Now that you have the metadata in the glue catalog and the actual data present onto S3, we are going to perform some transformations on this data with the help of an ETL job. The ETL job would go like this. Okay, it says, fine, I'm going to get the data from glue catalog. So it extracts the data directly from glue catalog, indirectly from S3, because we don't have to mention the S3 while getting the data like this. The data will be extracted from glue catalog. Then this data would be transformed. Okay, I'll say extract. Then this data would be transformed with the help of some transformation logic. And then we are going to write the results back to S3 into some other location with the help of this ETL job. We'll say load phase is going to write the data to S3 onto a different location. So whatever is the output, we should be able to see it here onto S3. Okay, I'll demonstrate this one job. You just have to understand how it's working. And once we are done with it, then of course we can go to the next exercise where we are going to work parallelly onto it. But everyone understood what we have to achieve? All right. See, all we need to do here is, yeah, sure. I'll just repeat this complete process one more time. And I'm going to label step 1, step 2 to each and every process. Step number 1 is you need to make sure everything is available onto S3. This is step number 1, is that you have S3 setup. Step number 2 is you have to set up the IAM role for glue crawler. Okay, it's IAM role for glue crawler as well as this ETL job, because this ETL job also needs to interact with the S3. So this is step number 2, that is to create glue admin role. Okay. Step number 3 is to create a database in the glue catalog. This is step number 3, is to create database in the glue catalog. Step number 4 is to create the crawler and run it onto the S3. That is step number 5. It will come up with the metadata like an entry for this log in the glue catalog. And then step number 6 is to go for the ETL job. Okay, this complete thing is nothing but step 6 is to go for this ETL job. And output should be visible onto S3. Now, I hope this should be clear. If it's not, just let me know. I'll repeat it one more time. Yes. Is it clear now? I guess Tanveer and I guess Akshika. Yes. Okay. Alok Nandan. Okay. Great. Great. I'll show you how to implement this thing first, and then we'll walk through. So as I said, step number 1 is to set up the S3. I'll simply log into my S3 account for now. So this is going on. So I'll simply say S3, click on S3. I already have some bucket. You can create your own. Okay, because in the lab environment, of course, you'll have to create your own bucket. So I say I have this one bucket called 1177. I'll click on that. in here, I'm simply going to say, I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to name it as logs. Okay, or log data, like this. I'll scroll down, I'll click on create folder. The folder will be created, log data. If I want to upload a file in this log data, I'll simply click on the log data folder. And here is the button to upload the file in here. So I'll simply say, click on upload, add files. I'll add files. I'll navigate to the directory where my data is. My data is currently present in here, dataset, then demos, lesson number 4. This is my data. Okay, that is available over here. I'll simply say upload. I'll close it. The creation of IAM role, I guess when I'll walk you through the guided exercise, then we'll see. But let's just cross check if the glue IAM role is present here or not. If not, we have to create it again. Or I can show you the process. You can simply click on create role, and then the further steps, I guess we have performed it several times, but you should be able to create this role called glue admin role, which has all administrator rights on glue. Perfect. These two things are set up. Next step is to get into glue catalog. I'll say glue, AWS glue. Now I am under AWS glue now. In here, step number 1 is to get under data catalog and databases. I'll have to create one database first. I'll click on databases. There are two databases, banking and default. So I'll simply click on add database, and I'll name it as logs DB. Okay, logs DB. Scroll down a bit and you should be able to see create database button. I click on that, and this database is now created, logs DB. That's completely fine. Let's click on the logs DB as well. So if I click on this logs DB, you should be able to see you can add tables with the help of crawler. Let us look at the file which we are dealing with. Is it a CSV file or a text file? What exactly it is? If you look at it, in this file, the fields are separated by space and not comma. Okay, the fields are separated by space and not comma. So we have to tackle this challenge. We have to tackle this thing. Okay, and how are we able to do this? So if you run crawler directly, it will look for comma, and it will look for comma here. It might break it from here, or it might break it from if some comma is there. But we don't have some special delimiter. In this case, all we need to do is we have to create a classifier which will tell crawler what exactly is the delimiter. Delimiter means a thing which is going to separate the fields in a single record. Like in this record, this timestamp is being and IP addresses are being separated by space. Or every field, as you can see, timestamp, IP address, the method, the file, everything. Okay, these things are separated by space. Now, for that, you have to create a classifier. Classifier is when your data is not in some predefined format like CSV, TSV, JSON, XML, not in the normal format wherever the data is present. So this is a space separated file. This is a space separated data. It is going to be quite difficult. It is going to be challenging for us. So you can go for crawler. Simply click on crawler. So not crawler. You have to click on the classifier first. I'll create a classifier. To create classifier, I can simply say add classifier, and classifier name, I'll say logs. Okay, it makes more sense. Then there are different ways using which you can specify a classifier. I can simply select CSV, and I can say the delimiter is space. Delimiter is space. I can choose it like this. Okay, I can choose it like this. But the more advanced way is you can go with the grok pattern as well. So this is like advanced regex. It has some predefined patterns available for the timestamp values, the IP addresses, the method strings, the pages, the status codes. It already has some pattern available for some predefined patterns. It would simply match it and take it out. And if you'd like to see, this one is the grok pattern, I would say, for the kind of data we are dealing with. If I say grok pattern, I can simply click on this classification. I'll simply say it's mentioning the logs data. It's mentioning the logs data, I would say, and grok pattern, I'll simply type it like this. Okay, I'm receiving a few messages. What if there are different delimiters, space and comma mixed? Okay, okay. If there are mixed patterns, and okay, these are interview questions, and it's really great that you guys are asking these questions. If there are different delimiters, like there are two ways, like you can have multi-character delimiter, or you also have the multiple delimiters in the same file. Let me show you what you have to do in that case. See, for delimiter is a single thing which you have to specify, right? But let's say, imagine I have records like this: $1 ABC username, then I have hash the salary. That's what you are talking about, right? Mixed patterns as delimiters, or mixed delimiters. Yeah. So in that case, what you need to do is you have to choose either of them. Like I can choose one of the delimiter which is most commonly used. Then if I say dollar is the delimiter in my case, then and I ask the ETL job to create some schema on top of it or create some data on top of it, I can say one, I'm going to get two columns, one and then ABC hash 45, like this. Okay. So I might say this, let's say I have data like this, which is employee ID, comma, e-name, comma, salary. Okay. So I am going to get, not comma, of course, you are going to have the dollar symbol over here and the hash symbol over here. Okay. So what you will have, the employee ID column and another column, which is e-name, hash, salary, and you'll get it like this. What you have to do is you have to, go for post processing and manually break these columns down. If there are different delimiters, you'll have to manually break it, because if you specify delimiter or some pattern, that is going to be a single pattern. If it is mixed, you have to process it in a different way. You will have to manually break it. Like if I'm working on PySpark or I'm working on some SQL logic, I can simply say select and go for a substring, and I can simply split these records by hash and then come up with two different records. And same thing I can apply for other ones as well, the columns which got merged. This logic you have to write once if the pattern is consistent. Okay. However, in this case, if you look at it, in this particular case, we don't have mixed delimiters. The delimiter is the single one. There is just this single delimiter available. Okay. How can you put only one delimiter? Yes, we'll talk about it. I'll show you, don't worry. See, here we have two options. Option number one is I'm going to select CSV and set space as the delimiter. But if I do so, I might, get inconsistent data. That is the possibility. What I can do is I can get into classifiers. We use classifier to explain, or we use classifier to express the kind of data we have on the source if it is in the complex format. I can simply go for CSV. Okay, I'll show you from the scratch. We'll get into classifiers. Okay, and then I can simply say add classifier, and it will ask me the name of it. I'll simply say logs data classifier. Okay, and the classifier type, there are different types. If I choose CSV, then it asks for column delimiter. What is the delimiter using which the columns are separated? So it says comma. Here I can simply click on the drop down, and I should be able to see space over here, and still our job would be taken care of without any issue. Okay, and of course we can create this classifier and pass it to the crawler. But I want it to be really perfect, because the extracted column, I need some labels. So I'm going for a grok pattern, best for parsing unstructured texts like application logs, which has fixed structure. I can get the grok pattern, which I have mentioned over here. As I said, the grok pattern has some predefined I would say, specifications, predefined elements. Like it says, if I just show this thing to you guys in the notepad, like this, should be able to see this. See, there is some predefined pattern for timestamp with a certain standard, and we are saying, okay, extract it from this string. There, if you see IP address, extract it. If you see word, extract it. If you see URI, path parameter, extract it. If you see a number, then that is going to be status code for us. If you're going to extract data, so data is that some one thing which is like multiple characters, not a single word, then extract it as the user agent. Then this is like a group which we specify in the regex. If you are not aware of regex, I'll also share the basics of regular expressions. So we are matching these patterns. So in this, if you are going to use the grok, then the delimiter is irrelevant, because it is going to extract each and everything, and it is going to assign label to it as well. If it extracts timestamp, it will say, okay, the label is timestamp, and we are going to get the column names with the help of grok pattern as well. Okay. So I mentioned the same grok pattern over here. I'll simply scroll down and you'll see the option to create it. I'll create it. Okay. This logs data classifier has been created. Now get back to databases. Get back to the logs DB. Here you have an option to add table using crawler. I'll simply click on add tables using crawler. Crawler details. The name of crawler is logs crawler. And I'll scroll down a bit. I'll simply say next. Data source. What is the source of my data? I have to select the S3 bucket where logs data resides. So I say in this account, S3 path is this. Whatever is my bucket name, wherever I have put the data in the logs data. To select the directory which you have, in which you have logs data. So choose. And then you can say crawl all subfolders, and I'll say add S3 data source. Now I should be able to see the data source here. Here you see the custom classifiers. Expand it. And for this crawler, I have to pass this classifier, which is logs data classifier. It is not going to be visible here if you have not created one. So make sure you create the classifier before you run the crawler. So I'll select this. Okay, I want this logs data classifier. And scroll down, click on next. IAM role, select the glue admin role, click on next. Then choose the target database, which is logsdb, and then keep everything as it is and simply click on next. I'll see review and create. I'll click on create crawler. The crawler has been created. Now all I need to do is run the crawler and see if the metadata is being captured into the data catalog or the glue catalog. I simply click on run crawler. I'll click on run crawler. It will start the crawler, and after the successful execution of this crawler should get the data in the logs DB, get the metadata of my logs file, which you're able to see here, including the timestamp, the IP address, the word, the HTML, and this string. Everything it is going to take into account, and it is going to mention it. It is going to specify it here once the crawler has successfully executed. If I want to just navigate and see the runs of this crawler, should be able to see it has been 41 seconds still till the crawler is running. 47, 52 seconds, it's still running. It should take a minute or two to complete its execution. Okay, we have received one message. Okay, how can we put only one delimiter? Okay, I guess we have seen that, right? If there are two data sets, then same crawler will work. Yes, of course. Or will we make a crawler again? If the data sets are, same, then you can use the single crawler. For multiple sources as well, you can have same crawler. Like I have logs data as well as I have customer data and I have order data. I can create a single crawler which can crawl through all these three different locations and come up with three different table metadata. Okay. So, and every run you can specify, I guess mostly you specify a single classifier, But if the data is in different format, then you have to create different crawler. Okay. Can we use percent as delimiter? Yes, you can use any character as the delimiter. That should not be a problem. Any valid character, or in companies, most of the times as a delimiter, we use something which cannot be typed with the help of keyboard. So you can use any character. They would come up with some character which you can't even type through keyboard, and that can also be used as delimiter for your files. Because if you use percent, it might be in the fields as well. If you use comma, it can be in the fields as well. Like in address, you can see multiple commas, and then you say break this data set with commas and then come up with columns. It would create confusion, right? So yeah, you can have any sort of delimiter. It depends on the kind of data you're dealing with. Okay, welcome. So let's get into the databases section now. Here, if I refresh this, I should be able to see a table because the crawler has got executed successfully. As you can see, log data, logs DB, the S3 location is here. So yeah, I guess everything is pretty much fine. Now I have to run the ETL job because I'm done with all these steps. Okay, I guess this is what we have done already, but the new thing was we attached a classifier to this crawler. I guess that's the one step I missed out. Classifier. And then we just attached that classifier to the crawler. Okay. And because the crawler had this grok pattern, then it pushed that grok pattern onto this logs.txt and then came up with metadata. If you'd like to see the metadata of it, if I click on this, you should be able to see this schema. It has extracted timestamp, IP, method, all these things. And it's not doing it automatically. In the grok pattern, we mentioned the labels. So whatever it captured is available in here. Now, let's run the ETL job. That is the most important step. And this is a new thing to us. Most of the things apart from classifier, we have already done in the previous sessions. But this is new thing to us, ETL job. If you want to do that, in the AWS Glue, I guess there's a menu, you should be able to see ETL jobs. Click on that, and then you're going to get 3 options. Okay. The 3 ways of creating an ETL job. It can be a visual ETL job, which is like a drag and drop interface. It can be a notebook environment where you have to write the code. It can be like your Python program. So you can go for a script. But for now, I'm going to go on with the visual ETL. If I click on visual ETL, then it shows me a canvas. And on this particular canvas, I'm able to see this plus icon. It says add nodes. I click on this plus, then you can see sources, transformations, targets. It is giving me 3 different things and the most popular ones which are being used. So my source is AWS Glue data catalog because my data is available in the Glue catalog, right? My data is available in the Glue catalog. If I click on this, I have to configure this particular thing. Okay, like what exactly from Glue catalog you are asking for? I say, okay, I need this logs DB, and from this logs DB, I need this logs data table. This is the source for my ETL job. All right, that's fine. Then you should be able to see a right mark in front of the data source. Then you have to click on this plus icon again. See, let's understand what we have to do in the transform phase. Let's understand that. If I simply navigate to the project document, let me just see. What are we exactly doing here as the ETL process? Okay, log data analysis. And step number 6 is to go for ETL job. I guess this is the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and the 6th one. Okay. So we are already here. Regex extractor we are using. And okay, we want to get this Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. Okay, these 3 things. Chrome, Firefox, and Safari from column number 6. Okay. All right. So we have to go with transformations basically. If I click on this plus, I click on transform, then there are different ways to transform this data. There are different ways to transform it. Okay. Out of this, or what we want is called the regex extractor. But you see, if you look for it here, it might be confusing. So you can simply say search regex extractor. Click on that. Okay, you click on that and you have this regex extractor over here. If I click on this particular thing, then what exactly needs to be done in the regex extraction? So if you look at this data file, all you need to do is you have to get this browser, Chrome browser, Firefox. You just have to come up with the browser, and you just have to come up with this particular pattern basically. Okay. Now, what you have to do is node parents is this column to extract from, on which column you have to run this extraction from. So I'll simply say I have to run it from on this particular like browser column. Okay, on the browser column. And what should be the regular expression? So I'll simply take that regular expression from the document, which is this. Okay, so it's simply saying that if give me the records which have just Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. Okay, so I don't think it should work. The colon is optional. Colon is optional, and then Chrome, Safari, and Firefox. Okay, so you have to match this particular pattern. Okay, anything after that colon, Chrome, Firefox, or Safari. Okay, fine. All right, let's keep it as it is. If I scroll down a bit, it says it is misconfigured. I don't know why it's saying it's misconfigured. Okay, fine. Extracted column, it says extracted column. What should be the name of extracted column? I would say browser underscore details. That's it. And I do this. So you should be able to see this. This also gives you the right tick. And I have to write the data back to S3. I have to write the data back to S3. So I'll simply click on plus. I'll select the targets. And from targets, I'm going to choose S3. Okay. So if I choose this target as S3, it appears here. Okay. What I can do is I can just connect these two things like this. And now it's parent. I'll have to configure like on S3. That's fine. But exactly where? So I'll click on it. It gives you multiple options. It says format is Parquet, the compression type is Snappy. So there are different kinds of file formats. You can choose it from here. I'm going to keep it Parquet for now because we can directly query data if it's available in Parquet. Then what is the location where you want to write the output, where you want to actually load the data? So I'll say go to my bucket 1177. And in here, let's have it in the data folder for now. Okay, I'll simply say, okay, let's have it in the data directory, whatever is the output. I'll simply say choose. All right, fine. This is also configured now. Okay, so this is our ETL job. It's getting data from the catalog. It's performing some transformations, and then it is writing the output results onto the S3. Okay, so if I try to run this job, it will not run because we have to configure few things. Another step is to get into job details, and in the job details, you just have to mention the name of job. Name of job is S3, or I'll say first ETL. And the most important thing to choose is this IAM role. I'll select glue admin role. This in the same way we chose for the crawler. Then talk about glue version. It says glue version 5. That's fine. Worker type is G1X. And number of workers, it says 10 workers we are asking. Our data is in few kilobytes. Do we need 10 workers? Which means 10 instances of this G1X worker. It has 4 processing cores and 16 gigabytes of RAM. So if I run this job, I can utilize power of 40 processing cores and 160 gigabytes of RAM. But do we need that? The answer is absolutely no. So make sure you change this number to 2 to save your bills. And then, go down a bit. There is this one thing called job bookmarks. It can be used to handle incremental inserts, but for now we are not getting into that. All right, that's it. Then I'll just have to save this job before I run it. I'll simply say save, and it will take care of saving this job. Now that the job is saved, the option to run this job is enabled. I'll just open up the S3 location where I should see the output. I have configured S3 location, right? Everyone has seen it. The configured S3 location is under my bucket, in my bucket, under the data folder. Okay. Here, I should be able to see the output. For now, for convenience, I'm deleting this file as well, so that we should directly see the output instead of these files. It might look confusing, so I'll simply delete it for now. Okay, this is the location now. Okay, let's get into the job. If I run this job, it should perform these operations. I click on visual, and it should show me the visual job. If you would like to see it in the script format, I click on script, and this is the actual code behind the scenes used for my visual ETL job. You can modify it, but if you modify it, you can't get into visual again. Okay, like this. All I need to do is to click. I need to click on run now. If I click on run, this job would start running, and I can see it in the run details. But if I accidentally close this message, then in the runs tab, I should be able to see the details of this crawler run. Look at the number of workers we are using for this job. Just 2 data processing units, and then G1X type, Glue version 5, all that stuff. Okay, this is running. And after the successful execution of this ETL job, I should see some data over here. I should see the data over here. Okay. Why to delete the file in S3? Okay. See, I deleted the file on S3 just because I need to, keep this data folder empty, so that you don't get confused when the results are written over here. So you might ask, what is the customers.csv file doing here? So that I have written just for the convenience of, and just for the convenience and understanding. It is not mandatory. You will have respective, directory to write the outputs of specific sources. Okay, if I go to the job again, I refresh this. Okay, this ETL job is still running. It has been a minute and it is still running. Let's see what happens. Okay, it says succeeded. Then I get into the location. On my location, I should see the data. If I run it, yeah, we got the data like this. Okay, I'll say you're getting too many files in the form of result. Yeah, you can aggregate these files later on. But for now, if I just want to see the contents of it, I can click on the file. And because it's a Parquet file, under the object actions, you should see query with S3 select. Okay. And the output I'd like to see in the CSV format. Then I'll simply run the SQL query. Specified method is not allowed against this resource. Use Athena S3 object lambda. Okay. It's not allowing us to see the results, but as you can see, the data is available. The results are available in the mentioned S3 location. If you'd like to reduce the number of files which are getting generated, you have to mention it in the, I would say, you have to mention it in the script of the glue job. But see, that does not really matter because we have captured the data and we have bought it here. Okay, so it works pretty well. So this was the overall demo of our first task. It might look confusing because of the entry of classifier, but even if you had a rough idea, I'm not saying you should be experts at this and you should be able to implement it immediately. But did you got to know what we have done in this particular task? If you have understood it, just type in Y in the chat window. And if you have any queries and would like to ask anything around it, okay, would you like to see it? See, I can show it to you in a different way, but yeah, yes, it is possible. See, because the files are in Parquet file format, that's why you can't, view these files. Even if you download them, you should not be able to view them with the help of the text editor like Notepad or something like that. That's why I'm not opening these files. But if you'd like to see it, I have another workaround to show you the results. Okay. So I can simply download these files for now, or I can use Athena and simply run crawler on this, get into Athena and see this. But and in that case, I don't need to mention the file names as well. Why are we viewing multiple files? Is it splitting the data? Let's understand this. Glue job is a distributed ETL job. It is getting distributed onto multiple workers. Like we are using two workers, and each worker has 4 processing cores. And similar to that, we have around 8 processing cores. So what happens is whenever data arrives, the glue distributes the data onto the available number of processing cores. So we had 8 processing cores, but unfortunately we only had 6 rows. So that's why you are able to see the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 files in the output. Okay, that's why data is getting splitted. The reason is the distributed nature of glue. Okay. Yes, there are different ways to see the output of it. We can work on that part, but if we get into it, we'll miss on to the guided exercise. See, I'm pretty sure this output is absolutely what we want. Okay, when to apply SQL queries, you can use it in the transforms section. Okay, like if you're going to get into the glue job, it depends on the kind of operation you are working. Okay. What if we want only one file as output? Then you have to get into the script. Okay, I'm showing this. We have to get into the script, scroll down, and in here you see the evaluate data quality dot process rows and all that stuff. Whatever we are getting, this regex extractor node, I have to convert it into PySpark data frame. Then data frame dot repartition in bracket, I have to specify the number of files I want. I can simply say 1, and then I have to convert it back to the dynamic frame of glue, and then you run the script. Okay, so it's quite complex process. It is not needed when amount of data is large, because it's a feature, right? We don't normally need it, and we don't deal with files because these files will have associated metadata onto the glue catalog, and you can simply view it with the help of Athena, with the help of SQL queries. Okay. Yes. There are different ways of viewing the results. I guess after the session is over, I'll explore those areas. I'll also show you the results. Don't worry about it. Okay. Okay. So is this part clear now? If anyone has any more queries around this part, please let me know. Okay. And those who have asked queries, if everything is clear, just type in Y in the chat window, because I'll keep on explaining the doubts as long as I don't get confirmation from you guys. Okay. Vani? Yes. What about others? I guess Abhishek, Dimple, Tarif. Okay. Shikha, Satish. Okay. Do we need to have knowledge to be expert in glue? Okay. If you are going to deal with the complex ETL flows, yes. Yes, you need to be expert in glue. But that is when you are dealing with the ETL processes, because as I can see that your course is more inclined towards the data analysis part. So you have to be aware. What if the data is used, then in case it will generate more of the output? No. See, if the data is huge, it can generate maximum up to whatever are the available number of processing cores. Okay. And if I say if I work on the industry level complex ETL job, we normally go with the script option, and in here you have all the flexibility available. But for this you should be aware of these nodes as well. Okay, if you are going to be aware of these things, then I think you should be able to understand that part. Visual ETL is for the straightforward ETL jobs, but if you need customization, you have to get into script, and in here you have whole lots of flexibility with the glue. Okay. See, the number of output file depends on the number of partitions of the data which glue has created. If glue has created 10 partitions of the data, okay, if glue has created 10 partitions of the data, Just a minute. If it has 10 partitions of the data and you don't deal with it in the ETL flow and you write it onto S3, then you have multiple files over here. Okay, you guys says, do we need to have a good hands-on knowledge of Spark to be expert in Glue? Not necessary, not necessary. But if you want to customize, you should have a basic transformations of Spark by your hand. And what you can do is the approach which I normally mention is that instead of writing the code from scratch, develop it in the visual first. As much as possible, you develop it in the ETL, in the visual first, and then you get into the script mode. So most of the code will get generated here, and all you need to do is you need to make the minor changes. Okay, that's why it's not completely mandatory to get know the Spark, but you should be aware of the Spark transformations, because everything associated with Spark, like the optimization techniques as well as the distributed nature of Spark, you are not dealing with anything here because this is serverless. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, what if we need to implement looping and all? You can do it in the script, of course. Yeah, that's possible. Okay, it's basically your Python script. So it's more like a PySpark job which is running internally in the AWS data centers. Welcome, welcome. Okay, now let's get into the hands-on activity. All right, now this is going to sound interesting now because we have worked on most of the aspects initially. Let's get into it. My bucket, the ETL job crawler. No, we have to get into S3, and everyone knows what you have to do when you get into S3, right? You have to create one bucket. Okay, yeah, okay. Alok Nanda says just log in. Perfect. Get into S3 now because we have to work on this. Just click on create bucket on S3. Okay, which PDF you are going through? You should be able to see it in the LMS. In the LMS, you will see guided practices, and under that, you will see that PDF. Okay. If you want that, I'll make it available onto the chat window, as well as I can make it available in the session materials. But it's already there in the, I guess, LMS. Just a moment. There are many. Okay. For session 4, you have to go for the respective session. Okay. In the respective session, you will find the guided exercises file for that particular one. Okay. And if you don't find it, I'll show you how to navigate the and reach till these PDFs. Don't worry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, all I need to do is, yeah, great. Great. All I need to do is I have to first create S3 bucket. So I'll simply click on create bucket and a new form would open up. And everyone knows what needs to be done here. You have to give a unique name to your bucket. Yes, make sure the region is set to North Virginia. So there is this upload button. Click on that. Add files. Click on that. Navigate wherever you have the file available. Select this. And yeah, scroll down. Click on upload. The file will be uploaded onto the source. Okay, close this. You should be able to see the file like this, systemlog.csv. If you are able to see this file, just type in Y in the chat window. If you are able to see this file. Okay. Anish, Alok Nanda, Vibha. Can you please repeat how to create a folder? Yeah. Just click on the bucket which you just initially created, the bucket which you created, and then you see the option to create folder over here. Okay, Sarika, you should see the option to create folder here. Once the folder is created, you should be able to see the folder under the same bucket, and then you have to upload file to it. If IAM is a global service, don't we need to create IAM role with unique name like in S3 bucket? No, it's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. Okay, Akshika says solved. That's really great. I guess thank you to Anirudh as well. He shared the solution. IAM indeed is a global service, but the nomenclature, like even if it's a global service, we are not accessing these IAM roles mostly. So you can have roles with different names or similar names as well. S3 normally does not have it because S3 is used widely to deal with the data. If two S3 buckets have same name and a different ownership, it can be a problem because the kind of access, or let's say if a company has some S3 bucket and same S3 bucket I have in my private account, because S3 is accessed globally, but the IAM roles are mostly attached to these service or some sort of AWS accounts. So that should not be a problem. Okay. In IAM role, glue demo option is not coming. Let's get into that. Don't worry. Okay. Once you're done with it, you have to upload the file in here. Okay. Get into the folder, click on upload. Upload form would open up. Okay. Now get into the IAM service, which is this step number 2. IAM service, which is step number 2. If you get into IAM, you see the option to create role. You have to navigate to the roles section in the access management and then create role option. Okay, Akshika says repeat the steps. Okay, for S3 Akshika, okay, I guess we already have 15 minutes. We just have 15 minutes. So see, I'll just quickly navigate through it. Try to capture it as much as possible. API issue now. Okay. Okay. No problem. No problem. For now, you just make sure that once the folder which you have created, you have the upload button here. So click on that and a form for upload would open up. And in that form, you have add files option, or you can drag and drop the file you should like to upload here. Click on add files. You should be able to see the file here. Then scroll down and then there is this upload button, and it would take care of uploading the file. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then the next step is to create an IAM role. I hope everyone is aware of creating the IAM roles. See, if you have performed previous exercises, this should be really easy for you guys. So just keep on revisit the previous sessions as well for clarification if you have not understood it. Scroll down a bit. Here in the access management, you see roles. You click on create role. You select the AWS service use case and drop down. All right. Scroll down a bit, click on next, and make sure you attach the administrator access policy in the permission policies. And if you are done with it, just type in Y in the chat window. Attaching policy to your role. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then scroll down and click on next. Here you have to give name like this glue admin role, something like that. Because I already have the same name. It is giving me trouble. Role with this name already exists, but it's just limited to my account. If I scroll down a bit and click on create role, the role will be created. And then you should be able to see the role in the roles section. Okay, so if you are able to see the role, in the roles section like this, if I type in glue, I see this glue admin role. Okay, Swarnika says done. I guess the candidates are done with it, right? Everyone. Like Aloknanda, Anish, Priya, Vibha, Sarika, Abhishek, Dimple, Vani. Great, great. Now that we are done with the prerequisites, let's get into the main part. Step number 1 is to create the crawler for our file. Create the glue catalog table and then create the crawler. So get into the search box and search for glue. Click on the glue and open it up. You should be able to see an interface like this. Once you arrived on this page, there is this hamburger icon in the upper left corner. Click on it. And in data catalog, you have this databases section. So click on this databases section. And you should be able to see the databases, but you might see default, you might see banking, or you might not even see any of the database. So there is nothing to worry. Once you arrive on this database page, just confirm and let me know in the chat window. Okay, let's create a new database here. Let's create a new database. Simply by this, add database option or add database button in the upper right corner. Click on it and give the name as sys logs db. Okay, or whichever name you prefer, but it should represent the nature of the database. And then click on create database. Next step. See, because we are short on time, that's why I'm covering it faster. If someone is lagging behind, you can walk through recording, and if you get any queries, tomorrow I'll tackle all the queries which you face. Then click on this sys logs db, and you have the add tables using crawler option. See, what I've done is I clicked on the respective database, which is sys logs db. I clicked on it, and you can see this add tables using crawler. I'll click on this add table using crawler. Okay, add table using crawler, and here I need to fill up the crawler details. So for name, you can choose whatever name you want, but I would say that you use the proper name, syslog crawler, you call it. Scroll down and click on next. If you click on next, you see choose data source and classifiers. So once you arrive on this particular form, just type in Y in the chat window. I'll show this to you one more time. What you need to do is, under your database, you should be able to see this option. So click on the database which you have just created, and then you have this add tables using crawler button. Click on that. You have to provide a name like this, sys log crawler. You can provide any other name as well, and then you have to click on next. In case of data source configuration, choose the S3 bucket in which you have written this syslog.csv file. I say add data source. Data source is S3. The S3 bucket path, you can simply click on browse S3 and select the folder. Okay, navigate to the bucket which has your data and select the folder which has that file. Please don't select the file. Select the folder which has the file, and then click on choose. If you click on choose and then click anywhere else, this error would be gone. Crawl or subfolders, add S3 data source. And then you should be able to see S3 as the data source in the this particular form. Select the IAM role which you created, then click on next. If you click on next, it asks for the output configuration. So select the target database as the which database we created for this syslogdb. Select this one and keep everything as it is and simply click on next. And you should be able to see this review and create, where you can review all the configurations which you have made for this crawler. Step number 2. Okay, we'll navigate to that part, but first let's focus on running this. Okay, after we are done with it, we'll talk about it. Okay, let's scroll down and click on create crawler, and you should be able to see the crawler you should be able to see the crawler details like this. Okay, and there is going to be this button to run the crawler. Let's not have any delay and click on run crawler, and the crawler would start running, and the details associated with this crawler run you should be able to see under this crawler runs option. Okay, so click on create or click on the run crawler. The crawler has started and I'm able to see the crawler runs and the status is running. So the moment the status changes to completed or succeeded, let me know in the chat window. Okay. Anish, Priya, Vivek, Alok Nanda. Great. Sukalyan, great. Done. Okay. So my crawler is also done. It shows me completed. Yeah, perfect. Then all you need to do is you need to get into Glue data catalog, and you have to click on the databases. So you should be able to see all the databases here. And under your syslogs.db, you should be able to see a table called sys_logs. You have to see this option which says ETL jobs. In getting started, you should see this. Under getting started, you should be able to see this ETL jobs. And under that, you should be able to see visual ETL. So simply click on visual ETL, and it would open up a canvas for you. Okay, you see this option? See, visual ETL, click on the visual ETL. Okay, once you click on that, this sort of canvas you should be able to see. If you are able to see this canvas, just type in Y in the chat window. Okay, so Kalyan. Okay, Aloknanda, Sarika, Dimple, Yogesh, Vani. Okay, perfect, perfect. Everyone is here. That's great. Now, three things we need here. Three things we need here. See, our data is represented. Sorry, our data is represented in the glue catalog. So, from sources, select the glue catalog. Okay, AWS data glue data catalog. Then you have to mention exactly which table is my source. So click on that. So, and if you click on that, the properties would open up. If you click on the empty canvas, it will be gone. So don't worry. So many people do this and then say, okay, how to deal with it? I'm trying to avoid it and it's not going. So simply click on the empty canvas and it will be gone. Simply click on the processor and it would open up the configurations of it. Choose the appropriate database, which is system logs in our case, and the table, which is sys_logs in my case. Whatever is the table which you have chosen, you should be able to select that one. Okay, Tarif. Yes, please click on the visual ETL. In create job, you should be able to click on the visual ETL and you'll get into this. Okay, yeah. This is step number one. Once you're able to see this green tick in front of your data source, I've already kept all these, options in front of you. Let me know. Okay. Vibha, Swarnika, Sarika, Sukalyan, Priya, Aloknanda, Abhishek. Great. Great. Anish. Fine. Great. Great. Step number two is we have to get into the transformations, and we should be aware of the kind of transformation which we have to perform on this syslogs.csv. Click on it, and you should be able to see how the file is being represented. It has three columns: timestamp, text, and log code. So this is the timestamp. This is the text which has logging message. Then you have, logging level, which is information, logging message, and the source. Three things it has, but it is pipe separated. And I guess this was the question which you asked initially: what if we have different delimiters? How are we going to deal with that? So for now, I am just going to say this is a CSV file. So it would come up with three columns, right? The glue catalog, if I cross-check the glue catalog, it would have came up with the three columns, which is just timestamp, text, and log code. But you have to break this down. You have to break this down and create three new columns, and these columns should merge into this particular table. Got this point, everyone? What we have to do? The purpose should be clear. Okay, okay, great, great. Now, if I have to do this, I have to extract the pattern. So I'll click on the plus icon here. I'll simply click on the plus icon, and in the transforms tab, I should be able to see regex extractor. So I'll see reg, and you can see this regex extractor. Click on that, and the regex extractor would be available here. All you need to do is you have to simply connect this one to the regex extractor. And in regex extractor, what needs to be done? You click on the regex extractor itself. The node parent is glue data catalog. Columns to extract from. From which column we have to extract? From text column we have to extract. What is the regular expression? This one is the regular expression, which is like the pattern for extracting these things. And what are the extracted columns? Extracted columns. What are the extracted columns? I say the first column, which will get extracted with the help of my regular expression, should be the level. Second one is the message. And the third one is the source. These are the three columns which should get extracted. Okay. What else I have to do here? I just have to, have it in the target. So I'll simply click on plus and I'll move forward. Okay. Please send this expression. Yes, of course. I'll send this expression. Okay, take this pattern and mention it in the expression. Okay, I forgot to give you time to configure this transform. So please configure this. All the options which are required are already present in this side. Yes. Once you are done, let me know. Okay. You have to set 3 fields: column, regular expression, and extracted columns. Make sure you have all these fields. Now the data has got extracted. We are going to have this data onto S3, and in there I'll show you the formalities to, read that data. Yes. Once you are done, just let me know. Once you're able to see this green tick in front of regex, please let me know. So I'm waiting for the confirmation from you guys. What will be in the extracted column? Okay. In the extracted column, in the first column, you should be able to see all the info messages. No, not info, all the messages in the all these in the level column. You should be able to see this, and in the message column you should be able to see this, and in the source column you should be able to see this. Okay, after the successful run. Okay, so green tick is there. Then the third thing is we have to write data. So the folder which you have created on S3, please navigate to the folder which you have created on S3, and you have to create one more folder called output in there. So what you can do is, like, if I get into S3, I should navigate to the folder or the bucket which I have just created. And under this bucket, I'm going to create one more folder, and I'll simply say create folder, and I'll name it just OP. Even if you name it OP, that's fine. OP output, whatever you'd like. And I'll say create folder. Okay. Do it in the bucket which you have created. Okay, you can see the link to feedback form once we are done with the exercise. Please don't forget to submit this. Okay, once you are done with the creation of folder, okay, Sarika, Sukanya, Aloknanda, Veba, great. Once you're done with the creation of the OP folder in your bucket, let me know, Abhishek, great. Now this is the last part of our ETL job, the last part. Let's get into it. Okay, let's get into it. The last part is you have to click on the plus icon again and select the targets and select S3 as the target at this time. S3. It should look like this. So you can just click on this black dot and make sure to connect with this S3, and the connection would be made, and it should look like this. But we have not yet mentioned on S3 exactly in which format and where you have to write it. So click on this data target S3, and the format, because we want to view the files now, I'm going to choose the JSON or ORC, or let's select the CSV format for now. I'll select the CSV format. I will scroll down. Then I have to select the target location. I'll say browse S3, my bucket, and the OP folder. Make sure to select the folder, OP folder. Select it. Then scroll down a bit, and I guess there is nothing much you have to do it in here. Okay, only these two things. Make sure that the format is CSV and the target location is onto OP folder, and you should be able to see a green tick here. So once you see all green ticks in your ETL job, just let me know. Okay, okay. Everyone is able to see the green ticks. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay, Alok Nanda, Vibha, Sukalyan, Tarif, Sarika, Abhishek. Great, great. The next thing is you can't directly run this job because we have not configured this job yet. Okay, the next part is to configure the job. So get into the job details section, Visual Script, and you should be able to see job details. 2 to 3 things we have to settle over here, including the name, like logs ETL job like this. You can give name whatever you want. Make sure it's a valid name. Okay. Yeah, great, great. Then you have to choose appropriate IAM role, which is the glue admin role, which we have created initially, and reduce the number of workers to 2. These 3 things you have to configure. Name of the job, the IAM role, and reduce the number of workers to 2 to save your AWS bills. Once you are done with it, type in Y in the chat window. Okay, okay. 2, 3. Done. Okay, perfect, perfect. Anish, Abhishek, Vibha, Sarika, Sukanya. Perfect. What is the number of workers? 2. 2 is the minimum number of workers you have to set. Minimum is 2. You can't set 1. Okay. We have to make sure to use the minimum because our amount of data is very less. Okay. Once you are done with it, you should be able to see the save button over here. Click on save. After you're done with the configurations, click on save. Okay, what do you mean by this? See, the number of workers are directly linked with the number of behind the scenes servers, which are this G1X workers with 4 CPU cores and 16 GB RAM. Now I say I need 2 workers. So if I run the glue job, I'm going to get 2 instances of this G1X worker. And you can see the amount of resources it has. But the default value is 10. So you can imagine how much, it can cost you. So better is you just keep it onto 2. I can recommend you to keep it on 1, but that is not the minimum. The minimum is 2. Okay. Yeah. Data target is not green tick, sir. Tarif says okay. So you might have forgotten the. I would say you might have forgotten this. Either you have forgotten to mention the file format, or the OP folder is not there in the specified location. These are the only 2 issues. Make sure that you choose the appropriate file format. I guess you have shared it. So click on the processor, which is your S3, and see the configurations. If you can share the screenshot of it, it would be really great. Okay, till then, those who are done with the creation of this job and you have saved this job, okay, perfect, now done. Just click on the run button over here. Okay, click on visual and you should be able to see the job, and click on the run button. Once you click on run, this glue job would start, and you can click on this run details to monitor what exactly is going on here. You can see this running state, and you have to get into open another tab and navigate to the OP bucket. OP folder. Upon successful execution of this job, you should be able to see the output in here. Okay, the job is currently running. It's in the running state. Okay, language Python 3. Yes, keep all the configurations as it is. Just change the name, IAM role, and 2 workers. Just 3 configurations. Rest everything keep as it is. Save the job and run it. After that, open the OP folder and wait for the job. Open the OP folder in another tab and wait for this particular job to finish. Once this job status is succeeded, we'll navigate to the location and see if the data is already there. So if anyone has seen it, because I launched the job later on, so if anyone has executed it and they're able to see the data, just type in yes or Y in the chat window. Okay, Abhishek Das says it failed. Okay. Okay. So Kalyan says is able to see the results. Okay. You'll see the reason why it got failed. Just click on this run insights or something like that. Here you'll be able to see the logs of it. Okay, Sarika says it's still running. Okay, in my case, it has succeeded. I'll wait for your responses. Okay, Alok Nanda says it failed. And why it got failed? Okay, I guess this is not the issue with your glue job. Okay, no insights. That's fine. Yes, succeeded. This is not the issue with your glue job. I guess it's more because of your status score is 400, error code is concurrent run succeeded, exception request ID this and that. Okay. 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 Where is your bucket? What is the region of your bucket? Because this glue job is running under the VPC. So if it has the same, if the bucket is in the same region, it is helpful. Okay, please check that one. Yes, succeeded. Perfect, perfect. For few candidates, I guess for most of the candidates, it succeeded. Yes, Tarif is also facing the same issue. Okay, please navigate to the S3 bucket on which you're trying to write. Okay, because the steps are same, and please cross check it. Okay, Tarif says, okay, same error again. Okay, we'll see it. If you get into this location, oh, that might also be the issue, because you clicked it multiple times. So once the job was launched and you tried to launch it again. So yeah, that might also be the reason. So click on the refresh button. If I refresh this, then in here, I'm able to see this file in the output. And for now, it has given me just one file. If I click on this, and if I just open this file, it would download that file. Because it's a snappy compressed, I think we are not able to see it directly. Should not be able to see it directly, but let's see if it's possible. No. I guess we should have, eliminated the snappy compression of it, but we forgot to, I forgot to mention that part. But yes, the data is here. The data is here. There are different ways to view this. So please download this file, and, if you want to just, decompress this. So make sure there is some snappy decompression. You should be able to, decompress this and see the output, because it's a normal CSV file. Parquet file is of course not visible, but snappy compressed file, you should be able to see it. And if you still are not able to see it, just do one thing. While you're running the ETL job, because for now, I don't want any compression technique, you just click on the S3 and make sure the compression type is chosen to none. Okay, the compression type is chosen to none, and it would give you a direct CSV file, and then you should be able to monitor. Okay. So yeah, I guess most of the candidates are done with it. So it came after refresh. Just press F5. It will refresh it, and then you can try running it again. Okay. So finally, this is a final follow-up which I am taking. For those who have successfully executed this job and able to see the output onto the location, we also discussed about some of the extra things, like how you handle the deletes, how you handle the updates. Okay, incremental, which normally is focused on just the insert based incremental import. Like new records are being inserted, and we are dealing with just those records. But we have also seen if some record on the source level has got changed or updated, how to take that and how to process it and how to make it available. Okay, we also talked about the deletes, different options, different ways in which you are going to deal it. Now, this was the ETL job which we executed yesterday. We had this file called log.txt. We ran a crawler on that file, came up with metadata, and metadata was available in the glue catalog. Once the metadata was available in glue catalog, we went for the ETL job, where extract, transform, and load operations we have done. In case of transformation, we went for regex, and we came up with the results. But we were not able to evaluate our results yesterday. In our today's session, we'll focus on that part as well. Okay, let us get into the ETL part. All right, the extract, transform, load. If I just move forward a bit. Okay, from chaos to clarity. See, I'll tell you about why it is called as chaos and why we are talking about clarity. And this quick recap, we have already walked through this quick recap. We have seen the concept of data extraction. Then, of course, there is this one part. By the end of this session, you should be able to, adapt to these things. Okay, let's get into this first terminology, which means by the name of it is data transformation. See, what is the name? Data transformation, which means you're bringing in some change in the data. You are transforming data. You do anything with data. You eliminate the inconsistent data, or you enrich the existing data, or you're going to extract some information out of data. What are you doing? You're performing data transformation. Okay, and that is what we have discussed in the upcoming slides. It involves converting data to meet the requirement of target system, application, or analysis. Now, I'll tell you what it means. We had this ETL job yesterday, and we have the output over here on S3. Okay, let's understand this. This thing from where data is being generated and then moving down. So this thing is called as upstream. This is upstream. And then you have data available in the S3, which is like after the ETL job. So this one is called as downstream. Okay. And the applications which are going to operate on the data which you have just cleaned and transformed are called as downstream application. Those applications could be business intelligence applications, data science applications, data analysis applications, or a normal, software which is just utilizing this data. Okay. So you should be aware of these terminologies: upstream, downstream, and downstream applications. So once the data arrives at the final destination, which applications are utilizing that data? It is called as downstream applications. And that's what we are able to see here. Requirement of the target system. In our case, the target system was S3. Application, if we would have built an analytical application, then it would have came under the application part or analysis. Then the goal of transformation is to make data usable and valuable for downstream activities. See, the core part of ETL job is, see, extract deals with getting the data from sources. See, I'm telling you with the help of this diagram because we have performed this, right? Extract is going to get the data from sources. Load is going to write the data to destination. There is no fancy logic involved in extract and load. The logic in extract might be full data or incremental data and implementation of CDC mechanism. In case of load, it is not complex. You just need to specify where the data has to be written. But the main game is in the transformation part. I hope everyone is able to catch this. The main game, like whatever changes you are bringing in the data, are being taken care by the transformation phase, transformation state. Okay, that's why it is being said that the goal of transformation is to make data usable and valuable for downstream activities. Then, if I just move forward a bit, we talked about this thing. Okay, so what exactly comes under the data transformation? You can clean the data and validate it, like email ID validation, contact number validation, date of birth validation. So this is one part. Another thing is normalization technique. Normalization means it eliminates the redundancy of data, and it eliminates the anomalies which we normally face while dealing with the data which is interdependent on each other. Then integration of external data sources. Of course, if I say that I have three different sources, and what I'm saying is I want to perform a transformation in a way like I want to see the average rating per user for all the products he has purchased. So the customers table is here, right? The reviews table is here. And with the help of transformation, we are going to extract the data from these sources and combine this data. So that's what we call integration. Okay, customer wise total reviews or average reviews, average ratings, that's what we can evaluate. This was made possible because we are able to capture this data, bring it in so that transformations can be done. Okay, so this is the part which we mean by integration of external data sources. Data enrichment and aggregation. Keep this in mind. Data cleaning and data enrichment are two different activities. If I say data cleaning, which means I'm eliminating the inconsistency from data, like I'm dealing with null values, unnecessary or data which is not in the accurate format, like corrupt email address or corrupt contact number. So elimination, cleaning is mostly focused on the elimination, and aggregation is aggregation or enrichment. These two things are mostly inclined towards adding some value to the data. Let's take an example of an e-commerce website. Let's imagine that we are working on this project, and we get to see the country IDs. We get to see different country IDs like this: IN, US, RS, like this. Okay, and then you say, okay, these values don't look good because while querying, there is no standard format to the country codes. So what you say, okay, let's enrich this. I'm telling you the simplest use case of enrichment. We'll say, okay, if the column is country code, we'll transform it to the capital letters. Okay, and let's imagine if some country code is of 3 letters, we'll truncate it to 2 letters. Length of country code should be 2 and the country code should be capital. This is just one example of data enrichment. We are making existing data better. This one looks better, right? It's not just about looks better, but it's also about the consistency of it. Like in some cases, this also might be the case. I is capital and N is small. Then I is small, N is capital. This is possible. But if I have a fixed standard format for my country code, it is going to be easy for me to deal with. So it comes under the enrichment part. We are improving the quality of our data. Then what do you mean by aggregation? Here we are able to see one more term, which is aggregation. By aggregation, we mean that we are going to pre-compute some values. Like let's take an example, customer lifetime value. Let's imagine I have multiple customers, but for now I'll say I have customer ABC, XYZ, and PQR. And I'm going to evaluate some statistics for these customer beforehand, like customer lifetime value. The total amount of money this person has spent on my website, which is $5,210 for ABC. Then you have $4,890 for XYZ. Then for PQR, you have $3,587 PQR has spent on my website. So these numbers, we are calculating these numbers from the previous orders of this particular user. Okay, I can also go for average orders per month or per week for this person. Average orders per week. This person approximately orders 3 products per week. This person approximately orders 7 products per week. This person approximately orders 2 products per week. Getting this point? So these are just 2 statistics which we are calculating. Let's imagine we are calculating these statistics beforehand. Let's imagine you guys are data analysts or data scientists working on this project, and all you need to do is every time you want to go for customer segmentation, like you want to define the categories of customers. So you want to do many things, and you have to always compute these values for all the findings which you have to evaluate. You have to do this every time. Instead, you can tell it to an ETL developer or data engineer, whoever is working, that, okay, the kind of data I want is I also want some aggregated information with the help of like some aggregation functions. I need these things. So if these things are already present as a part of table onto the destination, then the data analyst or data scientist don't need to perform these things again and again, and they already have some pre-computed values. It comes under data aggregation. These are some key aspects. Now let us focus on the next part. Now we are getting into the depths of it, but we have already discussed, so we'll walk through these slides. Process of fixing errors in raw data before it is transformed or loaded. It helps to improve data quality and integrity. Data cleaning techniques. Yes, these are some data cleaning techniques. Data standardization, which simply means that for every attribute or column, what is the expected format? Like email ID should be in this format. If you talk about some documents, like PAN card should be in certain format. Then data deduplication. If there are redundant records, it needs to be eliminated. Outlier detection and handling. So what do we mean by this? Let's imagine we have a customer and the customer has purchased very few products. Our customer is active on our website from last 5 years, and that customer has purchased, like, let me just have one more here. Let's imagine this is the customer XYZ. This customer has purchased, let's imagine 50 products till now, 20 products till now, and spent around just $200 on our website. And suddenly the number of orders for this person spikes. And suddenly now we are able to see this person is buying 2,000 products, and the total spent of this person on our website is like these many dollars, like $50,000. Then of course this thing is concerning. It might also be a case for fraud. So you have to make sure that you detect such spikes which are not obvious. Outlier means something which is not obvious. None of my customers are putting 22,000 orders per day. If this person is putting 2,000 orders per day, I'll have to see what exactly this person is purchasing. I can flag it for review. I can monitor this person. See, some sort of events occur where there are frauds, like they are going to order this much amount of products and they are not going to pay for it, right? And they'll say, okay, we'll go for cash and delivery or something like that. So if we have identified it beforehand, then we can ask this user, okay, cash on delivery is not applied for this particular thing. Or if you are going to go for this much order, bulk order, then you will get special assistance from our side. Okay, so that this person is also aware of that my steps are being monitored. Okay, so that's what we mean by outlier detection and handling. And I talked about a single case. Outlier means any of the values, like temperature. For I guess nowadays temperature is really high. But if I just talk about this, if there are values of temperature like 38 degrees Celsius, 39 degrees Celsius, and on a fine day, the temperature is just 70 degrees Celsius. But that is not a normal value of temperature which we normally deal with. So that is an outlier. That is something else, a completely different thing which has occurred. So you have to detect these things and you need to handle them. You'll see if it's a genuine record, or you'll see, okay, it's a genuine or not. You have similar reports somewhere else. If there is none, then you can simply eliminate these things. So outlier detection and handling. Then data validation rules. We'll be talking about these rules as we proceed. Okay. Data validation, of course, we talked about it. Data validation techniques. There are different data validation techniques. Data profiling analysis, integrity checks, cross-referencing, data quality dashboards. All these things are having their own use cases. Okay, everything has its own use case. Okay, if you talk about the data validation techniques, then you see this data profiling and analysis. Then what does this mean is that we are going to actually walk through the data and try to understand the nature of it. Integrity checks, if the data is actually valid or not, of the records which you're getting. Cross-referencing, let's imagine I have an order in the orders table and I don't have the customer ID. So every order should have a customer ID associated with it. This is called as cross-referencing, or it can also be known as referential integrity. Data quality dashboards. Let us imagine I have two records. Okay, I have two records. Let's imagine the record is 1 ABC and the contact number of this person. Let's imagine if this record is duplicated. ABC 7 like 9511 or 7852 like this. Okay, and what happens is we go for some sort of logic with the help of some data frames, and we say wherever you find the record for record ID 1, please update the contact number to 959158. Let's imagine. So with the help of update, just this one record got updated, but this one didn't got updated. Now you have two records which are semantically same but holding different values. So if let's say I go for an analytical query and I want to get the contact number of this person ABC, how would I get it? How would I get it? It will be really difficult for me to capture the contact number of this person, right? Because there are two records. And let's imagine our logic is in such a way that it gets only one value. So it gets only this first value. Let's imagine it gets this one value. Okay, but the current contact number was 9158. So this is what we mean by inconsistency. The data is not in consistent format. Okay, so if I eliminate the duplicates, let's imagine there is only one value for this particular thing, then you update it or you ask for the information, you'll get consistent values. Okay, it's not like we have two different version or three different version of the same data. Okay, what if we deduplicate data on key attribute? Yes, that should also work, but data deduplication, where we exactly do it is completely scenario based. Okay, because in some cases you will have to allow the duplicate values. In some aspects, in some let's say situations, you might need to allow the duplicate values. Okay, we can do it on the key attribute if the key is having I would say a unique constraint, like the key should be unique, then in that case of course you can do it on the key attribute. Okay, I guess we need to have data analysis. Yes, of course, we need to have data analysis on this part, but we are just making the analysis process easier, and if the data is clean, segregated, and in a proper way, then it will be easier for us to analyze the data. Okay, that is why these data quality rules are in the picture. Okay, welcome. Okay, so if I talk about the concept of normalization, I'll take some time to explain this thing. Okay, so the normalization comes into the picture to deal with the I would say anomalies, different kind of anomalies, and I'll just quickly walk you through these things. Normalization, yes, we got into that. Okay, so why we have the concept of normalization? Let's imagine we have records like this: order ID, customer ID, name, email, product, the product this person has purchased, the price, the quantity, and all this stuff. Okay, now in this case, when I look at the data, I'm keeping everything in a single table, which is called as denormalized data. Whether it is the order information, customer information, product information, everything, I am putting it into a single table. It introduces some anomalies for insert, update, and delete. Okay, if I just want to register a customer, I can't do it as long as the customer hasn't purchased anything. Okay, or I cannot add product over here. I cannot add product over here like P007, and the product is, let's imagine, a watch. I cannot insert a product because the order ID is going to be primary key for my table, and primary key cannot be null because this is not an order, this is product. Okay, this is what we call insert anomalies. You cannot insert product until a certain customer has purchased it. Then another thing is the update anomaly. Update anomaly. Let's imagine this P001 laptop has been purchased by two users here. One is Elise and another one is Bob. Okay. And I want to change the price of this laptop. So I'll have to update the value at both the places, in case of Alice as well and for Bob as well. At any place, if I forget to mention the value of this laptop, and there will be inconsistency. Okay, for now you will say that's fine, we just have two record. But what if 20,000 people have purchased this laptop and you want to update the price or specifications of that laptop? It will not be easy for us to update these many records. That's what we mean by update anomalies. And then there is third thing, which is delete anomaly. Delete anomaly. I cannot delete some records like this P003 tablet. If I just want to delete this product, I'll have to delete this complete row. Okay, and now we lost the product as well as we lost the customer information, but we only wanted to eliminate the product and not the customer. Getting this point? We wanted the customer information as well, but this was the last customer because tablet has been ordered by just one user. And if I try to delete this particular thing, then I'll also lose on to the information of the customer as well. Okay. So this is what we mean by delete anomaly. There are different kinds of anomalies. The solution is you have different table for customer, products, orders, and the association table you can have. So customer table, you have customer ID, customer name, email address. If you want to insert, update, or delete any of the customer, you will be able to do it without hampering the product as well as the orders table. Then you have a separate table called products, and this particular you can insert, update, and delete in this, and you don't need to worry about other two. And same is the case with orders. But in order table, there is association, order ID, customer ID, and order date. Okay. And if I talk about associations, you'll see this, see it like this: order ID, product ID, quantity, and total price. Okay. If I want to get the data out of this, I can perform different join operations. And with the help of that join operations, I can easily extract the data. But the anomalies are gone. The challenges are gone. If I remove this tablet from this particular location, if I delete this tablet, it won't hamper my customer database. If I want to add a new product, I can directly add a new product in the products table without hampering, without the need to be dependent on customers or orders. Getting this point? When the data was in denormalized state, we can't add the product, right? We were not able to add the product. So this is what we mean by normalization. Have you got a rough idea of this, what normalization is? If so, just let me know in the chat window. Just type in Y. Okay. Dimple, Satish, Anish, Priya, Avanti. Great. What is data integrity? Okay, we'll talk about this now. Okay, Tamanna. Great. Data integrity simply means that you can trust on that particular data. That is one thing, that it's closely related to the reliability part as well, that the data is actually in a format where on which you can trust, which you can directly process without needing to worry about if it's an inconsistent data or something like that. Because if I give you these tables, let's imagine I give you these tables and I say, okay, some of the records might be corrupt, so please go for the analysis accordingly. So you will need to worry about the inconsistencies in these tables. But if I say this is clean and transformed data, all you need to do is process this and come up with some insight so that I can take decisions accordingly. In that case, it is going to be a different story. Okay. Yes. Now, if we just look into this normalization, unnormalized data, and you convert it to the normalized data, there are different normal forms for it. Welcome. There are different normal forms for it. The most common is the third normal form. You can just walk through these things, explore these things. The content is available in a vast amount. If you want me to share this PPT, in this PPT, I have discussed about all normal forms. Okay, in this presentation, I discussed about first normal form, second normal form, as well as third normal form, everything if you'd like to see. Okay. So yeah, this is first normal form, second one, third one. Okay, what are associations and dependencies? So this is quite large concept actually. This is not, some easy concept. Of course, it's an easy concept once you understand it, but if you're learning it for the first time, you'll have to dedicate at least 2 to 3 hours for these concepts, so that you should be able to understand them. So if I have a denormalized data and I have to convert it to a normalized data, it also comes under the data processing part. So you might receive some denormalized or unnormalized data, and you might need to convert it to a certain normal form. It also comes under the processing part. The benefits is it improves data integrity, which we just talked about. You can trust on the data, anomaly free data. Then simplifies querying, because now insert, update, delete anomalies are gone. Then reduced data redundancy. It is storage optimized, because you don't need to repeat the records again and again. If you look at the denormalized data, which I just shown you before we went into this. If you just see this thing, if Alice is going to put around 50 orders, then all the details of Alice are going to repeat. And these repeated records are going to consume space. Everyone agrees with it. If there are 50 orders for Alice, all this information is going to repeat for 50 times. So that's what is what we mean by redundancy. Yeah, great. Thank you. So that's what we mean by redundancy. We don't want these many records to repeat again and again. So if you're going for the normalization, then it is going to eliminate the redundancy as well, and easier maintenance, because it is storage optimized, anomaly free data. If the data is in the normalized format, especially the third normal form or the BCNF. Okay, so I'll just give you an example. See, what is first normal form? First normal form says that there should not be composite attributes, which means that this course attribute has multiple values. Okay, so in the first normal form, you need to eliminate it. So you will see, okay, we might be introducing some redundancy in here. Then you have second normal form. If I talk about the second normal form, ways to convert in the first normal form, second normal form, let's get into it. Okay. Then if I get into the second normal form, it says that we have the concept of functional dependency. Attribute A is dependent on B, or I can say A determines B. A can determine B. If I look at this in the second normal form, A determines B. What do we mean by that? Let's understand it. Okay, 3NF. Okay, we'll talk about this. Functional dependency. For 2NF, the data must be in the first normal form, which means there should not be any multi-valued attribute, and no non-prime attribute depends on part of composite key. Okay, let's imagine this Rahul and this email ID are both completely dependent on the primary key, completely dependent on or completely determined by the primary key, which means if I say, give me the student email for 101, it will be rh@gm.com. If I say, give me student name for 101, then I'll get Rahul. If I execute this query 1000 times, still I am going to get these things, right? However, if the data is not in the first normal form and then I ask for it, like, let's say, let's get into this particular thing where data is just flattened. This 101 Rahul rh@gmail, then courses math and courses physics. If I say 101, give me course for 101, then I might get math, I might get physics, but I might not be able to get the consistent values of it. Okay, if I run this query 10 times, I can't guarantee what I am going to get in the courses section. Okay, so I cannot say that this record is completely functionally dependent on 2101. Getting this point? So that's in that case, we need to, bunch together such attributes like student ID and course and create a composite key. Okay, that's a different story. But I guess everyone understood this part of functional dependency where I say that whenever I try to determine some other values, if I simply pass in the key, or if I simply pass in the primary key should be able to completely determine the record, or it should uniquely determine the record, and there should not be any inconsistency. Same is the case with the enrollments table. Okay, this in the enrollments table, we can always bunch together these two columns to form a primary key. Now these two columns are going to serve as primary key, and in courses section, the name of course can serve as the primary key. Okay, if I say give me instructor for math, it will be Sharma. Even if you run this query for 10 times, you will get Sharma only. So this is fully functionally dependent on the primary key. That is the, second normal form where you have the concept of functional dependency. Then there is a concept called transitive dependency. A non-prime attribute is determined by other non-prime attribute and not directly by the primary key. If you look at this course math can determine the instructor as well as instructor email. That's fine. But the instructor email can also determine the instructor name. If I pass in the instructor email and it is able to determine the instructor name when the primary key is in the picture. Okay, so this is another sort of dependency. Like if the complete record is dependent on primary key, then we would have called it functional dependency. But a non-prime attribute like this email address or the name of instructor, this name of instructor is also determining the instructor email. Instructor name might vary. Instructor name might like I have Sharma, then I have Mehta, I have this Iyer, but this instructor name is also able to determine the instructor email when there is an existence of primary key. So such dependencies where a non-prime attribute, which is instructor, can determine the values, this sort of dependency is called as transitive dependency, and it is said that you need to eliminate the transitive dependency if you want to get into the third normal form. If you look at the third normal form now, the same table got broken down into two things, course, and that's fine. But the name of instructor can also determine the instructor email ID. And instructor is not a prime attribute, or it's not a primary key. See, there is difference between primary key and prime attribute. Any record which can serve as primary key can be called as prime attribute. In this case, instructor email is also a prime attribute because it is going to be unique. It is going to be unique. But in this case, it might not be unique if the same instructor is teaching two subjects, two different activities. Let's say the Sharma is teaching math as well as the Sharma is teaching chemistry. In this case, the instructor email ID is going to repeat. So in this context, it is not going to be a prime attribute. Prime attribute is an attribute which can become primary key, but it is not primary key because of some reasons, because the data modeling says so. It's not a primary key. It is candidate to become a primary key, but it is not a primary key. The primary key is course in this case. However, a non-prime attribute like instructor. Let's imagine the Sharma is teaching two subjects. Sharma is teaching two subjects. So in this case, these things are going to repeat, and these things are pretty consistent. Okay. So this is what we mean by transitive dependency, where a non-prime attribute can determine another attribute. And in this case, because email ID can be determined by the instructor as well as course, which means the email ID is dependent on instructor and the email ID is also dependent on course. Getting this point? This sort of dependencies are called as transitive dependencies. What we want in the third normal form is all the attributes in the table are fully functionally dependent on primary key, and only primary key should be able to determine each and every attribute, and not some sort of attribute which is not prime attribute. Instructor is not a prime attribute at all, but still it is able to determine the email, instructor email. That's what we mean by transitive dependency. The instructor to instructor email, this kind of dependency is called as transitive dependency, and we eliminate these dependencies in the third normal form. Okay, is this part clear to everyone now? Okay, course can't be primary key. Yes, course can be primary key. Primary key can be anything which you want which has unique values, because the name of course is not going to repeat, right? Math, physics, chemistry, biology. Let's imagine, see, this is just an example. Normally you have course IDs or something like that. But yes, if we wish, we can have it as a primary key. Data enrichment aggregation, we already talked about it. There are different techniques for that. Data imputation, which means you're going to, come up with some values, merging data sets, adding external data. All these terminologies, for all these terminologies, I'll prepare the document where you can just walk through all these terminologies and understand what it is. Yeah, sure. Sure, Satish, I'll share this one, the RDBMS session presentation as well. All right. Enrichment, aggregation, synergy. Okay, continuous cycle, enriched aggregations, and targeted enrichment. Let's focus on these things. Okay, these are some features. They refer to combined use of data enrichment and aggregation technique to enhance the quality and depth of analysis. Enriched aggregations, and then continuous cycle, and targeted enrichments. Okay, these are the terminologies. And because we are going to focus on the hands-on part more, I'll be sharing the meanings of these terminologies. These are not quite difficult. Okay, I'll be sharing the meanings of it. Okay, handling data quality issues and anomalies. Of course, we deal with missing values, we deal with inconsistent values and outliers. Okay, what are missing values? Incomplete information, which is going to hinder the analysis. Inconsistent values, compromise accuracy and cause confusion. Outliers, skewed patterns and distorted results. We talked about outliers when we talked about the number of orders per customer, right? Okay, these are data quality issues. Okay, cross-referencing is like, if I take example in the e-commerce domain, the cross-referencing is like if there are records in the orders, so every order ID should have a customer ID associated with it. It's not like there is some order ID and there is customer ID, but that customer ID is not present in the customer table. Okay, that's what we mean by cross-referencing. Then there is this one thing called data profiling, then statistical outlier detection. These are some techniques. Okay, these are some techniques. Strategies to handle data quality issues: missing value imputation, fill missing data using statistical method. Let's imagine I have some data like this: user orders an average amount of money the user spends on my website. Let's imagine there is this missing value over here. So with the help of statistics, by looking at the other records, if I would like to compute the value for this particular thing, like average or something like that, it's not mostly around average of the prices, but if I talk about temperature, let's imagine XYZ city has 20 temperature, ABC city has 21, then PQR has a temperature of 20 again. Okay, and there is one more city called LMN, and there is this missing value for this particular city. So what you can do, you can simply go for average of these. You'll say, okay, we'll get closer to accurate results. You'll simply evaluate the average, and you can provide the average like this. Okay, so this might be the temperature of LMN. It's called data imputation, and we normally do it wherever data is not that, it's not that rigid, like you must have the accurate value of this. Okay, even if you get closer to accurate value, that's fine. In that case, we are going to perform it. Then data cleaning, fix errors, formatting, and all that stuff. Data standardization, formats, units across the data sets for easy comparison and integration. All right. Okay, we have building culture data quality, like you'll have to educate your team members on this, that you must focus on the data quality because it is going to solve most of the challenges which you're going to face in the future. Okay, the strategies like conquering anomalies. Anomalies means everything is working fine. Everything is working fine until certain scenario occurs. Let's imagine I have a car, I am driving car, everything is completely fine. But if I turn on the radio or if I turn on the music system of car, then car is going to stop the ignition. See, everything goes fine until something weird happens. Understanding this part? That's what we mean by anomalies. Conquering anomalies, how you are going to conquer them. You'll investigate and explain data vingerization. This is one technique, robust statistical method and model-based outlier detection. Data vingerization means you are going to set predefined limits for the records, like a speed of a vehicle should be from 0 to 200 or from 0 to 300, not more than that, right? The temperature range, it can be from -2, -3 or -4 degrees Celsius to 45 to 50 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Celsius, let's imagine. So these are the possible ranges of certain attributes. Like for temperature, this is the range. For income, this is the range. So that's what we mean by vingerization. And anything which falls outside this defined range will be considered as corrupt one. Then robust statistical method, model-based outlier detection. So what are the complexities for data transformation? One is evolving data landscape. The data is not same like in the previous times. If you have experience with using the Instagram, then Instagram has, I would say, once Instagram didn't have the option of reels, but if you look at it now, it has the option for reels. It has different filters. It has many other new features available. So the source where data is getting generated, like the data is being generated from the client application, it is changed now. It is not the same. So if you are going for analysis or aggregation, or you want to perform any sort of data science activity or data analysis activity on the data, then the data has got changed. So the data engineering team or the ETL team will need to work on it and will need to deal with this evolving data landscape, because the project or the application or the tool is always evolving. It is always changing. Heterogeneous data sources connecting with multiple data sources, limited resources and tools. So we need to bring out maximum results in minimum resources. That's what we focus on. And that's what we call optimization. Complex transformation and pipelines. Okay, so this ETL, extract transform load, is one pipeline. Like that, you might have multiple pipelines in your project. Okay. Then if I move forward, then strategies for managing the complexity. Okay, agile and iterative approaches, defining data standards, perform modularization, automation, monitor, test data quality, monitor and test the data quality. Okay, so if you look at these things, all these terminologies are of course here, and of course, these are too many terminologies actually. You should be able to simply walk through these things. Okay, define data standards, perform modularization. Every single strategy which you are able to see here has its own relevance. Okay, has its own relevance. Like if I just a moment. Okay, if I simply say that define data standards, of course we have talked about that previously, but if I talk about the perform modularization automation part, see why we modularize our code or why we modularize our application, because the modifications to our application can be easier. That's why we go for the modularization. Then monitor, test and test data quality. This is also one part. All right. Okay, tools and techniques. There are different tools and techniques which are used to conquer the complexity. Data quality management tools like Talent, there are different tools. I guess you guys also have access to this. So please walk through these things. Okay. So for now, I'm going to skip this one. Okay. Integrating data sources. There are different data sources from which the data is getting generated. You need to consolidate it onto a single place and then work on these things to extract some of the interesting insights. It enhances context, granularity, discovers hidden patterns, corrections, improves these things. These are just few benefits of using the transformation logic. And challenges: data quality, consistency issues. See, these are the challenges of data integration. If the data is not in a proper quality and not consistent, then it will be difficult for us to integrate it. Security, privacy concerns: if we don't have access to certain data or some data is in encrypted format, it will be difficult for us to go for encryption. Need for technical integration: of course we need more technical, I would say, people, the more technical, or the person who have knowledge around integration. Data maintenance and governance: yes, of course, all these things are required. Strategies: continuous monitoring and feedback. In our project, what we do is we have some of the employees who are only monitoring the pipeline. They only maintain the statistics. If a certain pipeline runs, okay, this pipeline has started at this particular time, it ended at this particular time, it dealt with this much amount of data, and it went on properly. Then we have given them some validation logics. So they run that validation logic on top of that data pipeline, and they come up with their insights, whatever they have observed. They say, okay, this particular pipeline run is following all these validation rules which you guys have defined. So we have separate resources who are focused on monitoring the data pipelines which we create. Okay, collaborate and communication, of course. You have to communicate within the team. Then automation and orchestration. See, if you want to eliminate the manual errors, you can go for orchestration. There are multiple ways. You might have heard about the tool called Airflow. So Airflow is also very good at the orchestration part. Then experimentation and iteration. Experimentation and the iteration. So of course, you'll have to go for trial and error basis. Okay. If you ask me about orchestration in Glue, there is one feature called Glue workflows, which can also be used for orchestration purposes. Okay. Then external data integration. This is just an example. Integration of weather data. Like outcome is the optimized inventory levels, delivery schedules, and all that thing. We are asking for it. The analogy: imagine we are using weather forecast to adjust your map route and avoid potential storms. That's really noble cause. Okay. This is integration for internal patient data. The analogy is patient medical history to tailor-made the treatment plan. Okay, this is also a very good use case. Okay, these are some use cases of working with these things. Okay. Now, this is the part where we need to focus on, or we need to work on this particular thing. Data transformation with AWS Glue. You need to crawl the data, run the ETL job, define source and target, apply transformation. All these things we are going to see in the hands-on exercise. Okay. So what I'm going to do for now is, okay, all these things are there. Okay. So let's imagine you create a bucket and there is nothing in this bucket for now. So it's going to be empty, right? This bucket is going to be empty. I'm going to create a folder over here, and okay, I'll just click on this create folder. Okay, and I'll create a folder over here and give it name like this: retail-data. Okay, I gave it name like retail data, like this. I scroll down a bit and you'll see create folder option. So simply click on create folder, and a folder called retail data is created under the bucket which I have initially created. Then I'll click on this retail data folder. I'll get into this folder, and in here, there is a button to upload the file. So I'll have to upload the data. I'll click on upload. Make sure you are in the retail data folder inside your bucket. You always see where you are with the help of this thing. Okay, I can say upload, and I'll have to scroll down a bit, or I'll just have to say add files over here. This is a form. I'll simply click on add files, and I'll navigate to the place where I have my data available, like this retail.csv file, and simply click on open. Now this file is now available in here. It is ready to get uploaded. I'll scroll down, and there is this upload button over here. I'll click on the upload button. It will take care of uploading the file. Once the file is uploaded, there is no need for this interface, so you can simply click on close. I'll click on close. Okay. Okay, can you share the file? I guess, Sarika, the file is already there in your LMS, but if you can't find, of course, I'll share the file as well. Don't worry. Okay, so retail.csv file is now present under the retail data folder. I guess this is the part which we have taken care of many times. Then the next step is step number 2. If I say, are we done with the step number 1? Yes, we are done with the step number 1. Then the step number 2 is to create IAM role. Okay, is to create an IAM role. So what I'm going to do is I'll simply say, I'll simply go to the IAM console. IAM is a different service. So I'll get into the search box. I'll simply say IAM. And now I'm in the IAM service. Okay, in here, I'll have to create a role. So in the user, in the access management, you should be able to see the roles part. Then you have to click on create role. So click on create role. We are creating a role for AWS service. The name of AWS service is Glue. So click on this and just type Glue, and you'll be able to see this Glue. Select it. Allows Glue to call services on your behalf. Then scroll down a bit. You will see the next button. Click on next. And here you need to choose the permissions which you need to assign to this particular role. But I'm just getting out of the hassle. I'm simply saying give the administrator access straight away. Scroll down a bit, and there is this next button. So click on next. You have to provide name to this role, like this Glue admin role or whatever name you would like to give. It has to be a valid identifier. I already have this role in my account. That's why it is giving me error. Okay. And then all you need to do is scroll down and simply click on create role. But I already have this role. That's why I'll not be clicking on the create role. I'll simply say cancel. Once you are done, you should be able to see the role in the roles section. If you simply type in Glue admin role, you should be able to see the role which you have created. Okay, which is this Glue admin role. Now, I'm done with this step number 2 as well, the creation of IAM role. I'm done with this as well. Okay, then step number 3 is to create an empty database in the Glue catalog. Okay, create a database in the Glue catalog. This is step number 3. Okay, of course, this is going to be retail table, but it would be under some database, right? In Glue catalog, there is going to be database, and there is going to be this retail table. Okay, role can be same all the time. Yes, role name can be same. All that matters is that this particular role has the administrator access permission. But in your case, what you guys are doing, you guys are launching the labs. So once you relaunch the lab, whatever you created in the previous session is gone. Say I'm demonstrating on my personal AWS account. Okay, and that's why this role I'm able to see. But you guys will not be, you won't be able to see the role over here. It will get eliminated the moment you delete your labs. Okay. Now, this is the retail table, which we can see over here, but it will be under some database. So you have to get into Glue catalog and create an empty data set under which your table can reside. Okay. How can we do it? Okay, let's get into AWS Glue console for that. Get into search and simply go for Glue. And then I'll click on AWS Glue. I will scroll down a bit here. So you might see it like this, but you can always click on the hamburger icon, click on the data catalog, and in here you have a section for databases. I'll click on the databases, And of course, there is nothing, no resource it says. So I'll have to create a database with the help of add database. So I'll click on add database. I'll give it name like this, retail DB. I will scroll down and you have this create database button over here. So click on create database button. And now you are able to see this retail DB database under the data catalog. This was the third step which we which was actually required. This was the third step. Step number 4 is to create the crawler. Step number 4 is to create the crawler and run this so that it goes out, scans the retail.csv file, comes up with the metadata and puts the retail table into the glue catalog. Once done, we'll say, okay, we can move forward to the ETL job section. Okay, so this is step number 4. You have to create a glue crawler, which is going to scan the retail.csv file. Because retail.csv file is a plain comma separated file, it is not the complex one. If you look at this file, it is not the complex file. It is a simple, straightforward file. Okay, it is a simple CSV file, as you can see. All the fields are properly separated by comma, and okay, the fields are properly enclosed. Wherever there are double quotes, you're able to see these things. Okay, all these things are here. That's fine. So we can directly launch a crawler on this particular file, but this particular file should be on S3 if I want to run the crawler. Let's get into that, how to create a crawler. So there are several ways of creating a crawler. First option is you click on the database and you get to see this option, add tables and add table using crawler. So if I click on it, a form will open up to create the crawler. This is one way. Another way is in the data catalog itself, you will see this option of crawlers. If you click on it, and if you just say, okay, create crawler, you will reach to the same form. Okay, no difference at all. No difference at all. You can go through creation of, you can visit creation of crawler forms through the databases section as well as through the crawler section, because same form is going to open up anyways. Okay, so I'll give the name to this particular crawler. I'll simply call it ecom crawler. Okay. Okay, sorry, retail crawler. For now, I'll say it's retail crawler. Okay. And I have to simply click on next. So the moment I click on next, you will be able to see the data sources. Okay. You'll be see the data sources. Data source configuration. Is your data source mapped to glue table? Not yet. Nothing has been mapped. What are the data sources? So I'll have to mention that I have to go out and scan the files on S3, right? This is what we mean by data sources. So I'll simply click on add a data source. So click on add a data source and you see the data source is S3. Location of S3 data is in this account. I'll simply click on browse. I'll navigate to a place where my data resides, which is the retail data. Make sure you select the folder and not the file. You select the folder, click on choose, and then click on the empty area around this form. Okay. And rest everything, keep it as it is and say add S3 data source. So I click on add S3 data source, and in the data sources section of this particular crawler, you should be able to see the S3. S3, what is the source on which particular folder or location, then parameters. We don't need to specify classifiers for this because the format is straightforward. Then click on next. So the moment you click on next, it asks for the permission. Let's understand this. Glue crawler is a service provided by Glue and S3 is a different service. So whether these services, even though these services are in same account, still the Glue needs permissions to access this particular S3. Okay. When we use classifier, if the data format is quite complex, like which we had in the previous session, I guess, when we dealt with logs, those logs were space separated. So we used grok pattern for that. Okay. So in such cases where the format is not easily understood by the crawler, we go for classifier, which gives you details of what exactly you have to crawl, what exactly you'll have to work on. Okay. All right. Great. Great. So we don't need classifier in this case. So why we need IAM role is because this glue is a different service, this S3 is a different service, and glue does not have default permission to go out and access S3. But we do have the IAM role, and this IAM role has the permission to access the S3. If I attach this IAM role to my crawler, then this crawler will also have permission to access the S3. Okay, and that's what we are doing here. We have to attach an IAM role to this crawler. It says, okay, give me the IAM role which has enough permissions. So I click on the drop down. There are many IAM roles which I have created for glue, out of which I have to choose this glue admin role. Okay, scroll down and simply click on next. Click on next and it asks for the database. Okay, I'll go out and crawl because you mentioned the data sources. You're giving me permission. That's everything fine. Everything is fine. But if I come up with the results, where should I put these results? That's what we mean by the target database. Where should I put the metadata which I have bought? So I'll click on the drop down and select the retail DB. The rest everything, you have to keep it as it is. Then scroll down a bit. If you look at this crawler schedule, we'll keep it on demand. You can also run it hourly, daily, weekly, monthly. It depends on the kind of use case you're dealing with. But of course, for now, we are running it on demand. On demand means whenever we are going to manually run this crawler, then and only then it would run. It will not start automatically. Then click on next. If I click on next, there is this particular thing which says review and create. So of course, you can review whatever you have created. Okay, you can review all the properties and simply scroll down a bit and click on the create crawler button. If I click on create crawler, a crawler will now be created. And the name of this crawler is retail crawler. In yesterday's session, I told you to run this crawler directly from here. But what if you click somewhere else, or you accidentally close this tab? Let's say I clicked somewhere else. Now, how can I run this crawler? Okay, you said, okay, I was in the database. I said, okay, add table using crawler. I created a crawler, but I accidentally closed the page. Now, where can I find the created crawler? It's simple. There is this crawler section under data catalog. Click on it, and you should be able to see the crawlers which you have created. The crawler which we have created is this retail crawler. If you click on this retail crawler, you'll be on the same page as you were. Okay, this will not be deleted as long as you don't explicitly delete the crawler. Okay, it will be present under the crawlers section. Okay, if now that the crawler is created, crawler has got created, database is set up, all I need to do is run this crawler. This crawler will go out and scan the retail.csv file, come up with the metadata, and write complete metadata into the glue catalog under some table. Okay, let's do this without wasting any time. Let's click on run crawler. If I click on run crawler, it will go to S3 and it will start it will start scanning the data which is present on S3. Okay, starting crawler, it says, okay, it is attempting to start the crawler. It says, okay, crawler successfully starting. If you look at this, crawler runs. So if you just navigate down a bit, you see this crawler runs. Select this particular thing if you'd like to see the CloudWatch logs or whatever you'd like to see. You can see the logs as well. Okay. Can we create an IAM role once and use the same every time if we need similar access? Yes, of course. Of course. If you're using a corporate account, or if you're using personal account, you just create IAM role for once and then use the same IAM role wherever you need it. Okay. But if you are going to create IAM role for glue, then you will be able to use it for glue services only. Like I created glue IAM role, I can use it for ETL jobs. I can use it for data catalog like crawlers. I can use it for the workflows. Getting this one? I can't use it somewhere else. Like in some session, I guess someone asked about the IAM role. Like we are assigning the administrator permission to the glue admin role, but we don't have the permission ourselves, but the role has the administrator permission. So can we take any benefit of it? You can take benefit out of it just through glue. Whatever you can do with the help of glue, you'll be able to perform. Apart from that, you will not be able to do any administrator level activities. Okay. Okay, Alok Nanda has one more query. Yesterday we created output folder or something like that, in which case it would be needed. Okay, if you are predefining the location where to write the results, see, the location should be in our mind. It's like whenever we are traveling, we fix in our mind where we would like to go, right? Similar to that, if I'm going to say I am running an ETL job and I want to write the output onto destination, I should be precise about my destination. And that is why we created the output folder. Okay, that was the reason. And will it be required? It will be dependent on the kind of destination you have. Like if you're writing data to RDBMS or NoSQL, or you're writing data to a data warehouse like Redshift or Delta Lake, or if you're scaling up a bit and you're writing it to Snowflake or BigQuery, so in that case you don't need to worry about it. Okay, in that case you just mention the specific location. Okay, in today's session in retail database. Okay, in today's session we will not need the output folder. We might need the output folder when we run the ETL job, so I saved it for that particular part. Of course, I'll be creating an output folder in the destination, but before we run the ETL job, I'll be telling about it. Yes, of course, we'll need that folder today as well. Then this glue crawler has successfully completed, and now we'll be able to see the metadata. If I get into databases, see, let's walk through it. If I get into databases, you have the retail DB. If I click on retail DB, it says no data available. So there is no need to worry because the crawler has got executed successfully. There is this refresh button over here. If you refresh it, you should be able to see an entry for your table, which is retail data. You'll see why retail data name is given, because it was the name of our folder. So the name of your folder becomes the name of your table. Okay, so be aware of this thing. Click on the name of your table. If you look at the details, it is retails data, it is CSV, it is having CSV format, it belongs to retail database. And this is the location where the data for my retail data folder actually resides. Okay, and these are some statistics and some advanced properties. If you look at the schema, these many tables it has extracted. We have date, order, ship date, ship mode, customer ID, name, segment, product, salesman, designation, region, net sales, profit loss, all these things. Okay, all these things we have. Now, we are done with the first phase, I would say. We are done with the first phase. Effectively, we have a retail data table available over here. And now I want to run an ETL job with the help of glue. I need to run this ETL job, extract, transform, load, and I need to make sure that the output is available in the S3. But before that, I should be aware of what output I exactly want. Okay, I want aggregated output. Like, let's imagine I want to aggregate onto the region, and per region I would like to see the sum of sales and average profit loss ratio. Sum of sales, number of customers per region I'd like to see. Okay, so I hope everyone is able to understand this. Number of customer or number of salesmen, customer ID, order data. I guess this is completely denormalized data. But have you understood what we want to achieve finally? Yeah. Okay, we are getting the responses. Okay, group by region and sum of sales. Yeah, that's perfect. See, you guys are done with the SQL queries, right? It's exactly same to that. If you're going to write SQL, it is going to be just a single line SQL query. All right, great. But we want to do it with the help of the glue job. We would like to do it with the help of glue job. How we can do it? let's get into it. And in case of glue, I can simply click on ETL jobs. Okay, now this one is going to be really, really interesting. There are 3 steps of creating a glue job. First is you have to open up the canvas by clicking on the visual ETL. You just add the nodes and configure them. Okay, adding nodes, configuring them. Then you have to configure the job details. Then you have to save the job, and after that you will be able to run it. Okay, so step number 1. Let's get on with step number 1. Click on this plus icon. If I click on this plus icon, it would open up the data sources. So my data sources, AWS Glue data catalog, because there is the entry for retails data in the AWS data catalog. If I click on this, you'll see this node, but it is not configured yet. Okay, it is not configured yet. So I'll simply single click on this and it would open up the configurations of it. Okay, AWS Glue data catalog is source, but which database? I say retail DB is the database. It says which table? I say retail data is the table. That's it. And you'll be able to see a right mark in front of this particular data source. You'll see all such things over here, but I'll simply click on the empty area and everything would be gone. Okay. Second step is I want to transform this data, which I'm able to see in the glue through the glue catalog. I want to transform it. So again, click on the plus icon, which is add nodes, and click on the transforms section. In here, you have multiple transformations, as you can see. Data preparation recipe, change schema, join, SQL query, detect, then aggregate, custom transformation, drop duplicates, and all that stuff. You have so many things available over here. So many things available over here. Okay, if you like to go for a custom thing, then you can also always go for a SQL query without any issue. Okay, you can go for a SQL query. Okay, so in the transform sections, I'm going to select aggregate for now, apply a function like sum or average to fields in the data set. So I'll click on the aggregate. Okay, and if I click on it, I'll get this. So this is my source, this is transformation, but they are not connected to each other. So I'll simply, take this from here and connect it over here. Now these two are connected. Okay, I would like to configure this transforms part. I'll simply click on the transforms part. I'll say aggregate node parent is already selected, which is glue catalog. Okay, it gives you a quick documentation of this input, group, aggregate, and the output. Okay, filter to group, fields to group by. Okay, so I'll have to choose region in this case, on which column I want to group by. I'll say region. I would like to not segment. I'd like to group by on region. You can also select multiple columns if you want to group by on multiple columns. So I selected region. Okay, then it says which column you need to aggregate. So I'll say aggregate a column. Field to aggregate, I'll say I want to see net sales, and the function should be sum. I would like to see the sum of it. Okay, this is one aggregation. You can keep on adding the aggregations. I say, okay, aggregate another column. I would also like to see the profit and loss, and I would like to see the average of it, average profit and loss. Okay, I can also scroll down a bit. I can say aggregate a column. Then I can click on this. I can say, okay, I would like to also see the salesman count for this. So I'll say salesman, and aggregate function is count. So for every region, how many salesmen we have, that's what we are doing. So likewise, you can keep on, writing this particular thing. What I have done here, everyone is aware of it. Now I can click on the empty canvas again, and you should be able to see the right marks in front of these two. Okay, the right marks in front of these two. After this, what you need to do is, you will see in the transformation layer is going to take care of transforming the data. Whatever is transformed, I would like to write into another location, which might be an S3 bucket. So I'll just go for S3. I'll just control click and open it into the new tab. Okay, so I'm in the S3, and in S3, I have my bucket, and in my bucket, there is this retail data. I'll create one more folder here for output, for capturing the output. I'll say create folder. I'll give the folder name as retail OP, like this, retail output. I'll scroll down a bit. I'll say create folder. All right, the folder is now got created. Now, next step is Let's get into the visual ETL job again. Let's get into it again. And I want to write the transformed results to S3 again. So I have this plus icon over here. I'll click on the plus icon. I get into the targets part now. And for target, I would like to write the data to Amazon S3. So there are many options you have, but you are choosing S3. Okay. But transformation and these two things are not connected. So I'll simply connect these two things. And now they are connected. Okay. Now I'll have to configure this exactly where I need to write the result. So I click on this, and in here, I'll have to choose the format. So for now, I'm going to choose CSV format, and compression type. For now, I'm going to choose none. I don't want to compress this data. I would like to write it as raw, but make sure 90% of the times, if you're dealing with big data, you are going to choose Parquet format, Parquet or ORC, which are column-based, column-oriented file formats. Okay, but for now, we just want to see the results. That's why we are choosing CSV. Okay, then I'll scroll down a bit, and I guess everything is pretty much clear, but you need to choose the target location. That's one part which is important. So browse S3, where you would like to write the results. I say in my bucket, there is a folder called retail OP, and I would like to write the results over there. I'll simply say choose, and yeah, in this location, our results would be written. If I click on the empty canvas now, I'm able to see the green tick marks in front of all of them. And yet I'll not be able to run this job because I have not configured it. See, step number 1 is done. We have defined our ETL flow. Now, step number 2 is to configure this ETL job, which you can do with the help of job details. You click on job details, and in here, you can provide name to this job. So a name to this job is like, let's imagine retail ETL. Okay. And again, for this glue job as well, you'll have to specify the IAM role, which is glue admin role in our case. I scroll down a bit and make sure you reduce the number of workers. It will help you to reduce the bills. All right. When you are done with it, you'll have to save this job. I'll say save the job. And the job has got saved now. Okay. If I look at this flow, extract, transform, load, everything is done, set up. I just need to run this. And once I run this particular ETL job, this output would be returned to the S3 output location. Okay. Let's do it. Let's run this job. Okay. But you might say, okay, I accidentally click on some other link and now I'm not able to see the job, or I close the tab, now I'm not able to see the job. So you can always visit the ETL jobs section and you will see the list of jobs which you have created. We have logs ETL job for now. I'll click on this and you have the job available like this. Okay. You can click on the run. I'll simply click on run and this ETL job would start running. And I'd like to see the run details so I can follow this link which AWS recommends me. Or I can simply see this runs tab over here. So I click on runs tab and it is showing me when this particular job has been executed. Okay, I think there is some issue. I think there is some issue with this one. Did I accidentally not saved? Okay, this is a different ETL job, right? Which we have not created this one. Okay, this retail ETL job is what we have created now. So if I need to stop the job, I can get into the run section. I can see this running and I can say stop the job run. Okay, it says successfully stopped the job. This was not the job which we created, right? Okay, we had to run this particular thing. So get into ETL jobs again now. Okay, and retail ETL, we'll click on that. And you should be able to see it like this. Okay, this is retail ETL which we have created. If you click on it, we have all these specifications. Then we'll simply click on run button. I'll click on run button and it would start the job. I go to runs section and this is the first run of this job, as you can see. If you'd like to stop this running job, you have this stop job run and it would immediately stop running this job. If you'd like to see the logs, the log files of this, particular thing, then you can also see the logs. I guess you can select the job run, and then there are these run insights or the logs. Okay, logs for this particular job, like what's happening behind the scenes. You're able to see this. Okay, you'll be able to see these things. Okay, once the ETL job is successfully executed, I should be able to see the data in my output location, which is on S3, right? That's what we are expecting. Okay, this is the last part of our hands-on exercise. After that, we'd go for a break. Okay, it says succeeded. If I get into S3 for now to see the results, I get into S3, retail OP. Here, you're able to see these 4 files. Okay, fine. I'll download these files. Okay, or even if I download one single file, then also I think it's enough for us to understand, because this is a normal CSV file. And similar to that, you have other files as well. If I simply say open with Notepad. Okay, if you look at this, okay, region, sum of net sales, average profit. So this is the region, this is the sum of sales, and this is the average of the net profit and loss, and this is the count of salesmen per region. This is just one chunk of data. Apart from this, we also have other files which you can simply monitor. You can simply go to these files, download them, watch them, and see the results. Okay, I guess this is it for our hands-on activity. And I can say that, okay, we have successfully understood this thing. Okay, for the hands-on activity which we are going to perform after the break, we are going to see a different exercise, but it is going to be quite similar to this one. Okay, but for now, I guess if you have understood this particular part, just type in Y in the chat window. Okay, how to identify and understand if there are any issues or errors in the log. Okay, we'll talk about it. Okay, great. So if you would like to see if there are any issues or errors in the glue job, which is, of course, we need to navigate. So if you look at this, you have the logs section available over here. Okay, and the messages are info messages. Mostly the kind of message you are getting are info messages. Okay, if you would like to see it in detail, then you have this particular link which you can follow, which is driver and executor log streams. If you click on it, it would open up the complete log files, or the complete logs for your glue job run, this particular job run onto the CloudWatch. Okay, onto the CloudWatch, you should be able to see this is the job run and these are the logs. So you just click on it and it would open up all the events which have occurred based on the timestamp. So wherever you see info messages, which means there are no errors. Okay, warning messages are also the messages which you can ignore. But if you see error message, like let's imagine I am able to see error message somewhere here. So I can simply expand it and look at what exactly was the error. Okay, so on the CloudWatch, I guess monitoring these logs is quite easier compared to you. So if you navigate to the data sets for your ETL, if I simply click on data sets, you'll be see these under guided practices lesson number 5, order and products. So I'm making sure that you get all these 2 files. If you have downloaded it already from LMS, that's fine. But if you haven't downloaded it, I'm sharing it in the chat and you should be able to see these files. So you have to create 2 tables, one with name orders, another with name order data. See, one with name order data, another one with name product data. You have to upload orders.csv in order table and product.csv in the product table. Have everyone, I hope, has understood the task. So please download the files from the chat window if you haven't, if you haven't downloaded from LMS. So how to do it? I'll just demonstrate it and then I'll give you 1 minute time to perform this exercise. Once you are in your bucket, simply click on create folder, and the name of folder which you are going to create is orders data. Okay, I'll scroll down and I'll simply click on create folder, and the folder would be created with this name, orders data. I'll have to create one more folder. So I'll again click on create folder over here in my bucket, and I'll say products. Is that the file which we are dealing with? Yes. Products data, I'll say. Scroll down a bit and simply say create folder. Once the two folders are created, what I need to do, I'll have to upload the orders file in orders data folder and upload the products.csv file in the products data folder. So I'll click on orders data folder. There is this button to upload the file. I'll simply click on this. It would open up a form. I'll click on add files. I will navigate to the location wherever my data set is for guided practices. Lesson number 5, orders. I'll simply click on open, and I'll be able to see this file in here. I'll scroll down and there is this upload button again. I'll click on the upload button and the file will be uploaded. I don't need this view now, so I can simply close it by clicking on the close button, and I'll be able to see that the orders.csv file is under orders data folder. Same thing I'll have to do for the products data. Okay, I'll click on products data. I'll say upload. I'll say add files. I'll navigate where the data is, like products.csv, and I'll click on open. And yeah, that file is now visible over here. I'll scroll down, and in here you have the upload button. I'll click on upload. It will take care of uploading. It says upload successful. I'll simply close this one now. If I close it, I'm able to see the products.csv file under the product data folder now. So in my bucket, I have two folders, order data and product data. Order data holds order.csv file and product data holds product.csv file. Okay, reach till this particular point. Okay, Nitish says done. I'm allocating 1.5 minutes of time for this exercise. Okay, I guess everyone is done with it. Now that everyone is familiar with S3, it's not taking much time. Okay. Perfect. So you guys have done it parallel, but still, if anyone is trying or doing it for the first time, I'm giving out at least 30 seconds for this. Okay, create two folders and upload the respective files in there. Okay. If you think 30 seconds are not enough, please let me know. And those who are done with the creation of bucket, if possible, get into the IAM. Everyone knows what you need to do in the IAM console, right? Create a IAM role, the glue admin role. Okay. These are the setups which we need to do. All right. Now that we have these two folders created, let's go out and create an IAM role for this one. So search for IAM, control, and click on this IAM. So it would open it up in a different window altogether. Okay, and in here, go for roles and how to create a role. I have demonstrated it previously as well, but I'll show it one more time. Create role, AWS service, select glue, then click on next, select administrator access, scroll down, click on next, give appropriate name to glue role. So I gave this name, which is called glue admin role. That's it. You scroll down and you simply click on create the role. Okay. And once you are done with it, please let me know. Okay. Sukalyan, Arvind, Avanti, Anish, Vani. Yes, what about other candidates? Okay, Dimple. Great. You still have 30 seconds remaining if you are not done with the creation of role, or take 40 seconds. Okay, and once you are done, just let me know in the chat window. Just let me know in the chat window once you are done with it. Okay, these steps might be repetitive, but see, you'll be able to practice these steps through these exercises. Okay, Satish. All right, Tarif. see what is the thing. Okay, I am introducing resource search. Okay, I guess this is some sort of article. Simply click on the cross button and try to refresh the page. Okay, simply click on cross and try to refresh it. Refresh the page and again go for search. After selecting glue, what I need to do. Okay, that's the next step which we are going to discuss right now. Don't worry. Okay, now let's move to the next step. In the search box, again, you'll have to simply say glue. Okay, and here you should be able to see this AWS glue. Okay, Tarif, I guess if you have accidentally clicked on the resources or something like that, like this, then you might see this like this, introducing search. So please make sure that services is selected. Even if you refresh the page, it should work properly. Okay, then services and AWS glue, click on it, control click on it. So it would open it up in another tab. Okay, it would open up in another tab. And if you simply, want to do, the very first thing is you'll have to create an e-commerce database. Okay, and how to create it? In the data catalog, you see this databases. Simply click on the databases. Okay, under the data catalog, you will see databases. Click on the databases, then click on add database. Give the name as ecom-db. Give the name as ecom-db. Scroll down and simply say create database. Okay, and the database would be created like this. Now you have two different files. The first one being the products, and the second one is orders. Right? You have two folders and two different files in here. So I have to create a glue crawler in a way that it would go out and scan both of these and come up with the metadata for both of them, and I should be able to see two table entries in my glue catalog. Okay, I should be able to see two table entries in my glue catalog. That is my purpose. So how I can achieve it? I'll have to get into the glue console. This is glue console where you see all the services offered by glue. In here, you can either get into this crawler section, or you can simply get into your ecom-db and you can say add table using crawler. So click on that. So if you click on add table using crawler, this form would open up. In here, you just mention the name of crawler. I'll say ecom data crawler. Ecom data crawler. Then scroll down a bit and you should be able to see the next button. Click on the next button. And this is the interesting part. Okay, selecting a data source. It's not like we haven't created crawlers before, but this is different. You have to say add a data source, and then you'll have to do the rest of the thing. Now this looks like some sort of dilemma, which one we should select. But don't worry, you can directly select the parent of these two. And who's the parent of these two? Which it is my bucket 1111777. This is the parent, right? This is the parent. And if I just move back to the S3 buckets, so this one is the parent for product as well as orders. I'll simply select the parent and I'll say choose. And now this is available over here, the name of my bucket. And in this bucket, I have just product and orders folder. Okay. And in here, subsequent crawler runs, it says crawl all subfolders. So what happens is it will go out and crawl each and every subfolder under this, come up with the metadata and store it in the glue catalog. Okay. After this, what I'm going to do is I'll simply say add an S3 data source like in here. Okay, I'll say add an S3 data source. If I click on that, now I'm able to see it like this. Data source configuration, not yet. And you can see the data source as S3. The data source is, the location is your bucket. And then I guess that's it. Then you can click on next button, and you'll have to select the IAM role. So select the IAM role, proper IAM role, which is Glue admin role, and click on next. Then output and scheduling, choose the database as ecomdb, which we have created. Rest everything, keep it as it is. Scroll down and click on next. And now you should be able to see this review and create, and you can see whatever you have configured in each and every step. So once you arrive at this point, please let me know in the chat window. Okay, okay, okay. Great, great. Okay, Tarif, have you created database in the Glue catalog? Please create database in the Glue catalog. You'll be able to catch up. Okay, Vani, Priya, Dimple, Sagar, Sarika, Satish, Alok Nanda. Great, great. Anish, perfect, perfect. Now everyone is able to see this page, this particular form, which says review and create. All right. So scroll down a bit, and simply say create crawler. Okay. Simply click on create crawler, and you should be able to see this crawler over here. Okay. You should be able to see this. Okay. So we are done till this particular point where we, set up S3 with 2 different folders. Then in the Glue catalog, you have created the database. We are also done with this particular part. And we have also successfully created a Glue crawler. Now our Glue crawler should go out, scan S3 and come up with the metadata. But the mystery is, will it have 2 table entries or just a single entry with your bucket name and 2 folders under it? So we are completely unaware of it. How can we handle this? How can we handle this now? Okay. Okay, we have one more query. What if there is other folders in the same bucket? Yes, that will be problem for us. But for this use case, of course, we have just products and orders. So in this case, what we'll do, I'll simply create an e-commerce folder in my bucket and put products and orders folders in my e-commerce folder. And I would ask Glue crawler to crawl the e-commerce folder. Okay. Yes, Arvind. Okay, okay, you'll go through recording. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just be attentive in this session, and if you feel like you have any queries, just let me know, Tarif. Okay. Dimple says, if we miss some steps, can we go back and change? Yes, of course. Yes, of course. While creating the crawler, you will be able to see step 1, step 2 on the sidebar. You'll be able to see. So you can simply navigate to the step before you create the crawler. Okay. And even if you have created the crawler, and if you would like to edit anything, if you get into crawler, there is this edit button. You click on the edit button, and yes, you'll see it something like this. Okay. Simply click on the respective step. You can go back and change the settings if you'd like. Okay. Even if the crawler has been created. Okay. 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 Fine. Let us move forward now. Let us move forward now, because I haven't made any changes. So perfect. This crawler is already there, e-commerce data crawler. If you'd like to, view the details of it, you can see the schedule, the data sources, which is S3, the classifier, if you have any classifier attached. So all the things basically which we are giving while creating this crawler are visible over here. All you need to do is you need to click on run crawler, and you have to monitor the database. So I would recommend you to open the database in another tab. Simply control and click on, press control and click on the databases. It would open up in another tab. And there is this ecomdb. So click on this ecomdb. For now, there are no tables under the ecomdb, right? Tables are 0. And you should also see 0. Then come back to the tab where you have the crawler. You're able to see the crawler. And then there is this option to run crawler. So simply click on run crawler. It would trigger the crawler and it would start. It's a starting crawler, attempting to start, all that it will say. Once you click on start crawler, you should be able to see the crawler runs over here. Okay. In the crawler runs, you should be able to see it here. All right. Once you are done with it, once you see the completed status or successful status, just let me know in the chat window. Okay, run the crawler, and if you see these things like completed or successful. Now, if you refresh this particular table section, you should be able to see two entries over here, orders data and products data. Okay, if you are able to see these two entries over here, just type in yes or Y in the chat window. Okay, 10 responses till this point. That's really great. Everyone's able to see it. Okay, we have created one crawler for order and product, right? No, we have a single crawler which is getting metadata for multiple tables in here. Okay, this is a single crawler. Okay, who else is done with it? Okay, Sukalyan, Aloknanda, Nitish, Arvind, Satish, Vani, Priya, Anish, Avanti. Great, great. That's really great. See, we just created a single crawler for this, all this stuff. Okay, so it's not as if one crawler can go out and scan and get the metadata for just one table. That's not true. You can have multiple, like products, orders, product catalog, then customers, as well as inventory. So many tables, so many locations, and you can get the metadata of all them with the help of a single crawler. So that's what this exercise also demonstrates. Okay. Now, we are done till the first phase. I would say this is our first phase of the job. Now, second phase is the ETL job, and now I would like you to just observe this thing, because we still have, I guess, around 15 to 20 minutes, which we'll be able to understand these things. So get into the ETL jobs part. If you see this ETL jobs part and visual ETL, and just wait, because I'm going to give you time to perform the actions which I'm performing. Okay, then get into visual ETL. If you click on that visual ETL, you should be able to see this canvas. So once you arrive at this canvas, just let me know in the chat window. Okay, because here you need to pause the parallel working, because you're working in parallel with me, and this is the new stuff. Okay, great. Everyone has arrived here. Now we have two sources for this ETL job. Let's understand what we have to do. See, we have two sources for our ETL job. It extracts data not just from the products, but from the orders as well. So there are two locations. There are two locations for our job. Okay, Yogesh says, how can we do this activity without using crawler? Yes, you can do it without using crawler, but in that case, you will have to manually define the schema of the table. Okay, in databases, you have two options: add table using crawler and add tables. So you can define the tables as well. That should also work. Now, if coming back to the visual ETL job, you have this plus. So simply click on plus AWS Glue Catalog. Okay, again click on plus, and from sources select AWS Glue Catalog, because we have two sources. Source number one, I'll say, is the orders table. So I have to configure the first one as orders and second one as products. So I'll simply click on this, and it says, okay, what should be the name? The name is AWS Glue Data Catalog. Okay, I want to change this name, and I'll simply say I'll call it products data. Okay, that's what I would like to call this. And the database is ecomdb, and the table is product data. Simple. And I'm able to see the right mark in front of this. So this is products data. I've chosen the name accordingly. And then there is the second source. See, this is coming from data source. Okay, this is the second source. You click on this. The name I'm going to change, I'll simply say orders data. I'll choose the database as ecomdb. I'll choose the table as orders table, and that's it. You should be able to see the right marks in front of both of them. Okay. Once you arrive till this point, let me know, then we'll proceed further. Okay. 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 We have one query as well. How to delete other service if I select mistakenly? Okay. Okay. You don't need to delete it. You can anytime visit the ETL job. Okay. You can anytime visit the ETL job. See, in this case, if this glue job is unsaved and you know just close this tab or you navigate to some other page, you'll have to create it again because it is not saved. Okay, just you can type your query, not an issue. Or if you'd like me to unmute the microphone. Okay. Okay, you have selected it. Oh, that's really fine. You have selected the transform there. That should be easy. Just select the respective thing which you'd like to delete, and in here you should be able to see this delete option. Okay, delete node. Simply click on that and it would get deleted. Okay, now that you have products data and orders data, if I look at the names of the columns in here, if I get into crawler, I get into tables, I have this orders data or products data. If I click on orders data, if I look at the schema, I have orders space ID. Okay, which is not a good idea, right? If I get into products and there is going to be this product space ID. Okay, and this space ID is something which is frustrating for me. Okay, I don't recommend having spaces in the names because if you are going to write a query with this column name, you are going to get into trouble. So I'm going to join on the product ID because in orders data, you'll see this product ID plus you're able to see the same product ID in the products data. So it's like a primary key in products data and an order foreign key. Okay. So I'll have to change the name of this one because it would hamper my query. In both tables, I would like to change the schema. So either I can change it in the crawler or I can change it in the job if I wish. Okay, so there is this plus which says add notes. I simply click on the plus. And if I get into transforms, there is this second option which says change schema. I'll select this one, change schema. And now you're able to see it like this. So I'll change schema for the products data first. So I'll have to just, connect these two things and they'll appear like this. Now, what I exactly need to do in the change schema, I'll select this and I'll simply say, I want to rename my column from products ID to PID. Okay, I simply want it to be PID. The rest of the columns, I'm going to keep them as it is. Okay, or wherever I find space, okay, there is this space in product name. So I'll simply say P name. Okay, wherever I find this space, I just eliminate it. Okay, and I scroll down a bit and I guess that's it. Okay, so I mentioned what I need to change from my source. This is first change schema. Then for the orders data, you'll have to repeat the process. Simply click on the plus icon, get into the transform section, change schema. It is not associated with it. So click on the empty canvas, select it from here and connect it to this transform layer. Click on that. Wherever you see spaces, like for order ID, I say I'll have it like this, OID, customer ID, I'll have this like CID. Wherever I find space, I'm eliminating them. For product ID, again, I'm saying PID. Quantity, total amount, I don't need to worry about it. So then click on the empty canvas and you should be able to see the ETL job like this. Okay, should be able to see it like this. Step regarding tables. Which one? The schema, the change schema. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'll repeat it. Don't worry. See, I'll delete this one particular node. I'll delete this node and then I'll show how to create it again. Okay. Now I want to change the schema for the orders data because the columns which are there, they have some extra spaces. So I have to change the column names. Okay. And you have to repeat the same process for product data. If I click on plus, then there is this sources, transforms, targets. So you'll have to select it from transforms, change schema. If you select it, it will be visible in the canvas like this. Just connect these two things like this, and you should be able to see a flow or a graph like this. Okay, then click on the transforms change schema to simply deal with it. So what you have to do is scroll down a bit, and wherever you see, okay, my source ID name is order ID, I want to change it to OID. Customer ID, I would like to change it to CID. Product ID, I would like to change to PID. That's it. Okay. So you don't need to search for the schema. If I am going to select the transformation from here and the name is change schema, and I'm making sure that the products data is the parent for this change schema. Okay. And I simply select this transform layer. You anyways get to see the schema of your table. Like this source key is like the actual schema. This is target key and the target data type which you would like. Okay. All you need to do is for product ID, you have to say PID here. For the product name, of course, whatever is the P name, wherever you find space, just eliminate them. Okay. And that's it. You don't need to go out and look for the schema. Okay. Because once you select this transformation, you get to see the schema in the transformation configurations itself. Okay. So I'll have to check the schema name every time. Yes, for this particular run, of course, you'll have to see this. Or if you want to change it, because that's what coming straight from the file, right? If you want to change it, there are two places. You can change it in the glue catalog, as well as if you would like, you can change it in the, I would say, after that, you can change it in the ETL job as well. Okay. Okay. Tarif says after the session, can you please resolve the issue by taking control? Okay, sure. We'll try to resolve it. Yeah. I'll check the schema name. Yes, we'll have to cross-check these things to make sure there are no spaces, at least in the IDs which we are trying to join. Why will I mind to change the name if I do not go through schema names? Okay. See, mind to change the name if I do not go through schema names. Of course, you will have to go through schema names. Otherwise, what will happen is when you are going to run this job, and if this job fails, then you'll have to see the exact reason why this particular job got failed. Let's imagine you have space. See, this is very basic thing, but because we are seeing this in the glue, we are, encountering issue. Okay, Sagar says is facing issue. Okay, you can ignore this issue, Sagar. Data preview, you can ignore this issue. Okay, that should not be a problem. Yeah. Okay, let's imagine I'm writing a join query. I say select star from products, which is T1, and then I say join orders, which is T2. Okay, and then I say on T1 dot product space ID equals to T2 dot product space ID. Do you think this query is going to run? Yes? Yes or no? Okay, so Kalyan says no, it should not run, right? Of course, it will give you troubles. You should not be able to run this query because you have some extra spaces in here. There should not be spaces, at least in the condition which you are specifying. Okay. And that is the reason I asked you to change the product ID to simply PID. Now this query will run if I simply have it like this. PID, because there are no spaces in the keys and the semantics are not disturbed. Yeah. Great. 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 See, normally we have underscore symbols in between. If it's absolutely necessary to mention 2 to 3 keywords for our key, so there has to be at least the underscores keyword, or you should completely avoid spaces. Okay, so this is the query which I would like to run on my tables. which I've got created, and then I'll have to write the output in the S3 again. Okay, that is what our job is. So how to do it? We have done these two transformations. Can I do few more transformations if I want? The answer is yes, you can. Simply click on plus, which says add nodes. If you click on plus, and from transforms, I'm going to select SQL query, and I'll simply click on the canvas. So I should be able to see this query. So I want to have these two parents for my SQL query. So I'll simply connect these two things. Okay, not just these two things, I'll connect it with the orders table as well. And now you should be able to see it like this. Okay, the ETL job would look like this. We are extracting data, we are changing the schema, and then we are simply having this transform where you see the SQL query. Okay. In SQL, I knew what is the column when I face the problem or not, but using crawler, I did not go through the column name first if I do not go through the name specifically. Yes, of course. Because crawler is taking care of inferring the schema, right? So before you get into the ETL jobs and all that stuff, you'll have to review the schema which the crawler has bought in. Okay, fine, great. Okay, now that you have these, you have this SQL query transformation available over here, and how to join these with the parents, we talked about it. Select this to configure it. Node parents are already selected. Change schema, my data source and my data source 2. Okay, and the SQL LES for these input sources. Okay, SQL LES for these input sources. Because the name is change schema, I'm not able to figure out exactly which one is products and exactly which one is orders. So I'll simply say, select this transforms layer of change schema, and I'll simply say, is this for orders? Let me cross check. Yes, this one is for the products. So I'll say products schema. Okay, product schema, and I'm not giving any extra spaces over here. I'll scroll down, or I don't need to scroll down. I can simply select it like this. And now I'm able to see products schema like this. Okay, products schema. And then you have this change schema for orders as well. So simply select this to configure it. And the name you have to change to orders schema. Okay, and simply click on the canvas again. And now you should be able to see products data. Under that, you will see product schema. Orders data, you will see order schema, and then you have to configure the SQL query. Okay, once you rename these two things and you add SQL as the child for these two, please let me know in the chat window. Then I'll show you how we can run the SQL query. Okay, 2 responses, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Priya, Satish, Arvind, Sukalyan, Alok Nanda. Great. Okay, take time. So today is the final session for ETL anyway, so you guys should be able to perform this thing. Let's, even if it exceeds, because we are almost near the end of this ETL job. Okay, Dimple, great. It seems everyone is able to do it. Now you have to configure the SQL query, this particular transformation. Okay, because we are just demonstrating, so we are giving a simple SQL query, but in production you might have a complex SQL query in here. So simply click on this configuration. Simply click on this this node. I would say click on this node, and you should be able to see product schema is there, order schema is there. The LEAs which I would like to have are for product schema, I will say products. I'll call it simply products. And for order schema, I'm going to simply say orders. Okay, like this. Once you do this, then you'll have to actually mention the join query which you'd like to perform. I can simply say select star from orders join products on, I can say, orders dot PID equals to products dot PID. Okay, simply like this. This is a simple query. Okay, then I'm able to see the right mark in front of it. Okay, I have mistakenly misconfigured data source with SQL. How to undo it? Okay, so data source. So simply move on to the respective node, select that node, and you should be able to see all the configurations associated with that node over here. You can anytime change these things. Okay, simply click on the respective node where you think you have misconfigured it. Okay, and you will be able to update it. Okay, once you are able to see this right mark in front of this SQL query, just let me know. And you have successfully written the join query as well. Okay, these are the operations. I guess everything is visible to you guys on the screen. SQL query, the parents, what should be this SQL alias, and what should be the SQL query. Okay, then change schema. Make sure you change the respective columns and then add the another transformation layer, which is SQL query. And I'll repeat this SQL query part because it seems some of the candidates are facing challenges around this. Okay. Sarika, please do these things. Please do these things. Just walk through these nodes one by one and make sure you give proper names to them. Proper names. Okay. So I'll repeat the SQL query part again. I'll delete this. I'll create it from scratch. Click on the empty canvas. You have it like this. Now, simply click on the plus icon over here. Click on the plus icon from the transforms section. Select the SQL query, and you should be able to see it. If I click on empty canvas, I should be able to see it like this. You have to connect the SQL query to all the to these two things because in here the schema has got changed. So simply connect these things like this and like this. Once you connect it, you should be able to see a graph like this. And you'll have to configure SQL query. So simply click on SQL query. Step 1, what should be the name? So you can keep it same, SQL query, not an issue. The parents are product schema and order schema. Input sources, you'll have to provide the SQL alias which you are going to use in your SQL query. For products table, I'll simply have it as products. For orders table, I'm going to simply have it as orders. Then I will scroll down a bit, go for the SQL query. I can simply say select star from orders, join products on orders dot product ID, PID, which we have mentioned equals to products. All right. You should be able to click on the empty canvas and your ETL job would look like this now. Next step is the load phase. We have to write the data into the S3 bucket or S3 location. So if I click on my bucket, which I have created earlier, I'll also create one more folder in my bucket apart from the orders data and products data. I'll create a folder with the help of create folder feature or button, create folder, and I'll give it name as output. Okay, output like this. Scroll down a bit, create folder, and the folder would be created in here as output. All you need to do is get into your visual job again and click on this plus node. Plus targets should be S3. Target should be S3. Click on the empty canvas. You have to connect this SQL query with the Amazon S3 like this, and you should be able to see your ETL job like this now. Okay, but this one is just visible. It is not configured. So click on this and everyone knows what you need to do over here. If you're working on the production level, make sure you choose the Parquet itself. But for now, just for the sake of understanding, I'm selecting CSV Scroll down, compression I'm setting to none, and I'm selecting the S3 target location where the output should be written. So I'll click on browse, my bucket 1177, and the output folder I will choose. I'll simply click on choose, and it would be chosen over here. I'm able to see the green tick over here, and you'll see this ETL job. Okay, are you able to see these ETL job? Okay, Anish, so could you repeat these steps, please? Sure. In S3, we have created a folder called output in your S3 bucket. And in the visual ETL job, I just added a new node, got into targets, Amazon S3, and then the node was here. So I just connected the SQL query with Amazon S3, clicked on Amazon S3 and configured it like this. Okay, S3, format CSV, make sure the compression type is set to none, and just provide the location of output folder in the target location. Okay, click on the empty canvas once you are done, and you should be able to see your ETL job. And you should see all green ticks. So get into the job details section now and name it like ecom join ETL like this. Then scroll down and make sure you set this requested number of workers to 2. I guess we missed on to the IAM role. You'll have to choose the IAM role in the job details as well, the specific IAM role which we have created. These 3 things you have to deal with: name of the ETL job, IAM role, and set the number of workers to 2. Once you are done with it, simply click on this save button and this job will be saved. Okay, it says successfully updated the job. The job got saved now. And then again, if you'd like to see the job, simply click on visual and you should be able to see it like this. You can simply navigate it from here. Okay, run details. I am into the runs. I'll just scroll down a bit and I should be able to see this job running. We have also talked about where you're able to see the logs. The real-time logs, you should be able to see it here. If you'd like to see it on the CloudWatch, simply click on the link. It would open up a new tab and you should be able to see the logs in the CloudWatch. Okay. Okay, done, says Nitish. Okay. Okay, once the status is succeeded or completed, just let me know. Run this job. It will take some time. It should take 1 to 2 minutes at least. And then you should be able to see the succeeded or running status over here. Okay, if the job is completed or succeeded, please just let me know. Because it has been a minute, my job is still running. You guys might also be facing the same thing. Okay. So many times there is one terminology which is used, which is called cold start. Okay. It takes some time to start, but once it starts, it works really fast. Okay, we have got one response. Succeeded. Perfect. My job is also giving me succeeded status. Okay. Now we'd like to validate the output, right? Get into the output bucket, output folder, which you have created. And inside this output folder, now you should be able to see these files. Okay, but for now, I'll just download one file to cross-check if I have actually got the output or not. I'll simply click on any file. Let's say I click on this third file and I simply try to open it, but it would simply download the file. I'll simply open this with the notepad and I should be able to see this. This is inner join output. Right? This is just one chunk of the result. There are 4 such chunks, but yeah, we have successfully implemented this thing. Okay. I hope everyone has understood this particular exercise and how to perform it.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.